right, we live. So we already know what that mean, man. We already know what that mean. Let's get into it. Welcome everybody to another episode of Hotep History Live. I am your host with the most, President Hotep Dudes, reporting live from Hotep Nation. I hope you guys have had a phenomenal week this week so far. I hope you guys have been productive, that you've been getting to it, that you've been accomplishing your goals, that you've been hitting your benchmarks, that you have been completing the missions. That's mandatory over here at Hotepistan. Y'all know that. Y'all know that. Y'all know we don't even get into the lackadaisical. Y'all know we don't get into the excuses. Y'all know we don't get into any of the reasons why you didn't get it done. We not trying to hear that over here. You know that. It's strict over here. Y'all know that. So I already know that y'all killed it. I already know that y'all been killing it, and y'all gonna continue to kill it. And that's just all it is. So welcome again, man. Welcome again. Make sure that you are retweeting this, sharing it, liking, subscribing, do all of the things y'all see at Patreon. Okay, you see it Kick, you see YouTube. Okay, you see the Instagram, you see the Twitter, you see the TikTok. You need to be following on all of those. Every single last one of them, without exception. You need to be tapped in because you don't know when I'm gonna drop on when or how I'm gonna do it. I might do TikTok. Then I might do Instagram. I might do Twitter. We don't know. We need to just be tapped in on all fronts. So that way we're not even missing nothing. Okay? Notification bells and all of that stuff. We got a great feature going down over at the Patreon. Okay? We played the trailer. We're going to keep playing the trailer because y'all need to tap into this information. So let's get into the trailer. Matter of fact, we're not going to get into the trailer. We're not even. You need to subscribe to the Patreon because right now the feud between Reverend Joseph H. Jackson and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. is live on the Patreon. Live on the Patreon. It's about a 50-minute, about that 47, 48, something like that, minute documentary on their feud. It goes deep. It was about a decade long. Okay. I went through the whole history of it. Okay. And I want you guys to tell me, how you feel about their feud. Whose route would you have taken if you were alive back then? Whose philosophy would you have backed if you were alive back then? You already know. Y'all know my body. Y'all know how I give it up on here. You already know I'm backing Reverend Jackson. It only makes sense. It only makes sense when we talking pragmatism versus protesting. We had a whole, monologue on the last show about how I look at, pragmatism versus protesting. So you already know I'm backing up Reverend Jackson all day long. Twice on Sunday when I go to church and hear him preach. So that's just what it is. But I want you guys to let me know how you guys feel about it. Okay. Patreon.com/Hotep history. Patreon.com/Hotep history. You will not be disappointed. But again, how have your weeks been? How have your weeks been? How you been killing it? How you been smoking it? I do want to know. I want to make sure that you guys are doing your thing. Okay. As for me, I've been out here, baby, putting some paint where it ain't, like my OG say. Putting some paint where it ain't. That's it. Hitting the pavement, working, doing my research, producing content, doing all of the things, feeding the Patreon streets, making sure everybody's good, making sure that I'm getting the work done. It's all that I do. It's all that I do is work. I mean, what else is there to do? You feel me? Play? I mean, yeah, you can have that time to play, but my nigga Spitter said, I work hella hard so I could take it easy. I'm doing all of this, laying the groundwork, building on top of the groundwork, putting people in position, putting myself in position, being able to stack my bread and invest and all of these things that I'm doing. So when I get to a particular age in my 40s, yes, my 40s, well, I'm chilling, man. I'll be still doing Hotep history and stuff like that, but the daily grinds and particular things will change drastically, but I will have worked myself into that position. So until that happens, we at work every day. That's what we doing. We working every day, all day. That is the thing to do. That is the only thing to do. So making sure that, I'm getting that stuff done as far as Hotep history goes, my health, obviously doing my daily workouts and stuff like that. And just making sure that I'm just developing as a person on a day-to-day basis, man. That's it. I'm not going to lie. If you're in the know, I am not about to have a whole segment about it, but if you're in the know, it was a trying time for my boy. And praying for him, rooting for him, hope he's good. Shout out to my bro Rashad, you know what I mean? Every dog has his day, and it was his. So, over here, you already know you got a brother and me, Rashad, holding it down for you. Hotep Dubes got your back. Don't even trip. Fuck all that other shit. Let's just get back to it. You know the things that I stand on. You know the things that I work under the auspices of. So you already know, man. That's my message to you, man. Prayers up. Keep it going. Keep your head down. Keep making that bread. Keep making that content. Keep doing the things that you know are the right things to do. And that's it. It ain't nothing about nothing. You dig? And we don't fall to, unsavory, unworthy people's opinions of us. It's just doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? And that's something I want everybody to know, man. Like when you doing things great and you doing great things, okay, there are going to be people who hate your guts. There are going to be people that hate your guts. I'm trying to tell you this as somebody who has had countless smear campaigns, drawn against me over the past decade and some change. I can tell you when you're doing great and you're making things happen for yourself and others around you, people actually gravitate towards you because they fuck with what you do. People don't like that. People don't like that. And it's funny to me that a lot of people, they hear about like, yo, if you don't have haters, that means you're not doing anything great and all this other stuff. And then they get shocked when they get haters. For real, like real ones, not imaginary ones in their head. I'm talking about people who are on the ground praying on your downfall, praying for and praying on your downfall. So at the end of the day, man, I want everybody to know, man, you're going to have opposition. I said this before. I told y'all this before. You're going to have opposition. You're going to have adversaries. You're going to have enemies. No matter how, good intended you are, no matter how good of a person you think you are, no matter how good of a person you actually are, it does not matter. People are not going to resonate with you. That's just how it is. That's how life works. Nobody. Jesus Christ didn't even get resonated with. And he was a walking miracle. He's performing miracles across the land, and people still found ways to hate on him. And I know your granny done told you that. They even hated Jesus. And you ain't above Jesus. So at the end of the day, fam, buckle up. Buckle up. It's going to be a wild ride. This thing called life, it's going to be a wild ride. It's going to be full of, great times, memorable times, core memories, things that you will take to your grave and smile upon your life, and being able to be proud of yourself and say that I got this done. I'm proud of all of these different things that I was able to accomplish. And then you're also going to have moments in your life where people have pitchforks out. People genuinely want you to die, fam. They want you to die. They want you to ball up in the fetal position and cry yourself into oblivion. They want you to fail. Nothing would make them happier. Nothing would make them happier than to see you fail. It's largely because they got failures in their own life that they're not proud of. Things and choices that they've made that they're not proud of. So of course they want to drag you down with them, man. This is all regular stuff. This has been happening for centuries, millennia. Okay, jealousy, envy, hate, all of that other stuff, that's been around for forever. You're not immune to it. You're not impervious to it. You gonna have it. If you doing something, especially has something to do with the public and whatever niche you in or whatever, trust and believe, you gonna go through it, G. You gonna have people who hate your guts, hate you, like legitimately. I see bees all of the time, son. Every other month, somebody is running a smear campaign against her. I've seen it, son. You're not above it. Bees does amazing work. I do amazing work. Maj does amazing work. King Randall does amazing work. And every last one of the people that I just named have an entire leagues of people who hate their guts. These people don't harm the community in any way. These people don't shiest or scam the community in any way. These people don't do any harm whatsoever. And they still have people that don't fuck with them, man. What do you think what does that tell you? That there's nothing that you can do, nothing on earth that you can do, nothing humanly possible that you can do that's going to have you avoid people who don't like you. It's impossible, and it's insane to think it's possible. A lot of people be shocked. A lot of people be shocked when they be having opposition like this. It's the reason why y'all look at the ancestors the way y'all do, because you would fall to it. You would fall to it, and that's the thing. That's the thing. Are you the type of person that's going to fall to the hate? You being killed, God forbid, that's one thing. You feel me? But actually just having people who just hate your guts and just want to see you fail. Are you going to fall to their wishes? Are you going to fall to their whims? You feel me? Are you going to be the one to be like, they were right? These people are thriving off of your failure. They're not even succeeding at anything. They're just thriving off your failure. They're not making anything happen. They're not building anything. They're not creating anything. They're just destroying. That's it. It's the only thing they are good at, to be honest. It's the reason why they hate you so much. Because they see you building. They see you creating. They see you constructing. And they want to destroy that. So you going to let them win? You gonna let them win. You supposed to be the winner. You supposed to be the doer. You supposed to be the one that's making it happen. And you gonna let a bunch of people who ain't doing nothing get you to not do anything? Nah, G. Nah, that's unbecoming of a winner. That's unbecoming of a winner. And it's unacceptable over here. We accept the fact that we got people who don't like us. We accept the fact there are people who will do anything that they can to not see you succeed. We accept that. That's just reality. That's not something that we want to run away from. You don't even got to entertain it the way, some people entertain it, because I don't entertain it much. The most I've done on a timeline since I've been back was make that space, calling the people out for shitting on the likes of the Majes, the King Randus and Bees and stuff like that, like defending their honor because of the utility that they have in the Black American community. The things that they're doing are inherently ancestral. They're doing things that not only would the ancestors be proud of, but just the 21st century version of what the ancestors were doing. And I'm always going back that. So if you build in institutions, okay, if you are community focused and you are doing community work to where you're teaching men how to fish instead of giving them fish, if you're speaking on how to, implement solutions and methods and to better your life for real, and not just a bunch of, flowery words and shit like that. Like, you actually have tangible things that people can gravitate towards and actually better their lives. And you're focused on the Black American community, while other people can obviously enjoy the benefits of the methods and the solutions. You are going into this with the mind of, I want to help Black Americans, do and be better. I'm always going to be behind you. I'm always going to support you. Always. Because that's exactly what Black America has always stood on for hundreds of years. For hundreds of years, this is exactly what our successful ancestors did. We have countless episodes. We on episode 52. Okay? Every episode, damn near, we are covering some Black Americans somewhere in the country in the annals of time, making sure that they built themselves up first, took care of their family second, took care of their community third, and if they were able to make it nationwide or statewide, they would. Or we've seen it go international. We've seen the Potato King with, Junius G. Groves. And then who was the other king that we learned about? The Oyster King. Thomas Downing. Like, these people immediately, once they got wealthy, started to give back and started to help the Black Americans, that are coming after them or who are around them. It was second nature. So anytime that I see successful Black Americans, whether they successful in tech, trading, trades, medicine, law, whatever the profession is, and it's objectively, healthy for the community, for them to be able to get into and replicate and do the same thing that they're doing. Yeah, I'm backing you up, man. We need more and more people like y'all, for sure. You guys will be in the Hotep history books. Guaranteed. I'm telling you, as far as my contemporaries, if you are in my purview, or if you're in the purview of somebody in my purview's purview, you know what I'm saying? If you're in the purview of somebody in my purview, then I'm going to learn about you, and I'm going to document your journey. I'm going to document your successes. I'm going to document your trials and tribulations, and I'm going to be able to, print your story for the next generation to learn from. Because again, we have to keep the Black American history timeline going. So while I'm over here studying all of the Black history from the 17th, 18th, 19th, and, early 20th century, we still have the 21st, 22nd, 23rd, 24th, and 25th centuries that we need to make sure that we're covering as well. So my legacy as far as this goes, yeah, it's going to be encouraging young people to not only study the people that came before them, but also study the people that's around you so you can teach the people under you when they come up, and then so on and so forth. That's the lineage of Black American history. We don't let other people tell our stories because they're never going to tell them right. They're never going to tell them right. You know that. There'll be 5 people, and all 5 people were there. They experienced it together, but it's that one, maybe 2 people that are able to retell the experience in the best way possible. And that's something that they all went through. Now imagine somebody that watched them go through it. Can you really tell us really what went down? Can you really tell us? Or you're going to be able to give us the perspective of somebody that's an onlooker? And I tell y'all all of the time, that is what mainstream Black American history has been turned into. A bunch of onlookers telling you about how Black Americans lived. You weren't even in it. You may have been there, but you weren't in it. I'd rather you hear about, Simone Bees or Maj Toure or King Randall or my brother Rashid Talent from their own words and then document it and then be able to push it. Because you know why? That's a primary source. I don't want to create a bunch of secondary sources as far as my contemporaries. I'm reading primary sources and delivering it to you. So just by nature of that, I'm a secondary source. Proud of it. Proud to be a secondary source to the ancestors. Because I'm giving it to you. It's damn, this is farm to table. The closest thing, the only thing I can do is get a time machine and go back in time and record from the 1880s. And live stream from the 18. That's it. I'm reading you the words of the ancestors directly. Not somebody who lived at the same time as my ancestors and then they tell me what the ancestors said and then I tell you what they said that the ancestors said. Nah. Farm to table. Ancestor to table. That's what we do. So when it comes down to your contemporaries, all my Hotep historians out there, make sure that you're getting direct quotes, that you're getting direct works, that you're able to talk to these people directly so you can get those primary sources to ship off to the next generation. And then that teaches them to seek primary sources. Go to the source. Don't get these stories from an intermediary. Okay? When you're studying, when you're documenting. Because again, I'm a secondary source. I'm an intermediary. A lot of the stuff I know that I talk about, a lot of people don't even know about. They don't even know about it. You feel me? They're being introduced to a lot of this stuff via Hotep History Live, and I am so proud of that fact. Like, I'm extremely proud of myself and my ability to tell these stories the way I do, have people engaged the way they are. Like, the chat be giving me life, man. When we get the bantering about what's going on and laughing and all of that, it's a way to be able to like ingest the stories of the ancestors that's going to stick with you. It's going to stick with you because of how you experience the knowledge. We all know, we've been to school. We remember them boring teachers that we had. Nothing really stuck. They just went in one ear and out the other because they weren't engaging. They didn't care about teaching you. They cared about talking, doing their job and getting up out of there. I pushed up Hotep History Live so I can get the rant and I can do all of this stuff and we can still rock until 11 and midnight and all that other stuff. And I don't feel like I didn't give you guys a full-on show or I didn't get all of the things that I wanted to get off and all of that other stuff. I truly enjoy this. This is something that like genuinely I'm passionate about. It also makes me happy when I do it. I don't ever start a live begrudgingly. I don't ever be like, oh, I gotta do this. Never. I look forward to tapping in with y'all and then having y'all tap in with me. So much so that I got a hotline for us. So y'all can call into the show. And we'll get to that in just a second. So the reason why this stuff is dope as it is to you is because of how I convey it and how you're able to relate to it, even though it's 100 years, 150, 200 years before we were even thought of. You see so much of yourself in the ancestors because they were humans just like you. They were ambitious, determined, scared, brave, courageous. All of these things just like you. They interacted with nature just like you. They walked on grass. They climbed trees. They jumped in waters. They did all of the things that you did. They fell in love, experienced heartbreak. They did all of it. Built wealth, went broke, all of that shit. That's the reason why when it comes down to even documenting certain Black American institutions or businesses, organizations, establishments, or whatever, and I talk about how successful it was, like Richard H. Boyd. Richard H. Boyd had a lot of failures towards the end of his career. It's terrible, but you can still learn from that type of stuff. So I want you guys to understand that this is it's like, for me, it's like the Bible and the ancestors, like primary source books from the ancestors. I truly believe if like, and I know that like you can see that I've been like getting closer and closer to Christianity and stuff like that. And that's a true testament to my real life. I'm not even going to lie to you. It is. But as far as, again, whatever holy book that you subscribe to is totally fine. But the reason why I bring that up is so many of these life lessons that guide your morals, your ethics, your beliefs, your principles, and all that other stuff come from the Bible if you're a Christian, comes from the Quran if you're Muslim, comes from the Torah if you're Jewish, et cetera, et cetera. So when it comes down to that book and then the books that were written by the ancestors 150 years ago, 160 years ago, and all this other stuff, it's impossible for me to read these things and not see the parallels and not see how they are guided by the Holy Bible, no matter how you feel about it. The morals, the ethics, and all this other stuff that they've cultivated, they cultivated it from a culture of their relationship with God. And that's the reason why we talk about how churches and schools are going to be the two primary structures that Black Americans built when they had a town, a community, or whatever that they called their own. And so much of that is what guided, and so much of that is what fueled their proliferation and advancement and progress. Like they legitimately believed in their ability because of it being bestowed upon them by God. It was their duty to love thy neighbor and be able to, enterprise with the people that look like you, that's in your community. It was second nature to do this because it was mandated and ordained by God for you to do it. And it ain't going to be a situation where I'm about to be on here like preaching to y'all the gospels of Christianity or nothing like that. But again, because it's akin to Black American history, you can't divorce it. You can't divorce the two. As much as these people try to say it's the white man's religion and, all of that other stuff, which is something that didn't even come up until about like the 60s and stuff like that. Like, yes, there was always issues with racists who proclaim to be Christians and stuff like that. But again, that goes right back to my argument about America and, what you are as far as your rights are here. Like, I don't care. Like, my rights are not contingent upon what a racist person thinks of me. And so if we're going to be objective about the situation, there's terrible people who follow religions. It's not an indictment on the religion, even if they attribute all of their terribleness to their religion. You feel me? And that's the reason why we're like when the white conservative Christians start shitting on Islam and all that other stuff and say that, all of these things are in the Quran and all this other stuff. It's like, dog, like equally things can be said as far as the Bible, but you again are going to lead with the righteousness of your books if you mean well with the world. Now, you can sit there and justify slavery in 2025 by using the Bible. You can justify slavery by using the Quran in 2025 if you so choose. Okay. I remember I seen a clip where this white conservative Christian said that. He literally said like, no, it's absolutely A-okay. It's absolutely A-okay for us to have slaves and stuff like that. It wasn't a sin, blah, blah, blah. Like, for sure. And I told y'all on the opposite side of that equation, as far as slaves themselves who were Christians, Jupiter Hammond, one of the first Black Americans to write things down in this country. As far as the official record that will be recognized by everybody and all this other stuff, because I'm sure that there were other transcribings or writings or whatever it is before Jupiter, but as far as recorded history, Jupiter is the first, or a close second, because her name is Lucy or Tracy or something like that. We talked about her. She wrote the poem in the 18th century, I want to say. But anyway, Jupiter told other slaves, be proud of your slavery and all of that based upon his belief in Christianity. But again, I'm not going to let individuals in their interpretation of the religion dictate, all of the things that I've seen actually positively affect Black America using that same book. Everybody talks about how it's the white man's religion and it kept Black Americans enslaved, but they don't talk about how the Bible literally was the main text that forged the Underground Railroad and abolitionists and anti-slavery sentiment from Black Americans, that they deserved to be free based upon the things that they read in the Bible. So I say all of that to say, not that you got to be like these devout Christians or anything like that, but if you are going to hold reverence for the ancestors properly, like I do, you have to. You can't not. You cannot acknowledge. Can't not acknowledge their faith and what they believed in, and how so much of that fueled all of the progress that we got to see in the late 19th century, going into the mid 20th century. Absolutely. The Black American church was at the center of it all. So for me, when it comes down to studying them, I do look at them. It's like the book of Booker T. Washington, the book of, Junius G. Groves, or the book of, Charles Hale, or any of these other people. Like, yeah, in the same way that there were a bunch of men and 2 women who, wrote books in the Bible, it's the same thing how I look at when I'm reading the ancestors in their primary works. You feel me? Of course, it's not as divine, obviously. It's not, any of that. It's not a holy text whatsoever. However, like when you're talking about just text for text, moral for moral, standard for standard, you can't beat it. Like they're one and the same. So I stand on that. I stand on the principles of the ancestors. And I say all of that to say, man, it's like once you realize that, you'll realize why the ancestors were able to persevere, push through, make things happen the way they did. It won't be a shocker to you. You keep reading stories like over and over again, different people. We're talking thousands, millions of people that you can read about that kept persevering all throughout American history. All throughout American history, nothing stopped them. Slavery didn't stop them. Black codes didn't stop them. Jim Crow didn't stop them. Nothing stopped them. They kept it going. 90+% of the content that we go over, 90% of the stories that we go over were taking place where rampant Jim Crow was happening. We don't talk about, most of the subjects that we talk about don't even take place after 1965. Most of them. Over 90% of the content that we talk about in Hotep history happens during slavery, while slavery is going on, fam. Black codes, like it's like we are learning about men and women who are building wealth in the 1870s, the 1910s, in like really positively affecting their communities. This is in the middle where things, quote unquote, are on the books that subjugate Black Americans. So, like, yeah, this is not some post-racial society that I'm able to find all of this success out of. And while it's portrayed as a diamond in the rough, it shouldn't be. How many Black millionaires you know? I'm not talking about famous ones. I'm talking about ones that just be on the timeline. Regular people. I know this young man, multi-millionaire, selling handbags. He ain't super famous. He ain't on TV or nothing like that. Multi-millionaire taking care of his family. This is while ICE raids are happening. This is while Trump. This is while Biden. This is while Hillary. Like whatever it is, they still making it happen. So I don't know why y'all think the ancestors wouldn't be doing the same thing. How you got the spirit to make $1 million in 2025, but you don't think the ancestors had the spirit to make $1 million in 1925, 1825? Like, come on, son. Knock it off. So that's how we give it up here in Hotep history, man. That's why, yeah, top of the show, we talking about missions, objectives, goals. Yeah, because there's no excuse. It's no excuse. Zero. Settle excuses. You understand? And I'm proud of you. Understand that. If you actually making something happen for your life, if you actually taking it day by day, if you are actually doing what you're supposed to be doing day in and day out, yo, I'm proud of you, man. I'm proud of you in the time where it's the easiest. Where it's the easiest to fall to the people that hate you. Easiest to fall to the agenda. It's so comfortable. Falling to the agenda in the 1880s, in the 1910s, and the 1930s, that shit hurt. That shit was destitution. That shit was, lifelong poverty. That shit was subjugation in a way that, like, you wouldn't believe. Falling to somebody or the people that hate you, centuries ago did not feel this way. Falling to your enemies in 2025, man, that shit come with DoorDash, high-speed internet, weed, TV. That shit feel good. That shit come with all of the things that, feeds the flesh, so to speak. Not to sound like Granny. But yeah, it's mad. Like, yo, that shit is mad comfortable. You even see it in prisons today. Niggas in prisons got flat TVs. Niggas in prison got smartphones. Even that, falling to the system ain't felt so good. At no other point in history did going to prison have any type of comfort in it. Your ancestors was had chains tied to their ankles, to each other, turning big rocks into little rocks, hoeing fields. That's what that shit was. And I'm not saying that the prison system is cushiony at all in America. It's hell still. But I've seen too many videos of prison cells via smartphone. Niggas playing 2K. There was no 2K. There was none of that. You had to be like El Chapo to get that type of treatment in the 70s and the 60s and the 50s and all of that stuff, man. What? Now, if you got a little bit of motion in the street, or got people in the street that love you enough to make it happen, we start smuggling or doing whatever you need to do, man, the enemy has made it so easy and so comfortable to destroy yourself. It's not even funny. They have created an environment for you that it almost feels anti-you not to destroy yourself. It almost feels like you not serving yourself if you're not doing what the beasts tell you to do, man. What that government tells you to do. Relying on them for everything. Eating things that you know you shouldn't be eating. Doing things you know you shouldn't be doing. Participating in unhealthy habits. All of these different things, man. That shit feel good, don't it? That shit feel good. I know it. Trust me. I don't speak from privilege. Excuse me. I don't speak from privilege. I speak from experience. There's mad mistakes that I didn't learn from other people. I went through that. I went through that. I can tell you, self-destruction feels good as hell. It feels good as hell, man. And that's exactly what they want. That's the reason why you have to fight against it. That shit is crazy, ain't it? Ain't that ironic? I think, honestly, that is what HJ was getting at. That, like, when it come down to, slaves freeing themselves, there was no other choice. There was no other choice. There was not anything else that they had to, like, on their mind to do. Straight up and down. They was going to free themselves. They did free themselves. Abolitionists and, other people took credit for it. But your ancestors was giving hell on them plantations. Your ancestors were giving hell on those plantations, G. They ain't give it up easy. All of the torture, all of the beatings, all of the whippings, and all the other stuff, your ancestors was giving hell back. They was catching hell and then sending that hell right back. You understand? And when you think about how harsh the consequences were if you fell to the narrative or fell to the methods and the strategies against you, fell to your enemy and quit, gave up, folded. Them consequences was so harsh, man. They was harsh as hell. You was gonna be out in the street. You was gonna be in the cold. You was gonna be in the cold. There was no housing. The last time your ancestors had government housing before the late 20th century, that government housing, it was slave quarters, slave cabins. That was the last time, that the government was giving housing. When the government was giving food. That was the rations you got after working 16 hours in a day. No pay, low pay. You dig? So it only made sense to build up for yourself because you know the alternative was to live a destitute life. This shit there's nothing cushy about it. It hurt to be a bum. It hurt to be a bum 150 years ago. It hurt. If you was a vagrant, if you was a drunk, if you was a gambler, if you was a idle person, you had to cope so much. You had to overcompensate that cope. You had to stay drunk. You had to stay in a fit of degeneracy to ignore how shitty your life was. Now, man, you got so many people that'll cheer you on for being a bum. You got so many people that'll applaud you for being a degenerate in the 21st century. And it's crazy, son. So it was easier for you to just get off your ass. It was easier for you to become a productive member of society back then than it is now, because there's so many incentives from the government and other degenerate people, other bum ass people. You're going to have a whole community of people that's like, nah, man, you can just be a gooner. What? Nah, you can just sit on your ass and do nothing and complain about politics all day and people will pay you. You don't got to do shit. You don't got to build nothing. Show me where an ancestor could do that. Show me an instance where in the late 19th century or the early 20th century, the ancestors could just sit at home and complain and get paid. What? The ancestor could just sit at home, eat all day, do nothing, create nothing, maintain or sustain anything, and still reap rewards. Like, what? Absurd. So when you get to reading about Booker T. Washington talking about, like, you know, you still got to work. Yeah, we were slaves and all of that. You still got to work. Carpet still got to get cleaned. Crops still got to be sold. Like, yeah, still got to do it. All of that shit that we was doing for free as slaves, that work still needs to be done. What's up? And people in the 21st century are like, oh my God, why is Booker T. Washington subscribing them to still just be pseudo slaves? No, you idiot. It's not what it is. You still have to work. Still. No matter what. Yo, they have this little blurb. They got this little blurb from a newspaper. And then the shit said, like, it said, think, shut up, and produce or something like that. It's let me see if I can find it. Let's see if I put in ancestors. Let's see. That shit is funny, son. Like, there wasn't no, like, nigga, you couldn't just sit on your ass, nigga. What? Yo, I couldn't imagine you being a lazy bum. You being a lazy bum in the late 19th century. Early 20th century, man, the ancestors would have hung you, nigga. Yo, the ancestors would have lynched you themselves. There you go, right here. Yeah, this is how the ancestors thought. This is how the ancestors, this is what they thought. This is what they produced. This is what they published. Shut up. Shut up. Stop talking. Stop talking, nigga. Think. Then work. And then produce. 4 steps. Yeah, this is what the ancestors told you to do. This is how you improve your life in 4 steps, nigga. Shut your ass up. Use your motherfucking brain. Then use your fucking hands. And then produce something, nigga. I ain't give a fuck about your opinion about nothing. What have you done? What have you built? What have you created? What have you done to help not only yourself but others? I'm trying to tell you something, man. That's how the ancestors is giving it up, man. They ain't got time for this shit. Let's see what else we got under the ancestor media tab. We got a lot of good stuff here. What else we got? Here we go. Let's go with this one. Look at this. This is the ancestors. You see anybody laying down? You see anybody fucking relaxing? You see anybody in this photo that you think are not going to like bust their ass all day. This is a black town that was just founded. Got some structures up. Obviously, it's a lot more work to do. You think this is time that this is we got to this point, right? We done cleared the land, chopped down all of the trees, all of that other stuff. We done built some structures, all of that. You think they was like, all right, I can relax now. No. And look, what's that say? First Stone Church. What did I tell y'all? What did I tell y'all about the ancestors? This one got to make shit up. Didn't I tell you the first two structures you gonna see in a black town is a church and a school? Look at this. This town just getting started. This town is just getting started. We already got a church. We got the general merchandise store. Okay, and I'm pretty sure there's a school somewhere here. Ain't nobody sitting around. Ain't nobody playing. Gotta get to work, son. There's mad shit that we gotta get done. Niggas ain't fucking around, son. So when y'all get thinking about this white supremacy shit and all of that other stuff, yo, if the ancestors believe the shit y'all believe, y'all wouldn't be here. Y'all do know that, right? You wouldn't be here. You wouldn't exist. If they believe the same shit that you believe about this all-knowing, all-powerful entity that is set on destroying black Americans and then they fell to it. I'm not denying that don't exist, but they fell to it. What do you think? What do you think would have happened to them if all these people in this photo who are clearly in the middle of working and building some infrastructure for themselves and others, what do you think would have happened if they was like, yo, man, white supremacy not going to let us, man? You know, I know we former slaves. I know my father was a slave or whatever it was, but man, fuck it, the white man got us, man. He ain't going to let us. Let's just pack it up, guys. Pack it up. Nah. Put all of the tools back on the truck, you know, or on the wagon. Nah, put all that lumber that we chopped down, all of that brick, all of that. Nah, man, fuck all of that. The white man won. The white man, they just fell to it. Like, what? It's absurd. It's unheard of. It's unacceptable. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. That don't make any sense. Here y'all come. 21st century niggas, new Negroes. Okay? New Negroes come through and being like, yeah, man, like, we can't do shit, man. I know I got a supercomputer in my pocket, and I know that I'm in a position where I can build a business from that supercomputer. I'm able to do whatever the hell I want for real, and I'm going to choose to fold to an entity that has loosened its reins so fucking much that in this way, to where they were actually burning. Ain't no crackers coming down, burning down nobody's black town no more. That ain't happening. It's not going to happen. And now, more than ever, where you got black gun clubs and black, gun ranges and black gun owners by the millions in this country. Like, you going to let that happen? If somebody did come try to terrorize you in your neighborhood, what you going to do? You going to let them do it? As slim as that shit is, as unlikely as it is, are you not going to prepare yourself? Or are you just going to fold to it? Every instance that y'all be bringing up, Rosewood, Tulsa, all these different places, like the ancestors never folded. They just only tell y'all. They report to y'all the stories of destruction and mayhem and all this other shit, but they don't tell you about how your ancestors bust back. They don't tell you how your ancestors rebuilt. They don't tell you how your ancestors were able to keep going. They don't tell you about that. They will have you thinking that everybody in Tulsa got killed that night. They'll have you thinking everybody in Rosewood got killed. All of these different things that they love to bring up to highlight Black American history, Seneca Village and Weeksville and all these different places in New York City that were taken over by white people and all that other shit. You think those people just disappeared and they died? You think they didn't have all of that ingenuity anymore because racism exists? Like, what do y'all be thinking about the ancestors, son? Like, what y'all be thinking about? This is what they was dealing with. Nothingness. Literally turning nothing into something. You surrounded by something all day long. You surrounded by pre-existing structures, pre-existing establishments, pre-existing A bunch of shit. Shit. When we did the architect episode, we saw structures still standing today, over 100 years old, built by Black American hands. And y'all sitting there trying to tell me about white supremacy. How dare you? How dare you? So, listen, man, I want to try out this hotline. I want to try out the hotline. So, Hotep History, okay? Hotep History now has a phone number. We have a phone number, ladies and gentlemen. We have a phone number. So, let's get into it. What's the phone number, man? Hold on. Oh, shit. Hold on. What's the phone number? I'm not putting it on the screen. I'm not putting it on the screen. But I might put it in the chat. Can I? Oh, no. Hold on. I gotta switch. I gotta switch accounts. You gotta switch accounts real quick. Let's see. I'll put it in the chat. And that'll be that. I'll put it in the chat. If you are on YouTube, okay? If you are on YouTube, this is the number. I'm going to put it in the chat, and then I'm going to tell y'all verbally for everybody else on Kick and on Twitter. So that is the number as far as YouTube. All right, y'all. The number is 702 483 1566. 702-483-1566. Call in. Come on, call in. So what we talking about? We talking about what I was just talking about as far as perseverance with the ancestors. So, give me your take on Black American ancestral, perseverance and all of the things how you feel about that. And then I have a question. I've been asking it. I think this is going to be my third time asking it, and I want some answers. I'm tired of y'all ducking the question. It's not even that salacious of a question, to be totally honest with you. The question is, all right, your wife are free. Okay, this is the 19th century. This is during slavery, right? You and your wife are free. Your daughter is not. Okay? Your daughter is not. Your daughter gets married. Still enslaved, but she gets married. However, her husband is free. Not only is her husband free, they go on to have 7 children. 7 children. Okay? My question to you is, who is responsible for freeing the young woman? The father or the husband? Okay? Answer me that. Call in and let me know who is responsible for freeing the young lady. Second question. What was the second? Oh, yes. Second question. You're free. Your mother is free. But your father is still enslaved. Will this have a negative impact on the relationship between you and your father as far as discipline, taking heed to his advice or his corrections or his discipline and all of that other stuff? Would your father being a slave while you were free negatively impact your relationship with him? So that's what we're talking about on the hotline. And I want to open up the lines. The lines are open again, 702-483-1566. Call in. Call in if you dare. Let me know. You dig? Call in. I want to hear from you guys. So the first question is, who is responsible for freeing the young woman, the father or her husband? And the second question is, If your father was enslaved and you weren't, would that negatively affect your relationship? Call in 702-483-1566. You feel me? I know it's going to get to a point where I'm going to memorize that number. It's going to be funny as hell. It's going to be funny as hell. You feel me? 702-483-1566. Call in. I'm already practicing. Yeah, let me know, man. We here all night. We rocking tonight. I ain't gonna hold you. I started early for a reason. So we got an hour and a half, head start. We gonna be rocking for as long as I can. You dig? So yeah, man. Come rock with me. Shout out to everybody watching. So we almost had 100 people already on Twitter. That's what's up. Shout out to Twitter, man. Shout out to Twitter. That's really where it's at. Let me know. Should I put the number in the chat in Twitter? Should I put the number in the chat on Twitter? Because I feel like motherfuckers is gonna call it and troll me. You feel me? I feel like motherfuckers is gonna call in and troll me, which is whatever. You know what I'm saying? If you gonna call in and troll, make it entertaining, man. Be funny. Actually be funny. That's the only thing I ask. If you gonna troll, be a good troll, man. Like actually be, entertaining. If not, then keep it. Keep that shit. But yeah. So while you guys are mustering up the courage to get that done, we'll see if you guys do. We do have a show lined up for you guys. Like, I want y'all to know I'm not just freestyling. We do have a show, as you can see in the title. Black American Agriculture is tonight's topic. And you know how we do. We're gonna tap into the primary sources. We're gonna tap into unknown or lesser known people, untold people. People that get lost to time because they didn't make the mainstream cut. That's all I do. I pick up all of the ancestors that the mainstream didn't deem, worthy of talking about. Didn't deem worthy. These people weren't of note, despite them changing and revolutionizing the game. It's like, nah, we're not gonna talk about them. We're gonna talk about the people that made us feel good. We're gonna talk about the people that we were able to stomach and all of that stuff. You feel me? That's the type of time they was on. We got a lot. Listen, I am not trying to be funny, but when it comes down to my page, because of my focus and because of what I be talking about, if you just search particular names on my page, you come up with a lot of shit. This shit damn near Google. I ain't gonna hold you. What is this? I want to know what I highlighted here. What was I talking about here? Oh, yeah. Right. I remember this. I recently talked about this. Well, in July, I talked about it, I guess. It says, while some men are flying strange women out to different countries without establishing intent, the ancestors were very clearly anti-tricking. And they were. Look at this. Look at the highlighted piece. Gentlemen, do not give expensive presents to ladies unless a degree of unusual intimacy exists. So not your home girl, not some girl that you digging on right now. No, it has to be unusual intimacy. It's got to be something deep. Got to mean something. And then he follows up and says, candy and flowers are always proper gifts. So don't let these women scam you into thinking that candy and flowers are unacceptable. Listen. Candies and flowers got it done for over 150 years. I ain't trying to hear that shit. I ain't got to do nothing outside of me. Once we establish something real, that's when we get all of the expensive gifts. I ain't mad at that. So yeah, shout out to the ancestors for always being right. Shout out to the ancestors for always being right. We got some good stuff here, man. What's this? What's this about? This is a Juneteenth post. Today's big celebration, the colored population will celebrate the 19th in good style. Today is the 19th of June and will be suitably observed by the colored people, the colored population of Austin and Travis County. There will be two celebrations. One at Goval by the ex-slaves and the other at Wheeler's Grove by the Unioners. There will be a grand street parade this morning prior to the opening of the festivities at Wheeler's Grove. Extensive preparations have been made for this parade, which promises to be quite interesting. Out at the picnic grounds, a good time is promised to all comers, and the colored population are anticipating a most enjoyable day with 2 picnics to entertain themselves with. You feel me? I'm trying to tell you, Memphis says it. Memphis called it. He said the ancestors knew ball. I'm trying to tell you. The ancestors wasn't out here tricking you, shitting me. What? That's what I be trying to tell y'all. Y'all have to understand, y'all live like royalty. As far as regular degular to regular degular, a regular degular black American family, not crazy under the poverty line, not crazy over it, just regular degular middle income black Americans. You feel me? Regular degular. Y'all live like kings and queens in comparison. Kings and queens. Your ancestors did not have DoorDash. Your ancestors did not have Uber. Your ancestors did not have high-speed internet. They did not have relatively cheap international travel. They didn't have any of that. They didn't have any of that, son. Regular people who make 50 grand a year. Shit, sometimes even less than that because Klarna exists. Klarna didn't exist for the ancestors if there was lines of credit. But them shits wasn't, son. There wasn't some major corporation that you could just fold that debt to. Ain't no collections, nigga. I'm collections. I'm coming to collect. If I loan you $200 in 1903, nigga, I am on your body. Nigga, you kidding me? Are you shitting me, nigga? I am going to, what? You're not going to leave town on me. You're not going to do nothing. I'm on your ass, nigga. I'm on your bumper. Word to DJ. I'm on your bumper, nigga. What? $200? It's 1903. Where's Sammy at? Sammy in the chat? Is Sammy in the chat? Because Sammy got to let me know how much was $200 in 1903, adjusted for inflation. Damn it. You had my stomach growling? I'm hungry. Out here. Getting to it. You feel me? How much was $200 in 1903? So I can let y'all know the gravity of this situation. Ain't no goddamn Klarna in 1903. And ain't, what's the other one? What's the other one people be using? What's the other one? Affirm? There wasn't no Affirm in 1903. You had a line of credit with the bank. You had a private line of credit with somebody that you knew. You had a line of credit at the local grocery store. You had to pay that. As a matter of fact, now that I say that, a lot of grocery stores and banks actually closed because of that. Actually closed because of that, because the ancestors was looking out for the ancestors, and some of the ancestors were taking advantage of that. They were taking advantage of the fact that this grocery store or this bank or whatever was giving out lines of credit. You feel me? And one of the things that we are going to talk about is the history of Black American capitalism and how Black Americans practice capitalism. There's a great book on it. And the reason why I like it is because it provides a critique. It criticizes Black American business owners. It criticizes Black American banks. It criticizes Black American capitalism while also saying that we still need it. And that's why I appreciate that book. Crystal says, oh, wait, hold on. Who says I'm packing pops up? He got to go. Listen, shout out to the super chat by who? Okay. $2 super chat. Shout out to that. They say I'm packing pops up. That's so crazy. Y'all, I believe it, though. I believe it. I believe people are going to treat their pops different. I do. I think it is. As a father, I can tell you right now. If I was enslaved and my kids wasn't, man, they do me bad. They love me and all that other stuff, but nah, son, they is gonna do me bad, son. I'm trying to tell you something. Pops don't know what the fuck he talking about. I think a slave. Shut your slave ass up, nigga, before I call a white man. Shut up, nigga. Before I trade you to Alabama somewhere, nigga. Before I flip you for a profit. We already have primary sources about a young man selling his pops to a slave trader. I mean, he was proud of it. He didn't feel bad or none of it. He didn't feel bad or nothing. He sold his pops and was like, goddamn right, I sold him. I'll do it again. Sold his pops. Memphis says, nah, I'm buying my dad freedom. Fuck that. For sure. That's good. That's good. You feel me? I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? For all of the dads out there, all the black dads out there, I appreciate that there's some good eggs out there, because there's other people out there like who is packing son up. Go talk to him nasty anytime you try to discipline. Now you better go clean up. Or what? Or what, nigga? What you gonna do about it, nigga, huh? What you gonna do about it? What you gonna do? Man, you better lower your tone in here before I get the white bit in here. Put the whip to you. Let's see. Crystal says, I'm a daddy's girl. I would have to try to get him free. Mom's on the other hand. Jeez, just look, man. Now mom's is on the chopping block. I should have asked that. The only reason why I didn't, because, you know, I'm Mr. History, so I do know that if your mom's is enslaved, then you're enslaved. Unless your pops, you know what I'm saying, bought your freedom. So, yeah, that don't automatically mean. I mean, it does automatically mean it if you didn't have anything else happen. Like, if your mother's a slave and you're born to your mother, then you are born enslaved. But if your mother is free, then you'll be born free. You feel me? That was the law of the land. But nah, son, I can't do my peoples like that. I can't do my pops like that. Now, I would mix who and Memphis together. That's what it's gonna be. I'm going to buy your freedom, Dad. Okay? I'm gonna buy your freedom. Don't trip. I'm gonna buy your freedom, but you gotta talk to me nice at all times. I'm sorry. Like, you gotta talk to me nice at all times. You have to. I ain't gonna lie. I know that sound ungrateful. I know that sound bad, but I ain't gonna lie, son. I got you out the gym. Like, I got you out the gym, son. I should be your favorite son. I should be number one on your list. I don't care. Like, when it come down to respect, I got you out of slavery, G. Oh, man. So that's the thing. So, for sure says, yeah, I'll sell them and buy them back. Just got to prove a point. Now, listen. Somebody tried to do that. So, a husband and wife, they was arguing. She sells him in the heat of the argument. She storms out. So, imagine a couples, they arguing. Okay, they arguing. And they on the plantation or whatever, or wherever they at. Because believe it or not, people, there were some ancestors, slaves, who didn't live on the plantation. They lived adjacent to it, and they went to work every day. You know what I'm saying? It's mind fuck. But anyway, so you arguing in the cabin, going back and forth, hollering and all other shit. And I can only imagine what the enslaved ancestors was arguing about. Jesus. It's probably petty in their context or whatever, but who knows, right? So they get to arguing or whatever. The wife storms out. I'm out of here. Storms out. She go to the big house. No, I'm lying. She don't go to the big house. She sees a slave trader. She sees a slave trader and sells him. Let me show you what happened. Hold on. Is it black slave owner? Is that too specific? Yeah, no. I'm gonna show y'all this story. This story, cause I be documenting shit. This is hilarious. Y'all niggas is insane. No, that's not that. Oh man. Come on, G. was it? What was it? No. Damn it. I know. What is it? It was one of them. Hold on. What if I didn't I put part 2 in the title? No. I did, but sometimes the Twitter search be trash. Damn, son. I want to show y'all that video because matter of fact, you know what we can do? We can go over the Hotep Histories page because I don't ever tweet from that shit for real. So, hold on. You can go right there. How you do that there? There we go. Now we talking. No, would that be that? No, we're just gonna go to the page. We're just gonna go to the page because that's where it's gonna be best at. Make sure y'all retweeting this too. Make sure y'all letting everybody know. Make sure y'all reposting everything that I'm doing right now. We having a good old time. You know what I'm saying? What's happening with the? Oh yeah, son. So we was off the Wi-Fi on the last episode. Thankfully, you know, the stream was still doing its thing. It wasn't super choppy or nothing like that. But we back on the Ethernet, G. We back on the Ethernet. Yo, wow. Nah, that's crazy. Hold on. Who says with the $20 super chat? Who says I would absolutely sell my man, then drop a super chat? That's wicked, son. That is wicked. I think it was this video. I'm not gonna hold you. I think it was this. I was actually right. I didn't even have to go. Yeah. Yep. So was it
President
this
Hotep
one?
dude saying today we're going to.
It was this one.
While most Black American slave owners just simply owned their spouses and children, that didn't stop the opportunistic selling of slaves for profit or even spite. For instance, Dilsey Pope, a free Black woman who bought her own and her husband's freedom in Columbus, Georgia. After an argument with her husband that started with him offending her in some way, Dilsey sold her husband to a white man. After she calmed down, she thought better of it and tried to buy her husband back. However, her husband's new owner refused.
Yeah, see? See what I'm saying? So no, Dilsey, this is what I'm talking about. This is some bullshit. So they get to arguing, and you see how I worded it. You see how I pushed the narrative. He offended her somehow, and that's what the text said. They did not say what that man said. It did not say what the man said to that woman. But somehow, some way he offended her somehow. And how hard is it to offend a woman? How hard is it to offend your woman? Think about it, fellas. Think about it. How many times have you just been talking to that woman? Just having a casual conversation with that woman, and that shit turned into some shit that you didn't even think about. Like, wait, hold on, what? No, that's not what I meant. That's not what I was talking about. Oh, nah, you think I'm ugly, or you think of this, that, and the third. Like, no, I just seen a video, a little skit thing, where she was, a couple was sitting in the car, and shorty was like, she was telling her man, like, yo, I figured out why my ass flat. And he was like, why? And she was like, oh, so you think my ass flat? It's like, nah, you just said that's your ass. Like, I'm just sitting here. Like, no, man, that's not what I said. You said it was flat. I'm just asking you why you came to that. Like, what the hell? So let's just say that's what the ancestors was arguing about, some frivolous shit like that. And she hot. She hot above the collar. She, man, go sells them to a random white man. A random white man. And he, listen, you know what the modern day equivalent of this situation is. Come on now. She done called the man on you. She done called the man on you. Got you in bondage. And now, tempers have cooled. And now, oh, I ain't mean it. What you mean you ain't mean it? I'm enslaved. What are you talking about? I was free. You bought your freedom and my freedom. Shout out to you. Good wife. Thank you. We have one argument And now I'm in the back of a wagon. What? What are we doing? What are we doing here, son? Now, y'all got to call in. We got to talk about this. This is insane. 702-483-1566. Call in, man. I want to hear from y'all. This is something we're going to talk about before we get into the festivities. 702-483-1566. Come on. We got to chop it up about this. This is crazy. This is crazy. Oh, man. Memphis says, can you drop the link, the vid link in the chat? Yeah, I think I can. I got you, Memphis. That's why y'all gotta follow me, man. That's why y'all gotta follow me. But no, somebody gotta call in. Somebody gotta. Any of y'all that would sell your man, I need to know. Who are y'all? Oh y'all. Show me. Let me know why you selling your man. It's crazy, son. I want to know. Somebody told me I was shadow banned. That's an honor. You know, you ain't moving shit if you ain't shadow banned. If motherfuckers don't want to really silence you, G, you know what I'm saying? You ain't really saying shit. Shout out to me being shadow banned. Shout out to me being shadow banned. We out here. We shaking shit up. Right, it's cool. Listen, the number gonna be there. Y'all scared. Y'all scared to call. Y'all ain't trying to argue on live. See? That's what I be talking about. Oh, shit, I never even tweeted it from the Hotep Histories page. It don't look like it. It don't look like I did. But I got you, Memphis. I'm getting the link for you, G. I thought somebody was gonna hold it down and call in, but it's all good. Let me see what we got. Yeah, I can't wait, yo. I can't wait. When I get the plug-in for the phone and I'm able to like add the phone audio and all of that, man, we about to be so lit, man. We about to be so lit. Hold on. So here we go. There y'all go. It's right there in the chat. Go right there. All right. But all right, so she says, Crystal girl, I love him. I'll cry after he's gone, but he gotta go. See, this is what I'm talking about. That's rubbish. That's absolute rubbish. And this is the reason why, fellas. Pay attention, fellas. I want y'all to pay attention to this, fellas. You understand? They'll sell you into slavery if they could. Over an argument. You gotta keep your head on a swivel, brothers, because they will sell you into chattel slavery, into bondage. Okay? Because they feel away in the moment. Gotta be mindful. Keep your head on the swivel. Let's see. Crystal says, I can't sell my mans. Can't be out here making permanent decisions based upon his temporary emotions. That's true. That's true. But then the response that Crystal got was, well, no, Crystal says if I sell him, who going to take care of all of this man shit I don't want to do? Look at that. So either you are a potential slave for the white man, or you slaving away for the wife. That's it. That's your only lot in life, black man. Late 19th century, wake it up. Or early 18th or 19th century. Oh, for sure says, I feel you. God's still working on me. God bless, man. God bless that young man. Our prayers are with him. Our prayers are with him. All right, I'm about to jump out the window. Let me see if these niggas is gonna be brave enough to call in. Or I'm just not that lit. Either way, I don't give a good goddamn. Yeah. Y'all want the number? Here you go. We gonna see. I can't believe I'm putting this fucking number on the top line. I'm deleting it if motherfuckers get too crazy. All right. Oh man. good. I put it in the reply, so if they'll see it, they'll see it. I don't care. But yeah, man, y'all foul, man. Y'all ladies is foul, man. Bad work, nasty work. Nasty work. Let me make sure I'm not neglecting Kick. How everybody on Click doing? Tarek Nakamoto says preach. Oh, for sure. You know I'm gonna do that. You know I'm gonna do that every episode. I'm gonna do that every episode. What else we got in Kick? We got A Marquise 33 says it's appreciated, bro. For sure, man. Thank y'all. Thank y'all for rocking. Thank y'all for rocking. Yeah, man. All right. So yeah. I guess we can finish this.
Or even Jacob Gaskin, a free black man to a free black American mother and an enslaved black American father in New Bern, North Carolina. Jacob worked for years with the help of his mother to buy his father from his previous owner. Some years later, Jacob's father tried correcting him, and Jacob got so angry that he sold his father to a black speculator for a high price, who then sent him further south. Jacob was proud of this and bragged about it afterward.
He bragged about it. He bragged about it. First of all, you see, ain't even no white man in this transactions. Maybe further down the transaction line, but as far as initially, this is a black man selling another black man to a black man. I be trying to tell y'all, man, when it comes to history, the shit get crazy when y'all get into the gray areas and the nuances. Motherfuckers get to telling you about all the white man, and all of that shit is true. Just being honest, white man, not even gonna hold you. However, when it come down to the realities on the ground, yeah, man, there was black speculators out there to be in the same way you know what a speculator to be able to speculate on the value and the price of whatever commodity, whatever, good or whatever. That's what they do. Yeah, man, they was trading your ancestors. I ain't gonna lie, they was treating them. They was literally treating the ancestors like stock. You feel me? I'm trying to tell you something. The little nigga was so mad. Now remember, his moms and him and his moms stacked up all of this bread to free his pops. And the minute that nigga was tired of hearing his correction, he was like, "Yeah, nigga, you gotta go." Oh, for sure says, I need to hear Jacob's side. It's crazy. Son, there is no excuse. Son, there is no excuse. What possible reason could there be? What possible reason could there be to sell your father into slavery? And you heard what he said. Oh, you heard? I keep saying that. You heard what I said. He sold them for a high price. He didn't sell them cheap. He didn't sell them cheap. Nobody knows black people like black people. Come on now, let's talk about it. Nobody knows black people like black people. So when that young black man calls over to the older black man and being like, "Yo, listen, I'm trying to sell him." The speculator was like, all right, he about anywhere between 6'1" to 6'3", 200 pounds. Just look at his physique and shit like that. You know what I mean? I was like, nah, he gonna fetch for a pretty penny. Yeah, they gonna pay at least $2,000 for him. And if you know, $2,000 back then, I told y'all, the average price for a fully grown man, black man, was going for anywhere between $20,000 and $40,000. And if you're a healthy young man, anywhere between 15 to 45, you're gonna be in that upper range. You're going to be closer to 40, sometimes 50, 60 grand. I be trying to tell y'all this. Slaves were never cheap. Slaves were never cheap. Especially at the height of slavery. At the height of the market. 1860, at the height. Oh, nah. Ain't nothing cheap. Ain't nothing cheap about slavery. So let's see. Memphis says he flipped his dad for a new horse. You know he did. That nigga was walking away from that transaction like counting the bread. counting the bread, thumbing through the bread. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. For sure says Pops might have been in there going crazy. I mean, he could have been. You know, it's not impossible, but I don't know how likely that is. Let's see. Memphis says, hold on. What if his dad knew what his price was and asked to be sold because he knew his worth and that would help his fam out more than him being there? Memphis, listen. That sound like the welfare state. See, I need a soundboard. My nigga HJ got it right with that soundboard shit. I need a bum 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 bum. I need the Don DeMarco or some shit like that, because I be dropping some shit. I be saying some shit, but because it's silent in here, the shit don't hit like it's supposed to hit through video, which is fine. I got the soundboard coming. However, what you just described, Memphis, was the welfare state. That's what broke up the black family right there. Right there. That's what broke up the black family right there. I'm glad, yo, that is so crazy. It blew my mind, Memphis. You just blew my mind. Because the government comes in, right? It's the late 20th century. So you're talking about the late 1960s going to the 70s and the 80s, right? And the government comes and says, sis, he's worth more to you gone than here. We'll essentially exchange benefits for him leaving the crib. That exchange benefits for him leaving the crib. We getting to it. Just so you know, I'm, again, primary source, even though I don't even jack late 20th century shit. Shout out to SD Redmond. My scholarship stops at like 1968. I ain't gonna lie. I love my people. I love what the elders did in the 70s. There's a lot of stuff that I really, really, really respect and I admire about the elders and the ancestors that are gone from the 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, and all of that other stuff. But as far as my scholarship go, man, that shit stopped at like around 1968, 1970. I'm not gonna hold you. It's too much shit before that I gotta get to. You feel me? It's too much shit before that I gotta get to. So off the strength of that, I don't really be giving a fuck about after 1968. You feel me? But, okay. No. Wrong one. Clear that. We go here. We click this one. Let me show y'all, just so y'all know I'm not bullshitting. Because Memphis, that was a great point. But we're going to bring it back. This is how we do. Come on. This is how we do over here at Hotep History. You feel me? This is how we do. There we go. Now, I've had this. This was my main thread. You feel me? This was my main thread that I had on my page for a long time. And 2 years ago, I tweeted this. So October 26, 2023, I made a thread on Walter E. Williams, an economist, a black American economist. Okay. He made a documentary called Good Intentions. Definitely recommend you guys watch that. I think we're going to watch that on Patreon. How about that? We'll watch that on Patreon. But you definitely should watch it. But it goes through all of the things. Public school, minimum wage, racist labor and licensing laws, and the welfare, like ushering in, like these things precipitated the welfare line. Then you introduce the welfare line. But this is it right here. This is it right here. A little 4-minute video. Let's tap into it because Memphis made a great point. He made a great point, and I don't like. We need to hear that. We need to hear it on the ground. Here we go.
Black families were almost as stable as white families. The black family did not start falling apart until the 1960s, as more blacks were lured into the welfare culture.
And this came in two ways. One way was that prevented the formation of families, that is, fostered illegitimacy. And it's easy to understand how this happened. Just imagine that you're a 16-year-old girl in some ghetto apartment. You scarcely know your father. He occasionally visits. Perhaps he's drunk a lot of the time. He doesn't have a job. Your mother is under terrible stress trying to discipline her boys who are often out in the streets in gangs. The neighborhood is rife with crime. Within the household itself, there are serious tensions between you and your mother. It's just a very difficult and trying way of life. And the government, however, offers a deal to this 16-year-old girl. It says you can leave all this. You can have liberation in an apartment of your own. You can have access to some 17 different social programs. You can have free medical care, free legal assistance if you need it. You can have several $100s a month free, all on one condition. And that one condition is that you have an illegitimate child. And this isn't a racial problem. It's nothing to do with blacks as a race. Indeed, in Sweden, where they have an even more ample welfare state, 40% of all Swedish children are born out of wedlock.
In my day, no able-bodied adult male could receive welfare or even live in a household that received welfare. We were lucky. There was no way we could be sucked into the welfare trap.
When you talk about young men getting into the working market, labor force during the 1960s, I think one of the saddest stories is that they were told not to do those things which were eventually going to bring them out of poverty permanently.
Pause. They were told not to do the things that were going to bring them out of poverty permanently. It's what I'll be telling you about the enemy. Your enemy wants you to self-destruct. It's not about just destroying you. They want you to do it to yourself so they don't have to do any of the work. No. All of the things that would get you out of poverty, fuck those things. Don't do them. We don't advise you to do those because then you're not going to be under our fucking thumb anymore. Keep that in mind, son.
Which is to say that a young man, before the advent of a lot of these changes, not only had to hang on to that, in quotes, dead-end job. By hanging on to it, he was also establishing a record as a reliable worker, and as time went on, he had more and more chances to establish a more secure job and get a better income. Once it became more rational for him to drift in and out of the labor market, having a job for a while, then not having a job and putting together a package of welfare benefits, perhaps getting some money from a woman he was living with, perhaps getting some money in the underground economy. That would increase his income in the short term. But when he got to be 23, 24 years old, he had already labeled himself, in his own eyes and in the eyes of the labor market, as an unreliable worker who is qualified only for the worst possible jobs.
In other words, the welfare state tells you that you're optional, that all your struggles, all your labors in the workforce are unnecessary, that as a matter of fact, that you can support your wife and children best by leaving them. That's the deal that the welfare state offers.
You would be better suited to take care of your family by leaving them. By leaving them.
The man in the ghetto. And not surprisingly, over the years, increasing numbers of men have left their families in the ghetto.
Period. See, y'all be trying to think, y'all be thinking I'll just be talking on my ass, G. This is what I'm saying. This shit is written. So, while that little side note was branched off to what from what Memphis was saying, that is exactly what Memphis is saying in the 19th century context is exactly what was happening in the late 20th century. 100 years later, right? 1860 to 1960, 1970, right? 100 years later, the same incentive. We are able to flip him, replace him with money benefits. The same thing. So I'm going to read Memphis's comment again. Hold on. What if his dad knew what his price was and asked to be sold because he knew his worth, and that would help him, that would help his fam out more than him being there? Ain't that what this man just said in the documentary? You would be better suited taking care of your wife and children if you left. It's the psyop, son. This is what I'm trying to tell you. This is the reason why I say what I say. Shout out to Memphis for this. That was profound, bro. That was profound. Because who's to say that didn't actually happen? Now, we know that son did it out of spite of his father. But we're not going to sit there and act like that high price that I mentioned wasn't mentioned. He was able to flip his pops, exchange him for currency, for fiat, for money. You don't think even with his scruples with his pops and all of that he didn't think about buying land or buying whatever that's going to help him advance in life at the expense, literal expense of selling his father? That's what happened. Fathers sold themselves for a 40-hour work week worth of benefits. Yo, man, listen. She gonna get these benefits anyway. If I leave, she gonna get these benefits. And you seen the way the life of the single black man. Odd jobs here and there. Laying up with a woman who getting benefits. Selling drugs here and there. Robbing, like underground bullshit. And you see the age that he said. I think this was made in like the 80s. Late 70s, 80s. And he said 23, 24. That's what he meant by saying when he said get older. So that means we talking 17, 18, 19. Odd jobbing, laying up, all of this other shit, perpetuating the cycle. That's what they wanted. So again, when I say the things that I say, understand, son, this shit is backed by people who are there, man. This is happening in real time. Walter E. Williams was describing the welfare state while the welfare state didn't even reach its peak yet. This is not even the peak of the welfare state in Black America. And you see Sonny even say, yo, this ain't even got nothing to do with race, because in Sweden, where they have even more social safety nets and all of that stuff coming from the government, they have illegitimate children. At 40%, damn near half of the population is illegitimate. No marriage. What also happened during this time was no-fault divorces. What also happened was the government literally paying for your divorce. That wasn't mentioned here. They would literally pay for your divorce. Whatever proceedings, whatever needed to happen, we'll pay for it. Just don't get married again and you'll get the benefits. So not only do you get the benefit of us paying for your divorce, you get the benefit of staying single and getting whatever to replace the man. I'm trying to tell y'all something, man. They clearly did this on purpose. They clearly did this shit on purpose, fam. You can't tell me no different. Y'all check this thread out, man. This thread is dope. All you gotta do is go to my page and type in Walter. You can check the thread out. I made them into digestible clips. You can also watch the full documentary on YouTube. But it'll explain to you from a black man and other experts, obviously. Let's talk about public schools. Fuck it, man. We here. We here. Let's go. We're not gonna go through the whole thread, but I'm gonna go to the ones that I think are important. Fuck it. We here. Let's go. Let's get into it. Let's get into the public schools that y'all love so fucking much.
In the early 1960s, the federal government was putting less than $1 billion a year into elementary and secondary education. Since 1964, federal spending on elementary secondary schools has gone up more than 900%. And
more than 900%. Almost 10x the amount. Niggas have put almost 10 times the amount of money into the school system, the public school system, than previous.
During that very period, education has gone downhill by every conceivable objective measurement of real.
Every conceivable metric after infusing or increasing the spending, the federal spending on our schools, ninefold, metrics are going down. All conceivable metrics, shits are going down. This is in the 1980s, late 70s, going into the 80s, or already the 80s.
Academic performance.
The 1960s were a time of great hope for public education. Not only was federal money coming in, most black people believed that integration and the civil rights movement would put black parents in greater control of their children's education. It didn't work out that way.
20 years ago, more than half of every dollar spent on education went to classroom teachers. But today, the fastest growth area in education is administrators, researchers, consultants, people who often don't even set foot in a classroom.
Sound fucking familiar? Trust in the government? Trust in the government. Motherfucker, the money, all of that increase in bread didn't even go to the classrooms. They went to a bunch of motherfucking suits who don't even see a classroom on a day-to-day basis. Which I want to trust the government. Go on.
And we're now spending less than 40 cents out of every dollar on classroom teachers.
So it went from half of all of the bread going to the teachers. We increase all of this funding for the schools, and now less than half of that money is going to the teachers. Come on, man.
There's a parasitic structure that has come into being that has nothing to do with the interaction between teacher and child in the classroom.
Can we really blame government for the nationwide decline in education? Can't we blame the Vietnam War, or the turmoil of the 60s, or lingering discrimination? Unfortunately not. While public schools are falling apart, non-public schools are maintaining their standards. Schools like this one, Ivy Leaf of Philadelphia, just a few miles from Benjamin Franklin. Ivy Leaf spends far less in educating their children, yet 80% of their children score higher than the national norm on standardized reading and math tests.
80% of the babies in this private black school are performing better than the national average. 8 out of 10 students in this privately owned black school are performing better than the national average. That's regardless of race, beloveds. Regardless of race, these little black babies are performing better than the nation. Better than the nation. And now we got all of this money going into the DOE. Okay. We got all of this federal funding and all this other stuff. But it's going to administrators and a bunch of bullshit. And now 85% of our babies can't read or do math at grade level. But y'all want to keep trusting this same entity. Y'all want to keep trusting these same people. Walter E. Williams is talking about the destruction of the public school system in the 80s. This is in the 80s. We are now 40 years later from the time that this documentary was made. And now 85% of the babies in general can't read or do math at grade level. It seems to me, from where I'm sitting, that Walter E. Williams was absolutely motherfucking correct. Let's go.
When my daughter was in the public schools, my husband and I felt that she was not being challenged enough. So we took her out and put her in Ivy Leaf, and we're very happy, and she's very happy because not only is she making good grades, she also has self-confidence, and she's showing some leadership qualities.
Man, come on, man. Why are we running from the truth? Why are we running from, again, what did the ancestors fuel themselves off of? How did the ancestors think about situations and problems and solutions? Pragmatically and practically. That's what she did. Yo, I'm not liking what I'm seeing as far as my daughter's performance in this public school system. I'm not liking it. They're not challenging her enough. She's not engaged. All right, let's put her in Ivy Leaf. Let's put her in Ivy Leaf and see how she does. And then immediately you see an uptick in performance. Immediately. Because you're actually putting your child in an institution that actually gives a fuck. Because there is no government funding coming. There is none. So just like any other business, like any other store, restaurant, or anything else, if you give bad service, you're not going to get any customers. So these private schools, these private black schools, they need the parents to come through. They need the parents to pay the tuition every year. They need it. And the only way that you're going to be able to secure that tuition from the parents is that their children are coming home smarter than they went to school. They came home smarter that day than when they left. That is the only way I'm going to pay this private institution more money. That is the only way. The only way I'm going to give this school more of my money for my child's education if they're actually educating my baby. Actually, I can see the intelligence on her. And as you can see, it wasn't just the intelligence. She's showing more confidence and more leadership skills. Simple. It's never been rocket science. It's always been practical. It's always been pragmatic. Always. We don't have time for this shit. We don't have time to try to sift through the unnecessary complexities of the school system. Yo, they're not serving my children. I know the argument is, well, my tax dollars go to this, for sure. So while you can hold them accountable for their shitty work, you need to be thinking immediately. Because that may take some time. Your son or daughter may have graduated elementary, middle, or high school by the time you get the government to change. These motherfuckers is going to sit there and tell you, oh, we increased spending by 900%, almost tenfold. So imagine you complaining to the public school system like they did 20 years before this documentary was made in the 1960s, right? Because this is right after Brown versus Board, 1954. 6 years later, at the very least, they like, yo, what's up? So remember, I told y'all, and this is the reason why I be wanting y'all to study the ancestors and not study history. When you study the ancestors, you remember that the parents on the ground in 1954, as it pertained to Brown versus Board, wanted what? Proper allocation of their tax funds to go into black schools. Stop taking my black money and then putting it into these black schools and then calling it superior. No. Fair shake. Equal exchange, no robbery. I pay my motherfucking taxes. Let it go to the black schools. That's what the parents on the ground wanted. The NAACP and everybody else was like, yo, listen, we're going to sue to have you just go to the white schools that are already properly funded. The parents was like, okay, that's not what I asked for. I said I want the black school that my black babies go to have the proper funding. Your response to me saying that is, okay, we just going to have your black baby go to the white school that already got the proper funding. And it's really not proper because anyway, you would have to say at the least a quarter to a half of that money should be going to the black school anyway. So it's really not proper at all, but they're more funded than the black schools. So your solution was to say, fuck all of the black schools, fuck all of the black teachers, fuck all of the black administrators, fuck all of the black educators and all of that other shit, PE teachers, etc., fuck them. We're just going to send the black babies into territory that they are not welcomed in. We all know that they're not welcome in. And then not even 10 years later, now they're going back to the government being like, yo, we need more funding for these schools. So wait, the initial issue was that black schools weren't getting the proper funding based upon your tax dollars. And then after you've integrated, and now you've destroyed all of these black schools, and now they're inside of these white schools or these integrated schools, you're still going back to the government and saying, yo, we need more funding. The government responds. The government responds and says, you know what? 900% increase. 900% increase. 900% increase, and they still are underfunded because now all of that 900% increase only went to is a bunch of people who will never see a classroom. And you keep asking the same entity to help you. You keep on. They fuck you every which way to Sunday, and you still say, yo, I want some more. When are we going to stop with the cycle? 900%. If you're, yo, imagine if your job gave you a 900% raise, G. Imagine if your boss gave you a 900% raise, dog. And that's still not adequate because the money is going to a bunch of people that have no connection to you whatsoever. You got 900% more money coming in, but this shit about to go to this charity or this entity or this establishment or this group of people. On paper, you done made 900% increases on your paycheck. But when it comes down to brass tacks, when it comes down to the actual results of that paycheck, after all of the deductions are there, you right back into where the fuck you was at. It's a sham, son. It's a sham. It's a psyop. They want you to believe that they give a fuck about your baby's education. They don't. It's indoctrination camps. That's what they are. They feed your baby a bunch of bullshit, make sure that they're underperforming on all levels. They hiring motherfuckers don't even give a fuck about teaching. We got teachers now that are more focused on being fucking content creators than being a teacher. I just seen a video of a young stud doing the most, got fired immediately because she's posting videos of the students, of the classroom, all types of shit that's supposed to be acceptable in these days, but they're not. They're against the rules. And now you out of a fucking job. You know why? Because she shouldn't have been a fucking teacher in the first place. The standards of all of this shit has gone to hell. In the public sector. The private sector, they still cooking. I know private schools in 2025 are still cooking. Because well-off people are still sending their babies there. And if you are going to have a public school system, you're going to see places where the people on the ground are putting the feet of the politicians that run their districts and shit like that to the fire. You're going to properly fund this school. We don't give a fuck about the town over. We don't give a fuck about the state over. You are going to properly fund this motherfucker, though. I remember my cousin. She was telling me about this private school in Brooklyn. And the private school, the teachers and the parents, they had a meeting. And they were like, yo, the kids, we were talking to the kids and stuff like that, and they want to learn violin. The kids want to learn violin, but we don't have any violinists to teach them. And they was like, okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to look and search for a violinist locally. It's New York City. There's a musician. It's New York City. It's nothing to find a violinist. We're going to find a violinist, ask them what their rates are, what they charge per hour, map it out for the school year, see how much it's going to cost, work with them, try to get a good deal because they're going to be getting paid up front and stuff like that, and we'll pay privately. The parents, okay, are going to come together, pool their resources, and pay for the violinist. Let's just say the violinist costs 50 grand, 25 grand or something like that for the year. They're going to come up with the bread as teachers and parents, pool their resources, and be like, okay, violinist, here's 25 grand, teach all these babies how to play the violin. That's how this shit works, man. You don't need a bunch of red tape. You don't need a bunch of bureaucracy. You don't need a bunch of suits who are never even going to meet the violinist, meet the children, go to the school, or none of that shit to fucking check off or approve anything. Go find a violinist and have that violinist teach your baby how to play the motherfucking violin. It's that simple. That's it. Again, this shit, you have to understand, this shit was never meant to be complex. It was never meant to be complex. I remember when I was a kid, I thought it was mad hard to get a license. I thought it was mad hard to get a driver's license when I was a kid. When I was like 8, 9, 10 years old, I thought like you had to be like this most specialized person in the fucking world to be able to drive a car and get a license. Imagine my surprise. Imagine my surprise when I'm a teenager without a license driving, just like everybody else. Blew my mind. Like, oh, this shit is easy as hell. And it's like, well, duh. If this was some super, super specialized skill, it wouldn't be that many cars on the road. Dead ass, yo. I looked at adulting as a kid in such a way that I thought you had to be damn near a rocket scientist to become an adult. Because the adults around me, they driving nice cars. They got good jobs. You know what I'm saying? It's fly shit going on. And I hold them to a high regard. And then when I got older and older, I started making my own money at 13 and all of this other shit. I started to say like, oh shit, I can do this. You feel me? I remember when my homie got a CDL, this nigga thought you had to be the most technical nigga in the world to get a CDL. Nigga came home from getting that CDL and was like, yo, son, oh yeah, that shit was easy. And of course, he started telling everybody, that one nigga to get the CDL in the crew? So now everybody should get a CDL? That was the type of nigga he was. You feel me? But again, son, like all of this shit was based upon simplicity, pragmatism, and practicality. What can you actually do? What does your body and your mind actually need? Hold on. Is this nigga? Hold on. Oh, no, he not even. Yeah, there we go. Hold on. Yo. Is it going through? Yo.
Word.
To accept, press 1. To send a voice.
Why you hang up? All right, so when y'all call, y'all got to give me a minute to get the call, G. Y'all got to give me a minute to get the call. So you going to say your name and all of that. Call back, Rashad. That was Rashad on the line. Call back, Rashad. What you got for me? My man Rashad is calling me. Well, can I call him back? Hold on. Am I able to call him back? Yeah, we able to call him back. Yeah.
What's the word?
What's the word, my boy? Yeah. You see, you had to say your name before you call this motherfucker. State your name, gangster.
I said, damn, we got security. Listen, teach me how to get security. I need it too, shit.
That's a fact, nigga. You know you need it.
For real. Shit, crazy. But yeah, man, you doing your shit, man. Got the hotlines popping.
Yes.
The question I was watching, listening. I was trying to answer the question, man, but I forgot. You said, who you getting out of slavery or something? Who you getting out of the shackles, Dad?
All right, so check. We got two questions, okay? First question, and I'm gonna run it down for you because I gotta sell this thing. So
yeah.
So check. We're gonna put you in the husband's seat. All right. So you free, your wife free. Your daughter, who's an adult, is not free. However, your adult daughter is married. And the man that her husband is free. Not only is he free, they have had 7 children together. So I'm asking you, Rashad.
While she was in shackles?
Yes, nigga. So whose responsibility is it to free that young woman? You as her father or her husband?
I mean, I'm going to say Pops.
You going to say Pops still?
Because I'm going to say Pops because I'm a dad. Right? But you having sex with my daughter and she done popped out 7 kids and you more focused on that than getting her out of slavery, I got something for your ass too, nigga. I can tell you that right now. I don't like him already. He a fictional nigga too. I don't like him.
So, okay, I get what you're saying, right? But if we're talking about how the ancestors did it, right, and how they looked at, responsibility, once a man marries a woman, he now takes on her. That he takes the responsibility of taking care of his wife in all ways, always, right? So
for sure.
Let's just I'm gonna play the son, right? So you Pops and I married your daughter. You about to be mad at me, you feel me? And it's like, excuse me, yeah, I fucked that totally up. But anyway, when it comes down to that shit, right, I think that it's the husband's responsibility, bro. I do.
Yeah, I do too. I think it is from just like a objective standpoint. I think it is the husband's responsibility because it goes from dad to the husband. That's how it went. You went from your parents' house to your husband's house, right? But as a dad, it's like, my baby girl, right? But for the husband, your mind is in the wrong place, fam. If you worried about sex, and you ain't worried about getting your wife out of this space so y'all can be together as a family for real. And so that's why I be like, nah, man, this nigga, I don't fuck with cuz. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Yeah, but it is his responsibility.
Absolutely, because it's like, yo, you've been fucking for a decade. 7 kids, that takes at least 8 years. If you back to back in it,
a lot of work, man.
It's a lot of work. You feel me? You putting in a lot of work in that slave cabin, Jack.
For real.
And you done pay for your slavery. Either your mother was free, so you was born free, or you worked and paid for your own slavery, or however it worked. However you got your manumissions, nigga. So maybe between kid 2 and 3, you should have thought about freeing her.
Something.
You feel me? So the second question, so I'm glad we're on the same page on that. The second question is, you are free, your mother is free, but your father's not. Does that negatively affect your relationship with your pops in any way? Can he still discipline you? Can he still tell you right from wrong? Can he still correct you? Can he still whoop your ass if you get out of line? How does that work for you?
You know what that depends on?
What?
That depends on the respect level that the mom still has for the father. Because if the mom still respect Pops, then it's going to trickle down to the kids still respecting Pops. So the dynamic is still going to be father, head of household, leader. If the mom don't respect Pops, then nah, nigga, you can't say shit to me. You still in shackles, and then I'm listening to my mama. So it really depends on how the mom feel about dad.
I ain't gonna lie. Good point. Good point. If moms is not respecting it, I'm definitely not. Like, if I'm born into it, right? I'm born into it. Yeah, man, I ain't gonna lie. Like, it'd be one thing, like, if I got free while, and, you know, I was a slave while I was alive, and then my pops, you know, he didn't pay for his freedom and all this other shit yet, or whatever it is, however it worked, then that's different. But if I'm born into this, and my mom don't respect your gangster, if my mom don't respect your masculinity and your role because of whatever dynamics she may have with him, you feel me? She can go into town, he can't. She got better working hours. You feel me? Like, you know, it's like I've seen the relationship between free and enslaved Black Americans during this time. You had a lot of enslaved people who hated free Black Americans and vice versa. You had Black Americans who would call themselves freemen, and that's because their lineage has always been free. You feel me? They never been enslaved. And then they will call the enslaved people freedmen after slavery was over, or, you know, after they got their manumission papers, because they were previously in bondage. These free Black Americans called them contraband. That was a pejorative. Okay, that was the slur that they free Black Americans would call enslaved Black Americans. Like, look at that, you contraband, fuck out of here, nigga. Like, that's how it was. Wow. Oh yeah, nigga. Niggas have been niggering for centuries, G. Ain't shit changed. You feel me? So you are absolutely right in that. That's a good answer. That's a good answer, man. So, were you present when we were going over the welfare state segment?
No, I was doing a lot. It was kind of like, you know, watching in and out. But no, I wasn't pregnant. Pregnant. What the fuck is going on? Hey, you know they said I'm a drunk out here.
Yeah, they said Yo, son. Oh, man, don't make me wake it up. We got 200 people watching, nigga. Don't make me wake it up.
Jesus, man. Jesus.
Nasty.
But no, I wasn't. I didn't hear that part.
Nah, so yeah, you got to go back and check it out. I was going on my rant. You know, you missed the public school. You missed the trust the government. You know, you missed you missed the government ain't do nothing wrong. So, you know, we gotta trust the government. We gotta hope that the legislators throw us a bone every 4 years and shit, man. Nah, fuck that. We going private, nigga. We going private. So, but yeah, man. So this the number, nigga. Save it. This is the number to the show, 702-483-1566. I'm memorizing this shit on some DJ shit. It's gonna be I'm telling you, watch when I mix it into the show. 702-483-1566. Call on into the Hotep History Live. What do you got to say? You feel me?
Man, I'm fucking with it, man. This shit premium. I'm fucking with it, dog. This quality content right here.
Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate it. So Rashad broke the ice for you cowardice people. Okay, for you scaredy ass people, and I done put the number in the chat. It's 190 of you niggas watching. I know one of you niggas want to call. Again, 702-483-1566. Thank you again, Rashad, for calling in, bro. Keep your head on the swivel. Remember what I told you, nigga. Fuck them niggas.
For real. I was looking into it today, man. Fists in the air.
Fists in the air, G.
I'm going to be listening. I'm going to be in the chat.
All right, bro. For sure.
All right, then, bro.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, man. Fist in there for my nigga Rashad, man. What fuck niggas thought, man? We ain't about to even waste our time with that bullshit. It's all good. We back at it. So, back to my rant. You hear me? We have to understand that the government has never been our friends, ladies and gentlemen. Never. And they never will be. The only thing that you can do as a private citizen is either hold the motherfucker so accountable that they can't even breathe without you being right there. They can't move. They can't spend a dollar. They can't talk. They can't have a meeting without you in their face with cameras, with microphones, holding them accountable, putting everything on the record. You got to be a motherfucking stenographer when it comes to these fucking people. Hold them to every sentence, every bar, every syllable. Or trust your neighbor. That's it. Trust your fucking neighbor. That's it. Or both. That's it. That's your three options. Go completely independent and private. Hold the government absolutely accountable for all of their shit. Or mix the two up and make it fucking happen. That's it. That's it. But relying on the government and petitioning the government for more shit and not without any checks and balances, without any type of holding these niggas accountable, you fucked up in the game. You fucked up in the game. That's a losing game. You feel me? What else we got? Because it was a culmination of shit. I think that was it. I think I made my point. We could do this one because it's a shorter one. We could do this one.
This is where we lived. The Richard Allen Project of North Philadelphia.
Shout out to North Philly. I ain't live too far from Richard Allen. But let's start it again.
Where do people end up after the government denies them chances for a decent education or a decent job? In the clutches of the worst government roadblock of them all, the dependency of the welfare system.
Period. Fucked up education, terrible licensing laws and unions, racist ass unions, high ass prices every fucking where to get a license. Your ancestors was cutting hair without a fucking license for centuries, nigga. For decades. Never needed a license for that shit. And shout out to all the licensed barbers and the hairstylists out there. Please God. Shout out to all of y'all. But what I'm saying is, for all of you licensed people who care about your industry, who care about all of the things that you are into right now, I'm talking ancestry. I'm not talking about right now. Okay? You know who I'm talking to. I'm not talking about right now. What I'm saying is, all of these unnecessary licenses and the unions and all of that other shit, you feel me? Pretty much said that black American men, we don't want you here. And then, this is where you end up. Look at that black man. Look at him. Now, this could have been, an actor or whatever. I doubt it. Because none of these people, you see them, they filming right in the ghetto. They filming right in Philly. Niggas sitting on project steps recording and making this documentary. You feel me? Crystal says justice for Bree. Justice for Bree. But look at this black man, yo. Head in his hand, fucked up, because he got to rely on the man. Put food on the table. That nigga would much rather work 12 hours a day for the rest of his life than to do this shit. But yo, listen, dog. I got to do what the fuck I got to do.
This is where we lived. The Richard Allen Project of North Philadelphia. My father deserted us when I was 3, so occasionally my mother had to take welfare. But she didn't like it, so she took work as a domestic servant whenever she could. Back then, welfare wasn't a way of life. My mother only received $25 a week. Almost any job paid more than that. So even if she wanted to stay on welfare, she had very little incentive to do so.
The changes in welfare benefits during the 1960s were quite large. If you take the case of a woman going on AFDC in a typical industrial state, I'll take Pennsylvania as an example. In 1960, she would have gotten about $23, which in 1980 purchasing power was about $63. By 1970, she could have gotten benefits conservatively estimated, not tapping all of the possible sources of support, but a minimal package that would amount to about $134 in 1980 purchasing power. By way of comparison, a minimum wage job in 1960 only paid $111 in 1980 purchasing power. In other words, in 1970, the AFDC plus other forms of benefits were providing purchasing power somewhat greater than you could make by working 40 hours a week at a minimum wage job.
A minute, dog. No. Let's go back to that chart. Let's go back to that chart, chat. Where that chart at? Hold on. Where is it? Look at this. So, in 1960, the welfare state was just brewing. Just like Walter E. Williams said, my mom's was getting a little bit here, a little bit here. Said his father abandoned him. Didn't say the system took him away. The nigga said that my father abandoned us. All accountability, all personal choice. Anyway, a minimum wage job at that time was given a little bit under double than what you would get from the government. And just 10 years later, minimum wage slightly edges over sitting on your ass and getting a bunch of government assistance. And you think that wasn't enough of an incentive? You don't think that was enough of an incentive? You feel me? I'm trying to tell y'all something. They lined the elders and some of the ancestors up, mostly the elders. This is 1980 and shit like that. Unless you was already like 60 years old in the 80s, you more than likely still around. So this is what they did to the elders. This is what they did to the elders. They was like, yo, they knew. These niggas knew. They was like, yo, the only thing that's keeping these niggas healthy, the only thing that's keeping these niggas together or keeping these niggas from falling all the way to what we want them to be is that goddamn husband, that goddamn father they got, that family dynamic that they share. Them family reunions, going to church, and having both parents in the home. We get that. We fix that. We fix everything. They did the study. They studied your ancestors just like I did. And they seen all of the shit that these motherfuckers was able to do well. And every single time that they saw the ancestors not doing well, they looked and was like, oh, his father was killed when he was a baby. Oh, his father died in the war when he was a baby. Oh, his father there was no male in the house. Let's do that. Let's get the man out of here. And that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. They understood the play. These are the same people that have been subjugating your ancestors. This is not anything new. These motherfuckers was castrating and cutting balls off back then. So they knew. They knew. And they was like, yo, son, how we gotta fix this damn screen? How are we going to make this permanent or as permanent as possible? Let's incentivize. Let's just pay for it. Let's just pay them to get rid of the nigga. I'm pretty sure when they was having their evil ass meetings, that nigga, they was like, by God, George, that's an amazing idea. All we do is just increase the fucking welfare packages, pay the women, okay? Pay the women and say, yo, if you want to keep getting this money, okay, just get rid of him. That's it. Sell him off. It only makes sense. It only makes sense when you look at everything in totality and come together. You will walk away with, oh. We talk about the breaking up of the black family and all that shit all of the time. We had an entire episode about it on the Hotep History Podcast, Patreon exclusive, patreon.com/Hotep History. It's right there. It's right there. Patreon.com/Hotep History. Make sure you're tapping in. You feel me? But this is what the play was. And then all of the other shit, war on drugs, that was extracurricular. That was just stomping on the grave of the proverbial grave of the black American family. We already incentivized the woman and the man to not even come together, but then we're gonna add drugs into the mix. Fuck it. Because that just allows us to keep them away. This motherfucker might go and get a job and get his family back. Let's lock him up. Let's lock him up. That motherfucker may be motivated by the fact that he misses his babies and his wife or his ex-girl or whatever. He might be motivated by that shit and go get a job, clean himself up and shit like, nah, crack. Drugs. Let's put the drugs in this motherfucker. Nah, he a little bit too productive on his own. Let me show him. Let me convince this motherfucker that he can use that productivity to become a fucking kingpin. Look at all of the stories that Val teaches. Shout out to my man Val. These niggas is making tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars selling crack, nigga. Now, I'm not sitting here saying that the skills were one-to-one transferable, but a nigga who can put his mind to doing that shit, I'm not saying that he's automatically equipped to be a CEO of a company, because I hate when niggas do that shit. There's a difference between being a hustler and a businessman. I know the rap and our culture has kind of conflated the two, but no, they're two different things. However, you can have some hustle as a businessman. You feel me? You can. That's for sure. So when it comes down to that shit, these niggas have actually, put their mind to some real shit and not sell crack and actually sold fucking bottles of water or loaves of bread or towels or whatever the fuck, they would have been able to make themselves enough money to go take care of his motherfucking kid, get his girl off of fucking welfare, move out of the ghetto, and have a life with his family. But nah, fuck that, nigga. You about to sell drugs and you about to go to jail for 100,000 years minimum. You feel me? Let's check the chat, man. Let's check the chat. Crystal says, damn, Bree can't catch a break. She's just trying to feed us up for her children, man. Listen, I get it. Just enough 215. I don't know if you're from Philly, but we was because you could be from anywhere in PA. Well, not anywhere in PA, but we was just, all of this is based in, like, not all of this is based in Philly, but this documentary takes place in Philly because Walter E. Williams is from North Philly. But he says, or she says, if welfare disappears, do marriage rates go up fairly quickly, you think? Fairly quickly, no. But consistently and gradually, absolutely. Absolutely, I think. Because right now, look at it right now. They taking the food stamps away, right? Or they're threatening to take the food stamps away. You see how people have responded. And so I do think, and this is, I hate this, but I do think one of the greatest things about black Americans, one of the greatest things, not the greatest thing, but one of the greatest things about black Americans is that we know how to respond when our backs are against the wall. We know how to respond when it's time to tighten our belts. You feel me? We know that we got to do what we got to do. And so when it comes to that shit, yeah, we're going to make a way out of no way. I remember, and a lot of people don't like to admit this, but I remember when Trump first got elected and all of the Democrats, the blackface Democrats, and everybody was fear-mongering black Americans, right? Telling them that we about to go back to slavery and all this other fuck shit, right? I saw a bunch of black Americans being like, yo, listen, especially fresh off Obama, right? At least we had the symbolism of a nigga in office. Now we got a New York white man, Donald Trump, coming through, right? So mad people on the timeline. I'll never forget it. Mad people on the timeline. I was like, all right, now listen, black America, we got to do this. We got to make sure we circulating our dollar. We got to make sure that we are on top of shit. We got to make sure that we doing for self. We got to make sure we doing all of this fly shit because Trump is in office. And the logic behind it was, we know the government is not on our side. Since we know that the government is not on our side, right? In that way, because, white supremacy, all the other shit, even though the government is not on your side, based upon the fact that they want to subjugate as many fucking people under their regime as much as possible. It's 333 million people or 330 million people in this country. You are not the only people they want to oppress. I promise you. You're not the only people they want to keep the fucking thumb on. I promise you. You have a unique experience as a black American, and they're going to use that unique experience to keep the thumb on you, but it's the same over there in the white ghettos and the white poor neighborhoods. It's the same over there in the Asian ghettos, same over there in the Hispanic ghettos, just all specifically tailor-made to your ass. That's it. And that's the reason why they want to keep you motherfuckers arguing with each other, because you'll never be able to look up and see it's these niggas that's fucking shit up. But anyway, when you know the government is not going to hold you down in any capacity because you think they about to be totally against you, you do things. You do things that are going to be a little bit more conservative, even if it's not politically. You're going to be more mindful of tomorrow. You're going to have a lot more foresight, a lot more forethought. You're going to start thinking farther down the line than just today, tomorrow, next week. You are going to think a year from now, 2 years from now. What's this look like 5 years from now? You are essentially going to return back to what the ancestors were already built upon second nature wise, because they knew that already. They knew that already. Shout out to Lincoln. Shout out to him. Yeah, for sure. The great emancipator, blah, 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 blah. However, there's a bunch of congressmen. There's a bunch of senators. There's a bunch of mayors. There's a bunch of fuck people in office. So we need to build our own towns. We need to build our own churches. We need to build our own schools. We need to be self-sufficient as possible, because if we rely on these motherfuckers, they gonna poison us. They gonna fuck us over. It was inherent. They knew clothes weren't going to be worn if clothes weren't stitched by black Americans. Food wasn't going to be eaten if it wasn't grown by black Americans. It was second nature. So unfortunately, fairly quickly may not happen in 2025. Because, yeah, you have the government and all of that stepping in to replace and all that other shit, but now we got social media. We got all of the things that could be used as tools for our proliferation, progress, and advancement are now the same tools to use to placate and make us fucking complacent in our lots in life. The same devices that should and could be used, for our advancement, motherfuckers just squander it away. I got the attention of 213 people right now. I'm not squandering that attention. I'm not. I'm going to double down on what the ancestors have been telling me and everybody else. I don't take this stuff for granted. Okay, it's not, you're not just entitled to 200 people watching you at one time. You're not entitled to that. You got to work for that. And now that I got your attention, Patreon.com/Hotep History. Patreon.com/Hotep History. One, that's what the ancestors would want. And then second, here's what the ancestors stood on. So if you never heard what the ancestors stood on, or if you heard one side of what the ancestors stood on, this is your lesson here tonight. This is your lesson here tonight. Your ancestors prided themselves on self-sufficiency because they knew that if they relied on the external party, that external party, not only are they going to be at the whims and at the behest of that external party, that external party is going to fuck them over at any given time. If it meant the proliferation of themselves, you're going to be the first one, what? On the chopping block. What did they used to say? Last hired, first fired. They understood that. It's the reason why when we get into the archives and we start looking at the newspapers and shit like that, and you see how they be like, yo, listen, nah, black business, nah, self-sufficiency, nah, fuck all of that. Do not fall for the pimping. Do not fall for the pimping. Please don't. These motherfuckers want you to fail. They want you to fail. We can't let that happen, man. We can't let that happen. And that's the reason why we stand on what we stand on. I promise y'all we got a great show tonight lined up for y'all. I didn't plan any of this. But make sure, because we ain't no rush, we're going to be here till about 11, about 12. We're going to be here for a while. So, Sammy says, I'm lost. Who is Bree? Yo, Sammy, Bree is a hypothetical hairdresser. Bree is a hypothetical hairdresser who does hair out of the crib. And there's a bunch of licensed, hairstylists and barbers and stuff like that who don't respect Bree based upon her not going through the proper channels to be a proper hairstylist. And we may have to have a conversation about that, at another time. We've gone over the license versus no license, regulation versus no regulation over at length, but maybe top of next year we revisit the debate. Okay. Let's see. That was good. I appreciate that. Is there anything else here? No, I think we did it. We did it when it comes to. Shout out to Walter E. Williams, man. Exactly just enough. Bree is your cousin. Bree is your family, man. That's what I'm talking about. Shout out to Just Enough. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what part of Philly you from. I lived in North Philly for 10 years, G. I lived in North Philly for 10 years, so I don't know what part you lived in, but that's where I was at. I was off of Broad and Erie. You feel me? What the hell? Y'all can still see me on here? I'm gonna make sure. I be getting error messages and shit, man. I'll be wanting to make sure we Gucci. All right, that's what we're gonna get into later on. But I did want to start off with this. This was sent to me. And some good Black American history. Let's get into it.
The South Side and the West Side are not the only parts of the city that got Black history. You can come right up to the North Pole of Rogers Park and find out about an amazing Black family right out of the city of Chicago. This house is the Pollard House. A guy named John, his wife Amanda, they moved in this house in 1886. But Rogers Park was his own village. Wasn't a part of Chicago quite yet. John was a hero of the Civil War, one of the few Black men that fought for his own freedom, so that made him gangster as hell. Then he had a son, Fritz Pollard. His name is actually Frederick Douglass Pollard. We call him Fritz. Brother Fritz he's the first Black dude to go to Lane Tech and play football. He's the first Black man to get a football scholarship to Brown University. He's the first Black man to be called an All-American. Then he goes on to be one of the few first Black dudes to get drafted into what we call the NFL. And he is the NFL's first Black coach. Then his sister Naomi, she's like the first Black woman to graduate from Northwestern University, which is a huge deal. He had another sister that was the first Black woman to be a nurse in Illinois. His brother Luther is one of the first Black film producers. And then Fritz Pollard's son, he ran in Berlin with Ralph Metcalf and Jesse Owens. And that's like crazy, astonishing Black history.
Man, one family. And y'all, this is what I be talking about. Y'all niggas need to understand how important lineage and legacy is. That's one man's family. His wife, his children. Him, his wife, his children. Amazing. And you see, I tell y'all all of the time, the ancestors were going to name their babies after somebody that they respected. I've noticed that. I told y'all when it came down to the ancestors naming their kids, we're going to get into one of those people today, George Washington Carver. You thought I wasn't going to talk. You thought I was going to bring up Black American agriculture and wasn't going to talk about the wizard himself? George Washington Carver. Who do you think he was named after? George Washington Williams, another Black man. You feel me? There's a Black man named Abraham Lincoln. I forgot what his last name was, but that's why they usually named it. So his Fritz Pollard, his name was Frederick Douglass Pollard. And you see his, like, yo, son, that's what I be trying to tell y'all, man. What's that shit say down there? Okay? When it comes down to the ticker that I got down there, and I should put the hotline number on the ticker so y'all can always see it and shit like that, but I got it. But look, it says what? Do something historic today. That's what these people did. You don't just wake up one day and break records. You don't just wake up one day and make history. No, you do that shit over time and you grind at it. You grind at it. And that's the reason why I be wanting y'all to subscribe to the Patreon so you can watch those documentaries, because the latest one that I dropped, the Joseph H. Jackson versus Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. documentary, and then even the T. Thomas Fortune documentary that I made talking about his views on politics and stuff like that. These are stories that you guys need to know. These are stories that you guys need to know. Okay? What else we got? Oh, right up next, the man himself. The man himself coming right up. Coming right up. Let's get to it. Let's get to it.
In the early 20th century, a brilliant scientist was making waves in the world of agriculture. His innovative research on crop rotation and alternative uses for common plants had caught the attention of America's greatest inventors. One day in 1914, the legendary Thomas Edison decided to make a bold move. He reached out to this scientist with an extraordinary job offer, a prestigious position in Edison's laboratory with an astounding annual salary of $50,000 or $1.5 million adjusted for inflation.
Or $1.5 million a year adjusted for inflation.
Most would have jumped at such an opportunity, especially given the era's prevalent discrimination. But this man was different. With unwavering dedication to his students and research at Tuskegee University, he politely declined Edison's offer, choosing to remain at his beloved institute in the South. The scientist who turned down Thomas Edison's tempting offer? None other than George Washington Carver.
None other than George Washington Carver, the man, the myth, the legend. Turned it down. How many of y'all would have done that? Call in. I'm gonna be spamming the call-ins. Call in. Call in. 702-483-1566. Would you have taken that money? If Thomas Edison is like, you doing your thing over there in Alabama, you writing all of these different books and shit like that, the way that you talking about crop rotation and how you getting into the science of agriculture, which we're going to get into tonight, the science of agriculture, I respect it and I want to pay you. I want you to be in my laboratories pushing this botany, this agriculturalist, shit that you on. You feel me? So when it comes down to this shit, you got to understand how powerful your ancestors were. We know you would have took it, Rashad. We knew. You Uncle Willie from next Friday. I know I said I wasn't going to leave the hood. But as soon as I got that money, I was gone. I know Rashad taking it. What? 1.5 million adjusted for inflation every year guaranteed from Thomas Edison? Oh, I'm gone. Fuck them black students. They don't need me. Oh, for sure says I would have asked for more money. Damn. Damn. All right, yeah, we can do that. We can spin them. We can spin Edison for some more bread. Nigga said I need my coins. It's crazy. That's crazy. Crystal says, what we know about Thomas Edison today, George Washington Carver made the right choice. Yeah, true, because he stole a lot and he was a fraud and he did a bunch of flawed shit. So I do, yeah, he definitely made the right choice. But he didn't know the future. He just had foresight. He had foresight, but the foresight wasn't even about how fucked up Edison could be in the future, even though vibes, right? Vibes. Carver probably met him. Shit, he probably read a letter from him. Who knows? Didn't like the vibes. So, nah, Thomas, thank you for the offer, but I'll kindly decline. I got some black babies to teach, man. I got black kids to teach. They need me. They need to learn about soil, the science of soil. They need to learn, about all of this other shit. What the hell is that? Anyway, they need to learn about all of this shit. You feel me? So I have a duty to my students, and as tempting as your offer is, I gotta decline. Thank you, Mr. Edison. Have a good day. Let's see what Sellout Rashad has to say. He says, if he said 2 mil, you would have turned it down. Yeah, nigga. If I'm George Washington Carver, nigga. Yeah, why not? All right, I ain't gonna hold you. Nah, hold on. If we gonna keep it all the way tall, I ain't gonna lie, man. 2 million. 2 million. That is 2 million a year, by the way. 2 million a year. Like that is life-changing bread, son. I'm not gonna hold you. That is a big bag, but nah, man. He held it down. He held it down for the students. So I gotta hold it down. I gotta hold it down in the name of the ancestors, man. I can't lie to you. But call in, let me know, man. Let me know how y'all would play it. Would y'all play it that way? You know what I'm saying? Rashad getting a bunch of people on his side. So, for sure says 3 mil and I'm leaving my people behind. Best of luck. God bless. Oh my goodness. Y'all not ancestral, man. Y'all not ancestral enough. Y'all gotta tap into the ancestors some more, man. Oh my God. Y'all gotta tap into the ancestors, man. Hold on. Where we at? Yeah, hold on. We gotta get to it. I don't even know who this person is in the chat. But this is y'all. This is dedicated to y'all. I'm about to take a quick little break because I gotta charge my phone and shit. I gotta do a couple things. I just gotta charge my phone. But yeah, I gotta charge my phone and all of that. So give me a second. I'm gonna leave y'all with some good old music. Y'all know how I do, y'all. Give me a second. All right, this for y'all. Take a short little intermission, man. Now that my phone is charging on another spot, I won't be able to know if you called me, but it's all good. Let's see. So I can't. Oh wait, I'm tripping. I can see the chat from here. Hold on, y'all. I can't see y'all just yet. Give me a second. For that well, I don't know why we turned off the music. Might as well keep that music going. Yes, sir. I just want to make sure I can still read the chat, man. Oh man, it's taking a second to load up. Am I lagging? I'm probably lagging now too, ain't I? Come on now. Don't do me like that. They got me lagging now. Come on, man. Don't do a black man like that. Oh, here we go. There go the chat. Let's get them frames per second back up, man. Oh, look at the money emojis. Hold on. Let's go. Emojis and fists in the air. Money emojis and fists in the air. Come on to the money. Let's go. Oh, man. They doing us bad, man. Oh, we got another super chat from who? Shout out to the money makers. We making the ancestors proud. Let's go. Yeah. Oh, man. I love this job. So much. Shout out to Who with the $50 super chat, man. Y'all be letting Who show y'all up with the super chats. I ain't gonna lie to you. I wouldn't let that happen if I was y'all. You feel me? Let's see what the chat says. Says my Hotep family. Let's go. Hotep to the chat. Just Enough says, if I needed the money, I would be gone. But he probably was secure. He was probably secure in himself, comfortable, and had a mission. For sure. I absolutely agree, Just Enough. Sammy says, we still memorialize the sellout. Dube's babies will be chronicling his accomplishments regardless. True. You feel me? And of course, the money emojis. That's the one that got me. Shout out to Rashard and Who in the chat. Fist in the air. Crystal says, money doesn't seem to have been a motivator for him. I mean, he not the first person Booker T. Washington was able to convince to come to Tuskegee and make an impact. That's a fact. Let's see. Christmas also says he really had not guarantees either way. Not guaranteed we would have lasted with Thomas Edison, or that Edison would have not cheated him for sure. Sammy says whether you volunteer to pull up the generation behind you, or you inspire others to do for self, it is all beneficial to the collective. That's a fact, man. That's a fact. That is y'all right. Y'all right. I mean, I do see what y'all saying. I do see what y'all saying. All right. So let's get into it. We got this. So little light brag. This was me this summer. You feel me? This was me. Shout out to the ancestors that grew their own tomatoes. See, Rashad, I'm gonna be the tomato king. You feel me? Junius was the potato king. Down in Thomas was the oyster king. I'm gonna be the tomato king. Fuck it. Why not? You feel me? Why not? Let's keep it going. So those is my tomatoes. Why they got me lagging, man? I don't like the lag. It's all good though. So these are my Roma tomatoes that I grew this summer. They were delicious, by the way. I think I yielded off of this one plant alone, I want to say about 20 Romas, about 20 of them. Anywhere between 15 and 20 of them. You dig? And they were delicious. And so we go back to the bookmark. This was George Washington Carver on tomatoes and a recipe for candied tomatoes. So let's get into that. Let's see what he had to say. So that's me in August of 2025. And this is George Washington Carver. You feel me? In 1942, Rashad says, don't nobody want no tomatoes. Peppers, maybe. All right, I'll be the pepper king. You know what I'm saying? The spice king. What you saying? It ain't nothing. Yeah, Rashad look like I don't eat tomatoes ass nigga. He look like that. He look like I don't like tomatoes. He take the tomatoes off the burgers and all of that. Like, he look like that. He be picking the tomato. He look like a picky eater. It's always the picky eaters got something to say. Tomatoes are amazing. Look. Send me the jalapenos. Jalapenos is crazy. Jalapenos was nasty, Hotep. That was nasty. Don't say jalapenos again. But anyway, here's what George Washington Carver had to say in 1942 about tomatoes. And like I said, the recipes, right? So he says, if it were generally known what a distinct and delicious product the tomato makes when properly dried, I am sure every housewife would try a few pounds. You hear that, Rashad? If you really knew, you know what I'm saying, what a distinct and delicious product the tomato makes when properly dried, you actually might change your tune, but you don't know nothing. You feel me? So, when eaten as a confection, it is far superior to many of the so-called choice candies sold at fancy stores. And George Washington Carver is not one to just talk and not give you give you the game. So here's method number 1 and 2. Number 1, take thoroughly ripe tomatoes, wash and slice or chop, put in preserving kettle, and cook slowly until thoroughly done. Pass through a colander to remove the skins and hard cores. Return to the kettle and boil until thick like jam. Spread on plates and dry in the sun or oven. Okay? When dry, roll up like jelly cake or cut in squares and put away the same as other dried fruit. When wanted for use, soak in a little cold water until soft and then use exactly as tomato paste. Delicious catsup. That's what they used to call it. I don't know why they call ketchup catsup. Or I think I'm getting that wrong. I think catsup and ketchup are two different things. Tell me in the chat. Let me know in the chat. Delicious catsup can be made from this dried paste by softening and adding the required amount of vinegar and spices. And now we have method number 2. Select tomatoes that are full grown but green or just beginning to tinge with color, like how we seen in my photos, right? You know, me. Treat in every way exactly the same as for method number 1. This paste will be pleasingly tart and is especially fine for making green tomato pies, which is an old family favorite among pies. We hope every housewife will try this one or both try one or both of these methods. So that was George Washington Carver on candied tomatoes and tomato paste. Okay. And here we go. So my man, what is his name? I'm going to say Sinistra. Okay. Big supporter of the channel, big supporter of me. Shout out to my man Sinistra. He asked me, were there any particular scientists of note from the 18th and 19th century we should know about and study more to bring more prominence? Also, what was the book by G.W. Carver, George Washington Carver, about planting and growing different crops? So I brought up Onesimus. You know, Onesimus is one of my favorite. He saved the entire city of Boston from smallpox in 1721 by introducing inoculation to America. And then as far as his George Washington Carver question, here we go. This is what we got for him. We got Nature's Garden for Victory and Peace, revised and reprinted. You know, I got this one. I think this is where the tomato recipe is. We also, and that's 1942, October 1942. And then we have Progressive Nature Studies by George Washington Carver. Okay, this was in 1897. Okay, 1897. And then we have this book, How to Build Up Worn Out Soils. I want to get into that. So just give me a second while I look it up. Yeah, man. Let's check the chat too while we doing that. Let's see. The chat says, for sure says, peppers are my bag. Love to pickle peppers. Shout out to the pickle peppers. They are delicious. Rashad says, because Crystal says, damn, Rashad, you hating on tomatoes now? Yeah. And then then Rashad says, I'm a generational hater. Shout out to the generational haters. It's a skill. Okay. You can't just, wake up one day and be a prolific hater. You gotta know how to do it. It's a skill. You got to know how to actively hate. See, a lot of these people, they have vitriol and shit like that. But when you properly hate something, you hate on something properly, man, Dave Chappelle let us know. So I found the book, of course, because I'm me. So let's get to the book. Let's see what we can learn from George Washington Carver. And this is what I'm saying. This is the difference between me and all of these other history shows. We go to the primary sources. You understand? We're going to read the old books. This book was written in when? 1905. Okay? 120 years ago. 18 pages. Ain't nothing long. Ain't nothing long about it. Shit, we read longer than that on the stream. But let's check the chat. Rashad says, it's not much you can do with tomato, in my opinion. I'll be cooking for real. All right, man. Because you didn't even see a real cook, a real chef. We'll look at it how George Washington Carver is looking at it. You got sun-dried tomatoes. You're going to turn me into Bubba Gump for tomatoes, nigga. Sun-dried tomatoes, pureed tomatoes, tomato paste, tomato soup. Don't get me to go, nigga. We can talk about it. What else we got? Crystal says, shout out to the grandmas and aunties that used to can and put up preserves, making sure the family stayed fed. Come on now. That's what I'm talking about. Like, listen, man, they don't know that. They don't know about the cloth under the top of the lid. You feel me? They don't know about the jars, the mason jars. Okay? They don't know about making your own jams and preserves. They don't know about making your own condiments and sauces. They don't know about family recipes being passed down. Come on now. Sammy says, you trying to tell the man who made 100 different inventions with a peanut what he can't do with tomatoes? Talk about it, Sammy. Listen. Talk to him, Sammy. Talk to Rashad. He's ignorant. That's why he over here. We educating them. So you remember how the ancient Greeks and the ancient Romans and all of them used to go to ancient Egypt or Kemet to study at the feet of all of the grand masters and the mystery schools of Kemet? That's what Rashad is doing right now. Rashad is on a pilgrimage in Hotepistan. That's where he's at right now. Okay, he's learning amongst the Hoteps. Okay, he's conversing with HJ. Okay, he's talking to me. We rocking. He's learning all of this stuff in real time. You got to give him a chance. You got to give him some time. Okay, Rashad just recently learned this month about MK Ultra. Okay, this is a neophyte that we're talking about here. It's an amateur. He's a novice. So just give him some time. He'll be Hotep in no time. He's good. He's in good company. I got him, y'all. I got him. Hotep Dubes got him. Right here. He right here. He good. So, like I say, he just learned what MK Ultra was. So we got to give him some time. Let him grow, pause in, you know what I'm saying, in all of this. Okay? You see, look at Rashad in the chat now. He says, I love sun-dried tomatoes. See? You see what I'm saying? So give him time. He's getting it. He's getting it. He's all right. He's a good egg. He's a good egg. Well, let's get into it. Bulletin number 6, 1905. How to build up worn out soils. Now, one of the things that the ancestors, see, look at this nigga talking about Michael Kors. No, not Michael Kors. But anyway, one of the things that a lot of people don't understand or don't know about growing is that you can't just assault your soil. You can't abuse your soil. Your soil is a living organism full of millions and billions of different living organisms that are needed to actually properly grow crops, to properly grow the food, medicine, because that's what the original medicine was. Things that you grew out of the ground, herbs, vegetables, fruits. You dig what I'm saying? Roots, those types of things, right? So you need healthy soil to produce healthy produce. You can't have one or the other. You need both. And what a lot of people would do after the end of slavery was assault the soil. They would abuse the soil. They would grow, put the seed in the ground, water it. The crop will grow. They'll harvest it. They'll put the seed right back into the ground, grow it again, and keep doing that. Keep doing that. Depleting the soil of its nutrients. You'll see that when it comes down to like big grow operations, I'm not talking about your factory farms and them, the people that grow. I mean, yeah, them too, but just think a little bit smaller than that. Somebody with 10 acres, 50 acres, 100 acres. One of those smaller farmers, right? They have to do crop rotation. They have to make sure that they're putting nutrients back into the soil. They have to make sure that, we're going to let some of this crop stay here. We're going to let it stay here. We're going to chop it up. And then we're going to put it back into the soil, because then the soil is going to be able to, of course, it's going to decompose inside of the soil. That decomposition is going to put nutrients back into the soil, and then we'll be able to move the crops around. We're not going to grow the crops in that same area, move it around, crop rotation, all of these different dope things. And the ancestors knew this very well, obviously, for obvious reasons. And again, this is the reason why, you shouldn't look down on your ancestors being slaves, because you can't be a dummy and properly grow stuff. You got to be knowledgeable. You got to know what you're doing. And this is what this is all about. This book was created for farmers who have depleted the nutrients in their soil. So let's see what let's see what George Washington Carver had to say. Okay. The Tuskegee Experiment Station, the Book of Regents, so a bunch of people here. Booker T. Washington obviously is here because this book was written in 10 years before he died. And then, so this is the Regents and this is the staff. Okay. So let's get into it. Can y'all read this? Can y'all see it? Let's zoom. You know what I'm saying? I want y'all to be able to follow along. Okay. So it says the Tuskegee Agricultural Experiment Station, how to build up worn out soils. Okay. The subject of soil improvement through natural agencies has been one of much concern to both ancient and modern agriculturalists. The ancient Egyptians, come on, man. Like, listen, how many times are the ancestors going to throw me alley-oops so I throw the ancestors alley-oops? I don't remember him saying anything about ancient Egyptians before I said what I said about the ancient Egyptians in Rashad. And this happens damn near every episode. Tell me I'm lying, chat. Tell me I'm lying that I say some shit and here come the ancestors repeating what I said. That's when you know you tapped in for real. That's when you really tapped into the ancestors. You understand? So the ancient Egyptians knew that if he let his if he let his land lie idle, rested as he termed it, he was able to produce a much better crop, and that crop would be in quantity and quality, all other things being equal, proportionate to the length of time this land had been rested. You feel me? This is what I'm talking about when it comes down to people not knowing the science of agriculture. Because remember, I got to keep things in historical context and perspective for y'all. You have to understand that mainstream histories are telling the stories from an onlooker's perspective. People who are reaping the benefits of the slave labor. People who are seeing the treatment of Black Americans. People who are perceiving it, not going through it, not dealing with it, not learning, and being actual masters of the craft. Okay? So when it comes down to what they're seeing, they're not perceiving this to be crop rotation. They're perceiving this, you feel me, as this is just what the field hands do. This is what the field hands do. This is shit that George Washington Carver learned for real, and what their ancestors learned for real. So that, I told y'all Junius G. Groves could spot soil. He can eyeball soil. You know how the hustlers in your neighborhood can say they can eyeball a work? They don't need a scale. They can look at whatever substance, weed, coke, whatever it is, and be able to be like, oh, yeah, that's an ounce. That's 7 grams. That's 10 grams. It can eyeball it. That's what Junius G. Groves could do with the quality and the strength or the health of some soil. Pick it up, do some shit like this. I'm like, oh yeah, that's just dehydrated. Oh, it's missing, it needs magnesium. Eyeball. Just walking, imagine your ancestor walk onto your farm and be like, just before I even touch anything, this soil, based upon the area, shouldn't be this color. Based upon where we at, how frequently it rains, the temperature, and all of that stuff combined, the shit that I know, your soil was too dark or your soil was too light. I didn't even get into a full diagnosis of your farm yet. So I want you to know your ancestors, this is the reason why the ancestors were sought after the way they were after slavery. Because only they knew this shit for the most part. You got to let your soil rest. You can't keep abusing the soil. There we go. At a later period, the fertilizing value of legumes, pod bearing, so that's your beans, you know what I'm saying, legumes. So your lentils, your beans, stuff like that. Plants was recognized, but as the population of the world increased and civilization advanced, it became imperative that all farming operations should become more intensive and less extensive. Each decade saw the progressive farmer slowly but surely moving on his journey of progress, correcting many mistakes of the past. He then began to see that it was quite possible and practicable to keep his ground covered with some crop and the soil become richer and more productive every year by reason of this constant tillage than was possible under the old and extravagant method of letting the land lie out idle for a few years. Quote, as science shed light upon his art, he learned that chemical analysis of the soil, alone, though skillfully done, did not accurately determine the crop yielding capacity of the soil, and that the greatest good will result only when such analyses were followed by carefully conducted field experiments. From these, he learns. What did he learn, Carver? What did he learn? Further, that the crop yielding power is increased by rotating or changing his crop every year or every few years upon land not occupied by such crop the previous year or the years previous. Crop rotation. So this is, again, they're saying, yo, instead of just leaving the soil alone, all we got to do is just rotate the crops. Let's not keep growing this same thing in the same spot every year. You feel me? These are things that they're learning over time. For 8 years, the Tuskegee Station has made the subject of soil improvement a special study, emphasizing the subject of crop rotation, deep plowing, terracing, fertilizing, etc., keeping in mind the poor tenant farmer with a one-horse equipment. So therefore, every operation performed has been within his reach, the station having only one horse. This is what I am talking about. Being able to duplicate and replicate methods. I'm sitting here telling you how to do shit, right? But you need 10 horses, you need $10,000, you need 10 men, you need 10,000 acres. Dog, I'm already out. I don't have 10 horses. I have one fucking horse, Abigail. Me and I've been raised Abigail since she was a fawn. She's a good horse. I got Bruno. Okay, that's all I got. It's me and Bruno in the plow. That's all we got. I don't have 10 horses. I got Abigail, I got Bruno. That's it. So, yes, the ancestors, the successful ones, are going to be like, yo, no, I have to think of the common man. I got to think of the sharecropper. That's what a tenant farmer is. I got to think of the sharecropper before I start getting into these elaborate operations with all types of equipment and manpower. No, I have to make sure that I'm focused on the common man, the tenant farmer who's going to be able to use this. Okay? Let's check the chat. Crystal says there's definitely a science to growing and it deserves to be honored and respected. That's a fact. Sammy says there's Bible verses about allowing the soil to rest. See? Come on, man. Now, what did we just say about how the Bible and the ancestors is like this? Come on. Sammy also says, also, some more implied about crop rotation and not planting two seeds simultaneously in a field. See, man? I know everybody hate the Bible, everybody hate Christians and all that other stuff, but you know, Cliff says that happens every episode. I'm trying to tell him, Cliff. What do I tell y'all every episode? I do not have to what? I do not have to lie on the ancestors, dog. For what? They said it themselves. They said it themselves. And I be forgetting. Like, I ain't gonna lie. I be having these, it's hundreds of books. I want y'all to know. And it's not me bragging. It's not even about me bragging. If it comes off that I'm bragging, good. But I'm not trying to brag. And what I'm trying to tell y'all is that I have hundreds of these books. I have hundreds of them. We crossed over the 400 mark months ago. Over 400 books in my digital library and my phone by the ancestors. Listen, bro, I'm not going to be able to, if I was able to remember everything, Jesus. Oh my God. Y'all see what I'm able to retain and what I'm able to remember just from a show-to-show basis. If I could remember everything that I've ever wrote or read about the ancestors, oh my God. Y'all lucky. Y'all lucky my memory needs to be like fine-tuned and worked on and all that other stuff. Because it's over 400 books and I read them all. Even if I ain't read it cover to cover, I've read a great chunk of these books. I just be forgetting what they said. Just being honest. I didn't know George Washington Carver brought up the ancient Egyptians when I was talking that shit. But I got his book. I've been had these books. I screenshotted these books out of my digital library and suggested it to Sinestra. And I'm going to give y'all a full Hotep history reading list. People have been asking me for this for months. I got y'all. I know exactly what I want to do with it now. When I was thinking about the reading list, I was thinking small. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. That was my fault. I was thinking about like top 10 books that I should be reading. But no, I don't have to do that. I'm going to give you niggas a list of 100 books. Fuck it. Why not? Sky's the limit, right? Yeah, you wanted a reading list? I'm going to show you. I got over 400 in my digital library. And I accumulate weekly. Maybe not, it's like bi-daily. But you best believe by Sunday evening, I've added 3-5 books in that week and read them. Like, for real. I read a lot. So anyway. Yes. Shout out to O for show. Book club. Let's bring it back. We had a great showing of the book club. I think it was dope. The first one that we did Color Communism. No, excuse me. What was it? Was it Color Communism and Common Sense? Color Communism and Common Sense by Manning Johnson. Great book. We all read it. We read it together on stream. I broke it up into, I think, 3 days. So we need to bring the book club back. You already know it's going to be Patreon based as far as what book we pick. Okay, so you got to subscribe to the Patreon to pick which book that we're going to be talking about. And yeah, we're going to read together. You know that's what we do every episode. So anyway, let's get back. Location and character. Come on, character of the soil. Come on. The field, 10 acres in extent, had but little to characterize it other than its extreme poorness, both as to physical and chemical requirements. So listen, they're starting with poor soil, 10 acres. That's it. We don't got hundreds of acres, thousands of acres. We got 10 acres, and all of this soil is poor. Because remember, this is the experiment station. They're experimenting on this. They did this to help the sharecropper. Okay? Keep this in mind. That's why it's a short read, only 18 pages. We'll skim through the whole thing, but we're going to get through some paragraphs here. You know how we do. All right? Indeed, it was stated upon good authority that it was too poor to produce even a small crop of cowpeas. That's how terrible the soil was. Let's see. The soil is very variable in character, the whole field being underlaid with yellow, red, and mottled clays, which cropped out here and there to a considerable extent. The surface soil, consisting of a very light sandy loam, varied in depth as follows. Southeast corner, containing 1/2 acre, was largely red and yellow clay lying directly upon the surface. So listen, you got different types of soils in this 10 acres. Come on, we about to learn tonight. We about to be agriculturalists tonight. Put your farmer hat on. We becoming farmers tonight. Let's get into it. See, I'm telling you, when we get that production money coming in and we get to talking about fucking subjects and shit, I'm going to be dressing up as, when we was doing the architecture shit, I'm going to have like the 2-man belt and shit. I'm going to be doing all of that type of cheesy shit, man. Watch, I might have a Hotep History Children's show or some shit where I'm really like Professor Hotep and I put on all of the costumes. Man, come on, I got ideas pouring out of my pores right now. Anyway, southeast corner, containing 1/2 acre, was largely red and yellow clay lying directly upon the surface. 4 acres running westward varied in depth from 2 to 4 inches before the clay was reached. Was comparatively level, but much washed and contained a number of crooked, weedy, and broken down terraces. The above is joined on the west by 1/2 acre of apparently worthless sandy soil, ranging in depth from 6 to 30 inches. Much of the sand for plastering and laying bricks was gotten here. So look, when it comes down to the health of the soil, you're taking from, because you're able to use, the top of the soil or particular part of the soil for plastering and laying bricks. So it don't even have anything to do with crops. Because again, this is why the ancestors were so in tune with nature. This is what I'm talking about here. So you're using the sand and you're using, this type of soil for construction purposes, not even for crops. So you're taking even more from it. Okay. The center of the field is traversed by a narrow basin running somewhat diagonally across it, varying in both width and depth from a foot to several, extended over half its length through which a stream of water flowed constantly during wet weather. Okay, so now you have you have a part of the soil where it's diagonal, okay, and the basin, is diagonal, and then when it rains heavy, the water is flowing in that direction. Okay. The remaining part lies to the north and gently rises to about 30 feet in height. So now you got to deal with different altitude. Well, not I guess altitudes, but different heights as far as the of the soil. Okay, the soil was practically sand and clay, and owing to its altitude, this hillside was badly washed. The whole 10 acres was full of large stumps. So what they're showing you here, again, they're describing the location and the character of the soil. It's shit. It's absolute shit. You can't grow anything here. Terrible. And it floods. That's basically what it's saying here. Like when it rains during wet weather or wet season, okay, it's washed. Like it's too much. The soil is not absorbing the water enough, and now you have an entire flooding of grass. I'm pretty sure you've seen flooded grass before. That's what they're talking about. But there ain't even no grass here. The beginning. Considering the physical condition first considering the physical condition first in importance, we therefore began to fill the ditches with pine tops, hay, bark, old cotton stalks, leaves, etc. In fact, rubbish of any kind that would decay and ultimately make soil. What did I just say about crop rotation and bringing nutrients back to the soil? And you know I'm not no deep agriculturalist. I just grew food before. And when it came down to like me harvesting, I would harvest straight from the garden. I would pick the tomatoes, I would pick the broccoli, or I would pick whatever it is, and then leave the stalk. I would leave the stalk. And then once it was over, I would chop up the stalks and stuff like that. All of that different debris or whatever it is, keep it in a bag. And then when the next grow season came, I chopped up all of those stalks and stuff like that and put it back into the soil to rejuvenate the soil. Okay, so he's basically saying take all of this natural garbage, okay, all the things you're not using, the sticks and all of that other stuff, the old leaves, everything like that, chop it up, you feel me, and fill the ditches with all of this stuff, and then that's going to start to help make soil. Okay, an occasional load of earth was thrown in upon it to give it more weight and firmness. Makes sense. Upwards of 100 stumps were removed from time to time. So all of those tree stumps, right? By digging around and setting fire to them and being fat pine and set in a very dry time, but little trouble was experienced in getting them to burn. That's what it is. So you see those tree stumps or whatever that we've seen videos that go viral now with big machinery, ripping the stumps out of the ground. It's like, nah, burn it. Burn that shit, chop that shit down. Okay. The plowing was done at first with a 2-horse plow, but desiring to bring it more closely in touch with the 1-horse farmer, every operation has since been performed with a 1-horse equipment, going twice in the same furrow when broadcasting the land, often plowing one piece of land 3 times before planting, running the rows up and down and diagonally, harrowing it the same number of times and in a similar manner. So it's Tuskegee. They have endless horses. It's a whole, institute. It's a school. But again, we're doing these experiments to better the health of the soil based upon the common man. Can the common man, when given some land or buying some land, let's just say he buys some land and don't have the greatest of soil. He got it cheap because of that. He can now go to Tuskegee or buy this book for, I think, like 5 cents, however much this book was, and learn how to bring nutrients back to his soil. And again, he's keeping that 1-horse operation in mind. I love this. I love this. The above method has seemed quite as satisfactory as one furrow with a 2 horse plow. So again, if you have one, this is how much you have to do. You got to go over it 3-4 times. You got to, it's going to be harder work. Obviously, you have one fucking horse. But if you have 2 horses, you only got to do half the work. Because the horses, you double the work of the horses. So that's what he's saying. So if you had one furrow with a 2 horse plow, it's the same shit. This has increased the water holding power of the soil to such an extent that a large number of the ragged, weedy, and unsightly strips designated as terraces have been plowed out altogether, thus adding about 1 acre to the actual amount of land upon which crops are grown. So while you weren't given, or you bought 10 acres, you probably only can use 7 of them, 8 of them, because of the water being, like I said, the land being flooded, not, the soil not being able to absorb the water because it's not enough there. It's not enough nutrients. It's not enough life in the soil for you to get that. So now you've actually increased your acreage, so to speak, because now more of the acreage that you bought can be used for crops. All right. Where we at? Besides greatly improving the appearance of the field, it brought to the surface much latent fertility that had sunken below the depths to which the roots could penetrate by reason of the hard soil lying so near the surface. So now, again, you're making your soil more absorbent, more fertile because of this. Let's get into the experimental work. Every chemist recognizes the fact that our present methods of chemical analysis do not accurately determine the crop yielding capacity of a soil, but that such analysis should be followed up by carefully conducted crop experiments. Okay, the data which follows is made up from a series of such experiments, which were begun in 1897 by preparing the land as above stated and planting the same in cowpeas with an ordinary pea drill, the rows being 3.5 feet apart. $5 worth of muriate of potash and acid phosphate mixed were put to the acre in the drill at the same time the peas were planted. Okay, the cost of preparing the land, seed, planting, cultivating, and harvesting the crop was $16.65. Sammy, where you at? Where you at, Sammy? This is 1905. $16.65, 1905. Am I tripping? Is it 1905? Yeah, 1905, $16.65. How much is that? Yep, $16.65 in 1905. The crop sold for $10.40, leaving us $6.25 behind or in debt. Okay. Experimenting. Let's get it. We think it wise to state here that the chief aim was to keep every operation within reach of the poorest tenant farmer occupying the poorest possible soil, worthy of consideration from an agricultural point of view, and to further illustrate that the productive power of all such soils can be increased from year to year until the maximum of fertility is reached. Now, this is very important. The reason why this is important is because this speaks to the pragmatism, practicality, and gradualism of progress, period. You're not going to have the best soil after you buy it, after a year that you bought it. You've improved it. From when you bought it, it was terrible. You couldn't grow cowpeas on that shit. At all. But then after the first year, you added the nutrients and stuff like that. Remember, before you got here, this soil was dead on arrival. Okay, you couldn't grow anything out of it. Keep that in mind. So after year 1, it gets a little bit more fertile. Year 2, a little bit more fertile. 3, 4, and 5. You have to keep that in mind, because it's the same thing with any other thing in your life. Nothing in this world, other than changing your mind, happens overnight. Any type of progress that you're going to physically make in this world is going to take time. People have become way too dependent on quick fixes. Way too dependent on microwave shit. You bought this soil. You bought this land, rather. It's time you invested. So now it's time to take time. Now it's time to sign up for years and years and years of toil. Years and years and years of work. That's what that means. And just think about all of these different things that need to happen as an individual, right? With no legislation against him. Your ancestors had to bring soil back to life while also dodging black codes in Jim Crow. They had to deal with all of the racism, all of that stuff that y'all love to talk about all of the time, while also being like, yo, this is the end of the second grow season. I've made $20, $30, $40 more than I did last year. I still am in the red, but I'm not going to give up. How many of you would have given up your farm after the third year of not being profitable? How many of y'all would have been like, man, this shit ain't worth it? Fuck it, I'm out. I'm tired of farming every year. I'm tired of not making any profit. I'm tired of not making any real money. I'm about to just fucking give up. I'm trying to tell you something. Sammy hit me back. He says 1665 and 1905 is worth $612.98. So $613 adjusted for inflation. Okay? Cheap, but not cheap when you're a tenant farmer. That's something that you got to stack up over time. That's something that you got to build up, save up. So anyway, let's get back to it. Splendid grazing was furnished all winter, worth $5 per acre. In 1898, it was broadcasted with a Boy Dixie turning plow going twice in the same furrow, which loosened up the earth to a depth varying from 8 to 9 inches. Cowpeas were again planted in the same manner as described for 1897 at an expense for all operations of $11. The crop returns in peas and hay amounted to $15. Come on. The crop returns, thus giving us a credit of $4. Come on. That's what I'm talking about. We was in debt last grow season, but we kept it fucking going. We kept it going. That's what I'm talking about. This is why experiments are important. We did this. We did this. We went through the experiment already. We got you. Okay? We bought, it's mad acreage for Tuskegee. We found 10 acres of land of shitty soil. Quartered it off. And this is what we're going to experiment on how to build up worn out soils. George Washington Carver woke up one day. It's like, yo, son, one of the main issues that I'm hearing my sharecroppers tell me is how to bring the soil back. How to do that. Think about it. How many of these parents are sending their kids to Tuskegee? So, of course, George Washington Carver is meeting the parents and stuff like that, and they know who George Washington Carver is. This nigga's famous as hell. You feel me? Famous as hell is George Washington fucking Carver. Thomas Edison wanted to hire that man for $1 million a year. Over $1 million a year. He's that type of famous. If a white man wanted to pay this nigga, adjusted for inflation, $1.5 million a year for his expertise, imagine who he was among black Americans. So, Mr. Carver, Professor Carver, Dr. Carver, can I get a moment of your time? Yeah, what's going on, sir? How you doing? My name is Alfred. My son Mike goes to this school. Happy to meet you and make your acquaintance. Hey, listen, man. I just got this new tenant farmer. His soil is absolute trash. I'm working with about 5 to 10 acres. I don't know just yet. Do you have any tips? George Washington Carver was like, you know what? I never thought about it, but I do know the importance of crop rotation. He already got a whole bunch of base stuff that he can tell him and give him, good information. But you know what? That probably sparked him like, you know what? Let me talk the book. Let me talk the big book and tell him like, yo, listen, I'm getting a lot of parents. I'm getting a lot of people telling me that they're having problem with dead soil. I'm going to find 10 acres of terrible soil on campus. I'm going to quarter it off and I'm going to bring that motherfucker back to life. And Book was like, damn, that's a good idea. Hell yeah, it's a good idea, nigga. That's what I'm telling you I'm about to do. I'm about to go get it. I'm about to find it. What do you need? I just need a few dollars. What's a few dollars, George? Well, listen, it's going to be at least $16.65 for one of the things. Like, all right, $16, what else? Probably going to need another 20, over, all of that shit. They worked out the logistics, and now we got the experiment of the 10 acres. Let's get into it. Let's get back into it. So, no, fuck that. So the first year of the experiment, no profit. Second year of the experiment, am I tripping? It wasn't more than 2 years, right? It was just 98 and 97, right? Hold on, let me go back. Yep, 97 they started. It begun in 1897, that's right. So in 1897, no profit. 1898, got $4 profit. Okay? In September, the land was replowed as above described and sown in oats and grazed during the winter. In the spring of 1899, the oats were plowed under after they had reached the height of from 5 to 6 inches. 150 pounds of lime were broadcasted before plowing. This served to correct any acidity which might arise from the turning under of the green manure, and to render available such unavailable plant food as response to applications of lime. So listen, they're controlling pH balances or pH levels in the soil. Very important. We know that. As modern day growers, that you got to look at the acidity levels, pH balance, right? So here we go. An acre of velvet beans was planted at a total cost of $13. The returns in hay, grazing, and seed amounted to $25, giving us an increase of $12 clear of all expenses. This is for the one-horse farmer. This is for the one-horse operation. Yes, you will have to invest some bread. Yes, nothing's free. Progress is not free. Okay, changing your mind is free. Changing your daily habits are free. But actually getting into the physicality of the things, the physicals of the things, the tangibles of the things, yeah, they're going to cost you some bread. But if you invested wisely, this is what you're going to be able to do and have. This reminds me of Junius G. Groves. Junius G. Groves, he kept being mindful of the money that was going out versus the money that was going in, because profit was everything. So once he understood, like, okay, this is costing me this much, I'm going to keep reinvesting this, and he kept getting profits back. You feel me? They kept getting profits back, and every time they got profits back, they reinvested the profits. Every single time, until they got to a point to where they were making so much money that they didn't have to worry about penny pinching. When we talk about this, is what I'm saying, so many different, I'm telling you, I'm not sitting there trying to be blasphemous. Like, when it comes down to all of the different parables and morals of the stories and all that stuff that come from the Bible, I'll be getting that from the ancestors, because this is the same thing about delayed gratification. Okay, reinvesting into your business and not spending your money until you can afford it 3 times. Junius G. Groves was getting rich, and he still didn't spend frivolously ever. He just kept reinvesting the profits into his business until it got to a point that there is not much I can keep reinvesting. Nigga, I'm the potato king of the fucking North America, of the continent. So now we balling out of control at this point. No matter how much I spend, I'm going to die rich. Now you get to the point you can afford things 10, 20 times over. So I'm going to buy her dresses. I'm going to buy belts and shoes and shit. You know what I'm saying? Because I got it like that. But all while he was grinding, nah, we're not spending nothing. I'm going to keep wearing the same fucking clothes. I'm going to keep, as long as we wash them, I'm going to keep wearing all of this other shit. We're going to get to it. We don't have time to be spending our money on bullshit. And look at the experiment. Let's get back to the experiment, because I'm hyped. We might have to read this whole shit, because I'm not going to be left at the edge of my motherfucking seat. If they tell us, if they conclude this experiment before page 18, then fine. But I need to see what they did with this 10 acres because I'm already invested. I don't know about y'all. Okay? So if you forgot, because I be yapping, we got an increase of $12 clear of all expenses. The previous year, we cleared $4 profit. This year, we have 3x'd our profit in a year. We went from $4 profit to $12 profit. Okay? No account was taken of the grazing in the fall. An oat, wheat, and rye mixture was sown September 18th. In the spring of 1900, so now we're 3 years in, it was treated exactly the same as described for the preceding year and planted in cowpeas at a total of $16. The money value of the peas, hay, grass amounting to $35, giving a net return of $19. Do you see? 4, 12, 19. Come on. The following fall, it was prepared for the same as in the preceding year, except the lime, which was not put on. Okay. In the spring of 1901, the land was prepared and fertilized as in previous years and again planted in cowpeas at an expense of $13. The crop was as follows: winter and spring grazing, $8, peas, hay, and grazing to the extent of $36, minus the cost of production, $13, leaving a clear profit of $31 on the acre. Yeah, I hope I hope I explained that right, because the $4, all this is $4. Like all of these are per acre. So I'm glad that they said that on the last one. So we started with 4, then 12, then 19. Then after that was what? Well, we went negative. Negative. Oh man, I love my job. Hold on, y'all, because I'm getting super hyped. This is so fire. Because they make it so fucking simple for us. So where we go? We was $6.25 behind. So $6.25 behind. Next year, $4 profit. Next year, $12 profit. Next year, $19 profit. Come on now. What was after 19? Negative 6, 4, 12, 19, $31 profit. 31. We went from negative $6 per acre, okay, to plus $35 per acre. 31 on the acre. Oats were planted in the fall, the same as in previous years. They grew very vigorously and yielded $9 worth of grazing. In the spring of 1902, the same quantity of lime was added as described in previous years, plowed under and planted in velvet beans at an expense of $12. The beans made a very rank growth, yielding $41 worth of hay, beans, and grazing, plus the $9 for the winter grazing, which would equal $50. Which would equal $50 less the $12, therefore netting $38 on the acre. Come on, man. At this point, the character of the land was noticeably changed. Obviously. We've been working this shit properly from 1897 to where we at now, 1902. We've been working this shit for 5 years. Okay? Let's see what we got. Instead of the thin, gray, sandy soil, it began to look dark, rich, and mellow due to the gradual deepening of the soil and the incorporation of large quantities of vegetable matter into it, of which it was so much in need. What did I tell y'all? Chopping up them goddamn crops that you're not going to use, or the stalks, or all of the other vegetation, and putting it back into the soil. I ain't even no farmer like that. So I'm trying to tell y'all. Here we go. In 1903, okay, hold on. Sammy got us with some more math. $41 in 1902 is worth $1,544.54. Come on now. If you invest it correctly, you're going to get yield. You're going to get an ROI. Come on now. We only dealt with 1 year not in profit. See, I gave y'all, I gave the ancestors even a wider berth than the ancestors gave themselves. I said 1, 2, 3 years without profit. They were like, no. Year 1, that's it. Year 1, we didn't have no profit. Year 2, little bit of profit. But by the time we get to year 5, nigga, we off to the races. Come on, let's see what we got. Continuing on. Even the clay portion was darkening up and becoming quite productive. Even the clay was getting healthier. Come on. In 1903, the major part of the station field, including the acre under special experimentation, was divided into plots of 1/10 acre each. This so interfered with the fall grain that no data could be given concerning its value. Plot 1 had very heavy crop of wheat turned under, after which it was sown in cowpeas and sorghum cane, putting 2.5 bushels of peas and 7 pounds of sorghum millet at a cost of $9 per acre. $32 was the yield in forwards sold green, therefore netting $23. That was for plot 1. This is 1/10 of an acre now, giving you $23 in profit per acre. Well, per this, because it's 1/10 of an acre. So 1/10 of an acre is getting you $23. Let's go. Let's keep going. 1/10 of an acre was planted in Irish potatoes, early Rose and early Bliss Triumph. That's the strain. February 10, putting 10.5 bushels to the acre. Okay, sowing in drill 300 pounds of muriate of potash and 300 pounds of acid phosphate, thoroughly mixed with 2 tons of well-rotted barnyard manure. Okay, which was mixed with the soil by running a small scooter through it after it had been put into the drill. It had been allowed to lie in the ground from 3 to 4 weeks. The above mixing would not have been necessary. Had it been allowed to lie in the ground from 3 to 4 weeks, the above mixing would not have been necessary. So we are making this experiment as hard as fuck for us. We could be not even cutting corners. We could be doing something more efficient with the experiment, but we are keeping the poor sharecropper in mind. This ain't necessarily for us. This is for them. They need to know how to take care of their land properly. Let's go. Let's keep going. The cost of seed, fertilizing, planting, and harvesting per acre amounted to $18. Yield of potatoes per acre, 80 bushels, which sold for $1 per bushel, equaling $80, netting $62. Come on, man. We went from -6 to 62 in 5 years. Come on. Come on, Sammy. You know what we need. $62. This would be in, let's call it 1904. $62, 1904. Let's check the chat. Sammy says it's like building compound interest each year, yielding even more than the last. Yes. You get it, Sammy. You get it. Exactly right. Exactly right. Okay. So Sammy gonna let us know how much what was he at? Damn it. 62. Where is 62 at? There we go. $62. $62. He gonna let us know in the chat in just a second, y'all. The potatoes were dug June 7th. They were all of good marketable size and remarkably free from scab. I saw no appreciable difference in the yield of the 2 varieties. The Bliss appeared to be just a little earlier than the Rose. June 8th, the next day, the ground was replowed and sown in unknown peas, putting 3 1/2 bushels to the acre at an expense of $12, which includes the preparation of the ground, planting, and harvesting, no additional fertilizer being used. $22.25 worth of hay was produced and 7 bushels of peas, which sold for 40 cents per bushel and netted for the aftercrop $13.05 plus the $62, making a total of $75.05 clear of all expenses per acre. Sammy, scratch that. Give us $75.05. 1904. You feel me? Okay, he gave us 62 because I already know I caught him early. 62 in 1902 will be worth $23.35. $2,335 per acre. But now give us 75 when you because I know it's a lag. You know, it's like that time. So give us the 75 when you get it. 7505 would be $2,800. Okay, $2,827 per acre. Ladies and gentlemen, per acre. Come on now. The following fall, September the 15th, an experiment with onions was begun, which disclosed some interesting facts and figures. Come on. Come on. They wouldn't even wrote it down if it wasn't going to be some illustrious, dope-ass shit. Come on. Talk to me, Carver. What you got? 2/10 acre plots were chosen alongside of each other. The ground was prepared by plowing exactly as previously described and fertilized the same as the Irish potato plot. Plot 30 was set from a mixture of several varieties, viz. Yellow globe Danvers, silver skin, and white multipliers at a total cost of $18 per acre. Now, as you can see, the amount of money that you're making, profit goes up, but the amount of money that you're spending goes up as well. Don't let that be lost on you. You feel me? So here we go. The sales from the plots were as follows. Come on. 174 dozen onions at 5 cents per dozen amounted to $8.70 for $87 per acre. Minus the $18 equaling $69 clear of all expenses. The onions grew off very poorly and never attained much size. Come on. May 28th, the plot was replowed, the same as before described and fertilized in the drill with 100 pounds of acid phosphate and 100 pounds of muriate of potash. I know this shit. The way I'm getting used to the muriate of potash and phosphate and acid phosphate. You feel me? With 5 tons of swamp muck was put per acre. Again, that's going to bring the nutrient. Every time that you hear the drill, acid phosphate, the muriate of potash, and all of that, that's the time that they're bringing the nutrients back to the soil. Okay? It's being plowed and fertilized to bring the health back. We just grew onions very, very poorly and never attained much size as onions, but onions nevertheless. Right? So here we go. Back to it. Dooley and bunch yams were planted at a cost of $12 per acre, which covered every operation. You feel me? November 14th, 15 bushels of marketable potatoes were harvested and sold for 70 cents per bushel, which equals $10.50 or per acre, 150 bushels worth $105. Less $12 leaves a net profit of $93. The plot is now sown in oats. You see how they rotating the crops? They're growing some yams, make their bread, and now we're going to put oats in that bitch to put the nutrients back. You hearing it? This date, we put acid phosphate in the muriate of potash. This time, we're putting this crop, and then after that, we're going to put some oats in it. You see the crop rotation. Because all of these different crops have different nutrients, like levels. Some may have a little bit more magnesium. Some may have a little bit more sulfur or calcium or whatever it is. And that's going to add to the soil. You feel me? Where we at? $93. And then it was an oats. So $87 is over $3,000. $3,202. Thank you, Sammy. Plot 31, containing 1/10 of an acre, was treated exactly the same as plot 30 and planted in red Weathersfield onions, buttons. June 4th, 13 bushels of marketable onions were gathered therefrom, very uniform in size, many measuring 7 inches in diameter. They sold for $1.25 per bushel, equaling $16.25 to the plot, or 130 bushels and $162.50. Less the $18 equals, clear of all expenses, no debt, $144.50 per acre. I want people to realize where the fuck we're at. We are 5, maybe 6 years in. We went from negative $6, no profit whatsoever, and now we are netting $144 per acre. Remember how much land we're on. Okay, 10 acres. Come on. June 21st, it was planted in cotton, which produced 230 pounds of lint per acre and 140 pounds of seed, which gave returns as follows. The lint brought in $20.70. The seed brought 98 cents, thus giving a total of $21.68. Okay, less $15. The cost of the crop equals $7.68. Net profit plus $144 equals a grand total of $152. Okay, and 18 cents clear profit on the acre. Clear profit, $152. Okay, this is crazy. Where we at? The cotton would have produced much more, but the unprecedented 9 weeks drought struck it when only a few inches high and continued until picking time. So that's what I thought, because I was like, damn, the cotton really didn't really yield that much. But there we go. That's why we had some bad weather. Still in profit, but we had some bad weather. I wasn't even planning on reading this book. I'm so happy right now. Okay, so they start running through the plots. They start running through them. Okay. Plot 5, consisting of 1/10 of an acre, was thoroughly plowed and harrowed as described for other plots, and 120 pound of muriate of potash. So you already know what's about to happen after that. 120 pounds of acid phosphate per acre mixed with 10 tons of swamp muck was broadcasted and harrowed in. These fertilizers cost nearly $7. The yield per acre in wheat was 20 bushels of as plump grains as I ever saw, and which did not shrink when dried out. So this is some of the best. Okay. June 14th, the same plot was planted in speckled cowpeas, drilled, fertilized the same as for wheat, except the muck, which was left off. So, you know, they freaking shit. They like, all right, we're going to put muck for this. No muck for the peas. You know what I'm saying? We didn't do the muck for the peas. We did that for the wheat. 20 bushels of shell peas were raised. The stubble was turned under and sown at once in wheat. Plot 6, 1/10 of an acre, was prepared exactly the same as plot 5, except 200 pounds of lime was added. No appreciable difference was noticed in the crop, the yield being the same. So again, their experiment, this is an experiment. I want y'all to understand, they don't have the answers. This is all them experimenting. This is them failing. This is what it looks like when your ancestors are failing. They're not sure about what the fuck is about to happen. They just experiment. We're going to put 200 pounds of this, 150 pounds of this based on our calculations. These are experiments. They don't know anything for sure. The only thing that they know for sure is that nutrients help the soil, and we know how to use soil. We know how to grow crops. So I just want to pause here and have you guys remember. Do you guys remember when we were, talking about the vocational, industrial, mechanical schools versus the, intellectuals and the higher educations and stuff like that? The way that the intellectuals would describe the agricultural work as just menial, stupid, low IQ work does this. For all of the pages we've been reading thus far, Does this even remotely come across as some low IQ menial fucking work? Or does it sound like scientists, literal scientists, experimenting in agriculture? So think about when they're having this battle, when the intellectuals and shit like that, the bookworms, with the motherfuckers who never did anything with these, never worked with their hands, only worked with their mind. These motherfuckers think they're the smartest niggas in the room. But they couldn't ever tell you this and break down the science of it. They couldn't ever. And the only way that you was going to be able to tell a motherfucker like this is if you was dirty all day. You cannot wear a suit all fucking day. You got to wear overalls. And if you do wear a suit, that bitch is going to be dirty. That's the only way. There is no other way, my nigga. You have to be able to be in the dirt. You feel me? Sammy says, yeah, 5.5 bands per acre should never be seen as menial labor. You hear me? All of them different contractors and shit that we be seeing. Like, I don't know what y'all thought, son, but this is not some menial humdrum type of line of work. This is science we talking about here. Let's get back to it. Where was he at? Plot 7, consisting of 1/10 acre, was sown in Georgia grown rye. October 20th, 1903. So we still in 1903. Okay. And that's where we was at. Yeah, 1903. 4 bushels were sown to the acre. It grew off very poorly, being very weak and frail, March 7th. See? They didn't know that. We just going to grow some rye. We're going to see what that does. It grew off very poorly and being very weak and frail by March 7th. Some even beginning to boot at an average height of from 3 to 6 inches. Trash. Same thing with the onions. May 1st, it began to grow in a phenomenal way. Okay, so now we got a turnaround, yielding rye 20 bushels of fine plump grain seed and 4,000 pounds of straw per acre. Okay, 20 bushels of rye at $1.25 per bushel. $25. Anyway, 4,000 pounds of straw at 50 cents per hundred. $20. $45 total. On June 14th, it was planted in speckle peas and yielded 20 bushels of peas to the acre. The market price at the time being 60 cents. They brought $12, making a grand total of $57 less $18. I love how they put it, like their verbiage, man. Less $18, the cost of preparation of the land, fertilizers, and handling the crop, which left $39 profit. Okay, 5 plots were prepared, the same as described for the wheat and sown in oats. The object being to ascertain A, their value for grazing purposes, B, their value as a cover crop. What else? C, their soiling value, and D, their yield per acre. Gang, listen, man. This is what I'm talking about. I think they proved the point. From 1897 to 1903, these niggas completely transformed completely dead soil to lively soil, to the point that it was so lively they could experiment with even more crops and see if the onions were going to grow well. They started with cowpeas. And let me see what the fuck cowpeas are. Are they just chickpeas? Is that just another name? Oh, what? Cowpeas is just black-eyed peas? Cowpeas is just black-eyed peas? I almost dropped my screen. That's crazy. Why ain't nobody tell me that? Cowpeas is just black-eyed peas. So it just got real ancestral. It got real black in this motherfucker. You hear me? It just got real black in here. Black Eyed Peas. Got you. No, duh, because the cow is white and black, and then oh my God, Black Eyed Peas. They was growing Black Eyed Peas this whole time. That's what cow peas was. Wow. See, it seems like they just getting into the minutiae and stuff like that. Like getting to the yeah, they just going over all of the plots and stuff like that. Ooh, we got pictures. Hold on, we got visual. What we got here? What is this? Stalk of inculcated vetch. What is vetch? Is this the first time vetch is mentioned? Hairy vetch. They don't describe what vetch is. Now I gotta. What the hell is vetch? Yo, Cliff, you hear me? Got real black in this motherfucker. These niggas was growing Black Eyed Peas. That's crazy. This is so fire. Sammy says, could you imagine what these folks would do with weed? Man, what? Don't get me started, man. If the ancestors was growing bud, which I know they were, but I don't know if they talked about hemp cultivation. But, oh yeah, the ancestors was definitely growing gas. You see the way they handle vegetables and grains. So you already know they was gonna go crazy with the gas. The best of the best. You hear me? Why is Google taking so long? I want to know what vetch is. That's crazy. The chat is just full of adjusted for inflation prices by Sammy. Shout out to Sammy, man. Don't get me to going, man. Don't get me to going again. I want to just say shout out to all of the day ones, man. Y'all don't understand how much I appreciate y'all. This is getting whacked though. Why is this freezing? What's going on? Oh man, but yeah, the ancestors would have been growing that gas. You hear me? Okay, vetch. Okay, that's nice. Okay. Vicious sativa. Hold on. It was already in the family. Vicia is a genus of over 240 species of flowering plants that are a part of the legume family, which are commonly known as vetches. Oh, look, they're native to Eurasia, Africa, and the Americas. Got you. So vetch is a legume as well. Okay, very interesting. Got you. Let's see if they got any more pictures. I mean, there's only a few pages left. Okay, that's the plot of the inculcated vetch. Got you. And that was it. Yep, that was it. So yeah, we didn't read the whole book, but I think like we read most of it. We read an entire book. I mean, it was only 18 pages, of course. But yeah. So do y'all want to tap back into, and of course, as always, these books will be in the description of the video once the video is uploaded and all of that. So I got 3 other farmers and 2 other George Washington Carver books. What do y'all want to get into next? Do y'all want to get into the Farmer's Pause, or do you want to look at some more George Washington Carver books? We got these 2 books here still. You feel me? So let me know. You know what? We'll switch it up a little bit. Let's get to another farmer. Let's get to another agriculturalist. Let's go. Let's do it. We'll get back to George Washington Carver if we got time. We'll get back to him. Did anybody else call in? Did anybody else call in? Because I can't. Apparently, they won't let the phone ring I don't know. It was weird. It was weird. I don't know. Understand? I be connected to the Ethernet, gang. My laptop is connected to the internet via an Ethernet cord. I have absolutely no idea why it's taking forever for this to load up. No idea whatsoever. You dig me? But while we are waiting for this slow ass shit to load, make sure you guys are subscribing to the Patreon. Patreon.com/Hotep History. It's right there. Patreon.com/Hotep History. Okay? I need this shit to hurry up and load, though. You feel me? I need it to hurry up and load. We have, I forgot to tell y'all, because I was looking at all of this other stuff. We have reached a new record of people checking out Hotep History Live. 256 people watching on Twitter. Shout out to all of y'all, man. Shout out to all of y'all. Hopefully you guys are enjoying yourself this evening. How long we been running? We've been running 4 hours. 4 hours and 8 minutes. You feel me? Sammy says AWS was messing up last week, and this week Microsoft Azure has been messing up as well. Yeah, man, it's some type of tech situation going on, ain't it? Niggas, is this a cyber attack? What we dealing with right now? What we dealing with? We being attacked, Sammy? I know you in that. I know you in that world. I know you in that world. If I'm gonna light the incense, I gotta have the smoke on screen, right? I gotta have the smoking on camera. I gotta figure out where to put this shit. This incense smells so damn good. It's like the incense that you grew up on, like that was in your crib. Like it's that old school incense. And this website, I appreciated it too, because it seemed like an old website that you know how them old websites from like the late 90s and the early 2000s and shit like that. It was one of those. That's why I'm being patient and shit like that. But it's making me look bad while I'm on stream. I don't like that shit. I really don't like that. That's why I bought the Ethernet cord. I bought the Ethernet cord so I would not have to worry about any lags in computation. Sammy says they'll never admit it, but it's likely some sort of vulnerability they won't reveal to us just yet. I wouldn't be surprised. Wasn't there a town that was like a city or something like that? A town or a city that was had got like hit with some ransomware shit? Like they had took control of their power plants or their water or like some real shit that like the city needed. I want to say it was in Georgia. And there was like, yeah, we need X amount of X amount of money in Bitcoin. And they extorted this city in Georgia. Am I tripping? I know I didn't make that up. I know I read that somewhere that a city in Georgia was extorted by a bunch of hackers using ransomware, and the ransom was a considerable amount of Bitcoin. So if anybody can look that up and let me know if that's what happened, please feel free. Tap in with me and let me know. Tap in with me and let me know. You know what I found very interesting is that I remember there was a bunch of motherfuckers when I was like first getting into history shit. Like when I was first, like years and years ago when I was posting history content. There were a bunch of people in my mentions and shit like that be like, niggas don't really give a fuck about this shit. And I'm like, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. If a motherfucker is able to convey this shit to me, like the way I'm conveying it to other people, bro, I'm telling you, they'll fuck with it. They'll fuck with it. Would another website will open up? I don't know what's going on. See, this is so fucking bogus. This is so bogus. I don't like it. But yeah, some motherfuckers was dead ass telling me like, yo, nobody's really interested in this shit. And motherfuckers is going to do what they want. And no matter how many times that you talk about the ancestors and shit like that, these niggas are going to like believe what they believe. And I'm like, nah, son. I am not, like, I'm special. Don't get me wrong. I'm special as hell. But I'm not that special that I'm like so above everybody else and shit like that. Like I don't believe that. And there's too many people throughout my journey since I've been teaching this type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And when it came down to like me finding my tribe, when it comes to the people who really fuck with Hotep history and shit like that, like I'm telling you, just like every year just kept getting better and shit like that. And that's why I fuck with it, because now we got damn near 300 people watching Hotep history. And I'm sorry that this shit is lagging on y'all, because I definitely want to show y'all these websites. Sammy says, you mean your first year you had negative ROI? Yeah, Sammy. My first year I had negative ROI, man. Exactly. I ain't gonna hold y'all, man. This shit really like warmed my heart for real. Like, y'all gotta understand, like, I really be like studying these people. Like I really, really admire the ancestors and all that they did for us, yo. Like on a real level, man. Even down to the soil, like literally down to the soil. Because I understand that without fertile soil, we wouldn't be here, son. Like the implications are literally endless, gang. Like you have to know that there is no civilization in 2025 without healthy soil. You can't have it. You cannot live today without healthy soil 100 years ago. You wouldn't have made it. You could not subsist on just meat alone. And even then, the meat that you eat eats the grass. And if the grass and the soil and all that shit is unhealthy, everybody is dead, fam. I want y'all to understand like the gravity, like the weight that was on your ancestors' shoulders to keep pressing on civilization and society. Yo, son, I'ma find it again. My man Daniel, shout out to my man Daniel. He sent it to me. This video of who is his name? Lawrence Fishburne is reading a letter letters written between a former slave owner and a former slave. This former slave owner was begging this man, please come back and work for me. I'll pay you and all of that. That's how, like, you got to understand how vital the ancestors were, yo. You have to understand how vital the ancestors were. And on both sides of the white spectrum, whether you're talking about your bleeding heart white liberal or your most extreme right wing, white person, neither one of them really give your ancestors any of the real credence or any of the real props, any of the real reality as it pertains to their ingenuity, their contributions, their innovations, their inventions, all of these things that was contributed to the American zeitgeist, to American progress and American advancement. These motherfuckers are standing on their shoulders as well, but they don't care. Your white liberal friend would never give a fuck about the soil. She don't give a fuck. He don't give a fuck. They worried about who's the motherfucker running in New York City right now? Zohan Mamandi or some shit like that. They posting pictures of themselves saying, I voted for this fucking socialist who wants to take over New York City. That's what they on. Spoiled brats. They don't give a fuck about what came before them. They don't care. I want you to know that all your so-called allies, man, they ain't really your allies, man. They not. They don't even want to have the respect for the ancestors that they supposed to have. They want you to remember Thomas Edison, though, right? They want you to remember all of they fucking heroes. But when it come down to them, it's all good. So we finally loaded up. Okay? Without further ado, let's talk about Isaac Fisher. That's Booker T. Washington. This is not Isaac Fisher. This article is about Isaac Fisher. How long is this article? It don't matter. Ooh, oh. I don't want to spoil it. Do we have a picture of Isaac? I know I did all of that, right? Finally get it, and I'm over it. Now I'm looking at something else. Yes, we do. We have a photo of Isaac. We have a photo. Yo, I remember Isaac. Yo, So what video was that? The Tuskegee machine. The Tuskegee machine. When I talked about Booker T. Washington having a fucking spy ring. If you don't know what I'm talking about, subscribe to the Patreon. Type in Booker T. Washington. There's a whole video on it. Okay? He had a spy ring. He had a group of men, black men. Okay? Black men. He had a group of men in black. I want y'all to... I'm hyped right now. So, he had a bunch of fucking spies, right? And they would infiltrate different fucking facilities and organizations and shit like that to make sure motherfuckers wasn't talking shit about Big Book. That I'm not bullshitting. His spy ring was created to gather intel, okay? Gather intel from his ops. That was the reason why he was able to whoop W.E.B. Du Bois's ass so much, because he had agents inside of Atlanta University, Fisk University, and wherever the fuck W.E.B. Du Bois was at, somebody who worked for Booker T. Washington was on his ass. You hear me? This nigga had a spy ring. This nigga had MI6. You feel me? This is what he really had. So anyway, a couple students who either dropped out or graduated and didn't get no fucking job. They was disgruntled about Tuskegee. And there was this reporter that was writing about this shit and was about to post this big ass expose about how terrible Tuskegee is for real. And you know how it is. You got one fucking person that's hating on the institution. Fuck all of the dozens and hundreds of other graduates who are going off to do amazing things and shit like that. We got this one motherfucker who's complaining, right? So Booker T. Washington finds out about this shit. Booker T. Washington invites the journalist to Tuskegee. Like, yeah, I know some hating ass student or students have been writing you or whatever. Come to Tuskegee. See for yourself and then write your article. One of the people that Booker T. Washington introduced the journalist to was Isaac Fisher, one of his star students. Man, y'all, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying, man. This is what the fuck I am talking about, son. Like, you got to study the ancestors. Study the ancestors. Because I knew this story. Who knew that this story was going to come back around? I was about to say I knew. I ain't know. I ain't even going to act like I knew. However, I'm not surprised. Not surprised that it came back around. Is that him in this photo? That might be him. It might be him. But anyway, this is Isaac Fisher, y'all. So keep that in mind when we reading about him. Okay, that's how he looks. I think that's the actual graduate. Like, he took that picture at Tuskegee. You feel me? So that's Isaac Fisher. Let's read it. A College President's Story by Isaac Fisher. So this is primary source. I know it's digitized. I would love to find. All right, let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. What was it? College president. Damn it! I press enter. College. We're gonna read it, y'all. I promise. I'm not stalling. We don't gotta do Tuskegee in that. Did it? Okay, let that load up. All right, here we go. Primary source, y'all. I was born January 18th, 1877, on a plantation called Perry's Place in East Carroll Parish, Louisiana, and was the 16th and last child of my parents. 16. My early childhood was uneventful, except when they said save in the 19th century, they're talking about accept. Except during the year 1882, when by reason of the breaking of the Mississippi River levee near my home, I was compelled, together with my parents, to live 6 months in the plantation cotton gin, fed by the federal government and by the determination never to live so close to the Big Muddy again. And during 1886, in which year my mother died. Rest in peace. Up to this latter year, my life had been nothing more than that of the average Negro boy on a cotton farm. While I had been too young to feel the burden of farm life toil, I had not been spared of realization of the narrowness and the dwarfing tendencies of the lives which the Negro farmers and their families were living. And in my heart, I cursed the farm and all its environs as being in verity an inferno on earth. Basically, it might as well be hell. Okay, this is hell on earth. A broader knowledge of the causes which operated to produce the cheerless life against which my child nature rebelled, and a clearer insight into the possibilities of rural life have altered this early impression. And today I find myself thinking some thoughts relative to the life lived near to nature's heart, which are not at all complementary to the bustle and selfishness of city life. So basically, when he was on the farm as a youth, as a kid, he didn't appreciate it. As he got older, he started to see like, oh, this shit is actually good. It's definitely not as bad as the fucking city, okay? Where everything is just hustle bustle, everybody fucking selfish, nobody's worrying about the next man and shit like that. I miss the rural life. I understand the importance of the farm life now. Let's get into it. I gotta check this website out. There might be some shit here. The death of my mother furnished the opportunity to leave the farm and go to a city, and I took advantage of this, going to Vicksburg, Mississippi, to live with an older sister. I had always desired to go to school and had spent four terms with 6 months each in the country school near my home. But for some reason, which I cannot now remember, I attended the city school in Vicksburg but 1 year, after which I was employed as a cake baker's assistant and bread wagon driver. A short time before this, I was a houseboy in the city. I was, at the time of my employment in the bakery, an omnivorous reader of the newspaper, meaning he read black and white, I guess, newspapers, and in fact of all kinds of literature. But my hours of labor at both places were so long and incessant that I found it almost impossible to do any reading during my employment at either place. Okay. Finally, I saw and took advantage of an opportunity to secure employment with the drug firm of W.H. Jones and Brother. And I count my work in this store and with these gentlemen as employers as the turning point in my life, because there my work demanded some intelligence above the average. Okay. I had some chance to study, and in addition, when it was found by these white men that I love to read, all magazines, newspapers, and drug journals not needed by the firm and the physicians whose offices were with them were given to me. So these two white dudes is actually looking out for Isaac. Like, listen, we don't need these magazines anymore. We don't need any these books anymore. Read this shit to your heart's content. Okay? I never make any mention of my life in Vicksburg without mentioning, in particular, Mr. W.H. Jones, for not only was he a kind and considerate employer, but I learned from his actions that a white man could be kind and interested in a Negro. A fact which no amount of reasoning could have driven into my stubborn understanding previous to that time, because before that, it was cracker. You already know. Like, no, I know where I'm from. Can't trust them. Okay? Here we go. There came a time where when I learned that the Tuskegee Institute in Alabama, any poor Negro boy who was willing to work could pay for all of his education in labor. Could you imagine that? I don't know if there's any like that today. I doubt it. But imagine you not having to pay tuition and all you had to do was work. Like, look at the systems the ancestors were creating. Your tuition is you learning by doing. Now, you remember, if y'all was here, we did the Hampton Institute learning by doing. So listen, you want to go to this school? Just work. Read and work. Write and work. That's it. Build a home, plow some fields, grow some crops, make some bricks, become a mason, actually do work that's going to pay you. Imagine in 2025, you could pay for medical school by practicing you could pay for medical school by practicing medicine while you were in school. Because of the work you do in law school, right? You being an actual lawyer and litigating cases. That is what is going to pay off your tuition here at this school. Listen to the systems that the ancestors were creating. The school is essentially free, but nothing is free for real. no money, but you got to work. How many of y'all would go to school? You are whatever field of study that you are working in, not them fucking weird ass studies them girls was majoring in, unwoman and indigenous social justice and all that other bullshit. But if you was actually going to school to be a lawyer, to be a doctor, to be a financier and work in business or banking, if you had to, if you was going to school for any of these different STEM degrees or whatever it is, and the way that you paid for school was actually being good at the thing you want to do, and the quality of your skill was going to be able to pay for your tuition. Now, if you suck, you're out. But if you go above and beyond, you meet expectations and then exceed them, you will essentially worked off your entire tuition. I remember we was reading the advertisement when it was like you could become a lawyer at home just by studying at the crib. Niggas look down on that shit today. What is that shit? Phoenix Online or whatever that shit is called. But yeah, that shit is fire. Okay. Where we at? Yeah. Any poor Negro boy who was willing to work could pay for all his education and labor. To hear was to act. I'm sorry, y'all. The ancestors just be saying fly shit all of the time. To hear was to act. Yo, son. To hear was to act. Meaning, there is nothing else left to do. Once I heard that shit, that's all. The only next thing to do was to act on it. To hear it is the same as acting on it. They go one in this. They hand in hand, nigga. I'm not about to hear of a life-changing opportunity and all I gotta do is fucking work. You see how Booker T. Washington's philosophy just fucking permeates throughout his entire life? Where he tells the young boys, listen, yes, you were worked on the slave plantation, but you still have to work. And so instead of you paying me any fucking money, how about you build the fucking school? Build this building. Plow that fucking field. Work. I'm telling you exactly what you're going to be doing once you graduate anyway. That's what you do as a man. You work. Sammy says, that, my friend, ironically, is called indentured servitude. But we think we're so much better than the ants. Man! Sammy and this motherfucker preaching tonight, man. This is why we started the stream at 6:30. We are now at 11 p.m. and we only touched one tab. We only touched one tab. We still got 3 other ones. So let me hurry up because we only got about an hour left. So, oh my God, y'all. Y'all gonna see the Sammys, the Crystals, the Who's, the Cliffs, the Glasgows, the Scruggs. Y'all been here day one. So y'all know how hype I get. But all you people, how many people we got on Twitter now? How many people we got? Are they gonna give me an updated number? 285 people, almost 300 y'all. Y'all may be new here. Y'all all may be new here, but that's a bar. We talk like this over here in Hotep history. Yeah. Indentured servitude. Come get a degree, a law degree. You feel me? Become a doctor. Come do all of that shit just by doing it. You know how ill that is? Do you know how skilled we are coming out of school based upon this criteria? There's only but so much you can read and write, my nigga. It's only but so much you can read and write. You got to actually do the shit. You got to actually live your education. So how about this? How about from day one? How about from your freshman year to the day you graduate, you work in this field? From the day one of law school, you litigating cases. Not mock trials and shit like that. Nah. Yo, I'm a student at such Black American Law School. I'm a student here. And the law equivalent of Booker T. Washington says, yo, You will be able to have all your tuition paid for if you are a good lawyer. If you litigate these fucking cases correctly. Whether you defend or prosecute, whatever it is, you got to be good at your fucking job. Because what's the fucking point? What's the fucking point of you being able to read and write better than everybody in the fucking classroom, and then when it comes down to practicing law or practicing medicine, you don't have no fucking skills? That's what learning, that's why the ancestors emphasize learning by doing. But let's get back to the story, y'all. I'm sorry. You know how I get, y'all. Some of y'all new here, but yo, this is how I get, man. I didn't even know it was 11 o'clock at night. We've been doing this shit since 6:30. I don't even feel it. If you would have told me it was 8:30, I would have believed you. Be honest. Anyway, I wrote to Mr. Washington, got it, tap in with OG Book, asking if my information was correct. The affirmative answer came at once. It was the middle of August and school began in September, but I determined to be present at the opening of the school year. I was then a boy wearing short trousers, but I immediately set about preparing to deliver a lecture to help raise funds for my trip. He went to go yap. I don't even know what he was yapping about. He still didn't even talk about what he was passionate about. This nigga went outside, physically went outside and was like, yo, listen, man, I got some shit to say. Pay me. With a knowledge of the subject and an assurance which I have never since assumed, he was talking about farming. I spoke to a large audience in Vicksburg on the question, will America absorb the Negro? I settled the question then and there to my own satisfaction, even if I did not convince the nation that my affirmative conclusion was rational. The lecture, quote unquote, netted me my fare to Tuskegee with a few dollars over and brought me from Reverend O.P. Ross, pastor of the AME, African Methodist Episcopal Church in Vicksburg, the author of a scholarship at Wilberforce College at the expense of his church. I respectfully declined, feeling that I did not want to bind myself to any particular denomination by accepting so great a gift. But I have always felt very kindly toward that church ever since. So now, you see what happens when you get up off your ass? So young Isaac says, yo, listen, I know about what it means to be black. So fuck it. I'm about to go into the middle of town square in Vicksburg and get the yapping. And motherfuckers are going to pay me for my speech. Now, whether or not I convinced them, inconsequential. I believe what the fuck I said. And they gave me enough that was going to get me to Tuskegee with a little bit extra. Okay? The pastor of the local church seen me and was like, son, I believe in you. But I think you will be better suited at Wilberforce. Okay? It's a Negro school created by a white man. You know what I'm saying? And I think you'll do great there. And what did Isaac say? Pastor, I appreciate it, but I'm cool. I'm going to Tuskegee. Let's go. Another W for Booker T. Big book. Here we go. My first glimpse of Mr. Washington was had in the depot in Montgomery, Alabama, where a friend and I, on our way to Tuskegee, had changed cars for the Tuskegee train. Oh, man. You know how fire that would be? You know what I'm saying? You and your mans, you on the train to Tuskegee and all that other shit, and while you are changing cars to get to the Tuskegee joint, you see Booker T. Washington. You see him. Like, oh shit, that's him. He's right there. He's right there. Let's fucking big book. What the fuck? Oh shit. Like, I just wrote him a letter a few weeks ago, and he's right here now in the flesh. I didn't even think I was going to see him at the train station, but he's here. He's here. Oh shit. I know he was fanned out. Let's see. Two gentlemen came into the waiting room where we were seated. One man of splendid appearance and an address. The other, a most ordinary appearing. The other, a most ordinary appearing individual. Call that nigga regular degular. The latter, addressing us, inquired our destination. Upon being told that we were going to Tuskegee, he remarked that he had heard that Tuskegee was a very hard place, a place where students were given too much work to do and where the food was very simple and coarse. He was afraid we would not stay there 3 months. We assured him that we were not afraid of hard work and meant to finish the course of study at Tuskegee at all hazards. He then left us. Very soon after, the gentleman who had so favorably impressed us and whom we afterward found to be the capable treasurer of Tuskegee Institute, Mr. Warren Logan, came back and told us that our interlocutor was none other than the president of the school to which we were going. So, you sit down, because maybe he don't know what Booker T. Washington looked like. Maybe you don't know what Booker T. Washington looks like. They get in a car, the train car, and you're sitting across from Booker T. Washington and his mans. And he's like, yo, so where you going? They was like, yo, sir, we going to Tuskegee. We were so excited and stuff like that. Booker T. Washington knowing, yo, I heard it's hard as a motherfucker over there. I heard that they work y'all. I heard you don't eat that good. I don't know. You think you got it in you to actually make it? Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm super excited. All of that shit. And he's like, all right. Oh my God, man. Man, fuck Netflix, man. These niggas I'm trying to tell you, man. Like, oh my God. I could picture that scene in my head, son. This nigga, if you seen the way Booker T. Washington sits with his leg crossed and his arms folded and shit, he was looking at the little nigga, probably sizing him up like, so you going to Tuskegee, huh? Oh my God. Yes, nigga. Let's see. That was crazy. Yo, I just want you. The Mr. Warren, who's the treasurer. The treasurer goes back to the young dudes and was like, yo, I don't know if y'all know, but that was Booker T. Washington. Y'all just finished talking to Booker T. Washington. I hope you know that. And I know Isaac and his mans looked at each other like, oh shit. Oh my God, son, this is so fire. Why don't y'all all study history? I don't understand. This shit is so fucking fire, son. It's just dope ass storytelling. Oh my God, son. That's all it is. That's all it is. All y'all gotta do is just tap in with the ancestors. This is why I don't study history. Let me not say that. This is why I study the ancestors. This is why I study the ancestors, because anything else is like just what Matthew McConaughey say, it's fugazi. It's not real. It's not real. This is primary source from Isaac. Let's get back to the story, man. We got to get to the other tabs. And we got a lot to read. I think we're going to stop right here before the picture. Is there anything else after the picture? Fuck it. Because I don't like, we got to I like reading the whole thing. Fuck it, man. All right, here we go. Arriving at Tuskegee, I found what it meant to be in a school without a penny, without assurance of help from the outside, and wholly dependent upon one's own resources and labor. Come on. And I found further that in the severe, trying process through which Mr. John H. Washington, Superintendent of Industries, brother of Booker T. Washington, and familiarly, always fucks me up. Though very respectfully known to the students as Old Man John. Okay. So I'm not off. Somebody had to call Booker T. Big Book. If his brother's called Old Man John, there had to be a Hotep in that motherfucker being like, Big Book. Anyway, for all students who offered to work for their education, only the fittest and the fittest of the fit at that survived. I'm not mad at it. And you know what else? Now knowing what I know, as far as the spy ring and the disgruntled graduates or the disgruntled students. We learned about the little nigga who got expelled, and he got expelled the same day Booker T. Washington was reading a letter from his mom asking him how was his son getting along. It was not easy to be a student at Tuskegee. This is Harvard level, so to speak, vocational work. You're not just about to come here and do lackadaisical work. You're not about to drag your feet in this bitch, nigga. If you're not about to get up every day and work, like your life depends on it, because we trying to drive that home. If you don't work, you don't what? Eat. There is no other option. He says, I found what it meant to be in the school without a penny, without assurance of help from the outside, and wholly dependent upon one's own resources in labor. Me. No one else. Nobody else is about to fucking help come save me. If I don't work, I don't what? Eat. Anyway, I was assigned work with the resident physician, a very efficient woman doctor from Philadelphia. And I have a recollection, by no means dim, that when this good woman made her monthly report to the treasurer, she could write, quote, Health Department to Isaac Fisher, doctor, $12.50 value received. Every morning before breakfast, it was my duty to go to the rooms of 600 young men to see if any were ill, have those who were carried to the hospital, report all such to 4 departments, take meals to those confined in the hospital, attend to all their wants, keep their building heated and supplied with fuel, but space will not permit in the full catalog of duties. So he was working in the infirmary. He was working in the hospital all day long. You feel me? A monthly report to the treasurer. So every month, $12.50. His work amounted to $12.50. Or he was being paid $12.50. I don't know just yet. We'll see. But the work that he was doing, he had to make sure the patients was good. He had to make sure there may be a student sick in bed that can't speak, that can't call. So you got to make sure everybody's up and at them and healthy. If you are sick, nigga, I got to bring you to the hospital, and I got to make sure that you're cared for. I got to make sure this entire building has heat and has fuel. And not only that, nigga, I had so many duties, I can't even write everything down. At the end of such a day's work, I would attend the night school during a session of 2 hours. So not only did he bust his fucking ass all day working, he still had to study at night for 2 hours. Come on, man. Let's keep reading. Desiring to learn a trade, I asked permission to enter the printing office for the next year. This was not granted until it was found that I would not leave the school during the summer, but would remain in work until the beginning of the next school year. Summer school. There's other kids who are going off for the summer, may not even come back. This is a break for them. Like, fuck. Oh my God, my body is still sore from first semester. Whatever. Isaac is like, nah, I'm staying. I'm working. Accordingly, when my second year began, I entered the printing office as an apprentice. During that year, I suffered actual want and privation in the matter of shoes and clothes, but later came under the notice of Mrs. Booker T. Washington, who made arrangements by the school for just such cases. At the end of this year, my health, as a result of my work in the office, was so poor that the resident physician recommended my removal therefrom. To the surprise of Mr. J.H. Washington, Brother John, old man John, I asked to be transferred to the farm. And I think I proved while working on the school farm that I was sincere when I said that I would work wherever I was placed. Isaac needs his own movie. It's already clear. Because remember, this episode is about agriculture. This episode is about agriculture. See, when you're going to a school like Tuskegee, you can go in that bitch not knowing what you want to do. Because anything in this bitch Anything you choose to do, printing, health, farming, whatever you're going to do in this bitch, nigga, it's going to amount to a sizable skill, a transferable skill. So you can go there, you can go to Tuskegee and find yourself. Fine. Go ahead and find yourself, nigga, because you're going to work regardless. First year, he did the medical. Second year, he did the printing office. I guess all of that ink and paper was getting to him and shit like that. Got sick, which people do. Nah, he ain't above getting sick because he worked so hard. That ain't new. That ain't inhumane. You feel me? Don't call OSHA on Tuskegee. You feel me? But that was like, yo, little nigga, you gonna have to get up out of here, man. You sick as hell. And I could just picture him sweating bullets, red around the eyes and shit like that, sick as hell. And he like, send me to the farm. They was like, send you to the farm? Send me to the farm. You sure, Isaac? Yes. Send me to the farm. Nigga, I said I was going to work. Because I'm thinking back to that train ride. I'm thinking back when Booker T. Washington looked me in my eyes and told me that not everybody make it out of this motherfucker. Not everybody succeeds. They say it's hard over here. The food ain't the greatest. You feel me? That nigga is determined. The nigga Booker T. Washington was doing Jedi mind tricks on these little niggas. You hear me? Looking at them in their faces being like, yo, if you want to make something of yourself, you got to go through some shit. And you ain't about to complain to a former slave about a motherfucking thing. Sorry. What excuse can you honestly give an ex-slave as to why you couldn't do something? As to why you failed? You feel me? Yo, man. Sammy, if he dies, he dies. Nah, we ain't gonna go that crazy. But nigga, come on, let's get to it. It was during this summer that Mr. Booker T. Washington showed me that I had come favorably under his notice. You know I need to see this fucking movie. At one of the weekly prayer meetings, because God first, I'm not going to keep pausing, conducted by the chaplain, Mr. Penny, at which Mr. Washington was present, I made some remarks relative to the agnosticism of the late Colonel Robert G. Ingersoll. The following day, Mr. Washington sent for me, inquired my age and class in the school, and then said some very kind things about the talk which I had made in the prayer meeting, and made me a conditional promise of his friendship, which, despite my oft-proven unworthiness, he has ever since given me in unstinted measure. After that second year, my hardships as a work student was practically over. Practically over. Now you wonder why. Why do you think Booker T. Washington chose Isaac for the journalist to talk to? If you were Booker T. Washington and you had a bunch of students who was like, yo, fuck Booker T. Washington, fuck Tuskegee, I'm out this bitch. I ain't learned nothing out of it. I just had a bunch of sore muscles and shit. My body sore as shit. I hurt. Who are you about to come be the spokesperson as a student? A spokesperson as a student for Tuskegee. The humble nigga that worked his ass off, that believes in you, that looks up to you. This nigga said he was unworthy of Booker T. Washington's friendship. Super humble brother. Yeah. Hey, journalist, whatever your name is, James. Talk to my student Isaac. See what he has to say. He's new here. He's been around for a little bit though. Ask him his experience at Tuskegee. Here we go. We're in year 3 now. We're in year 3. In my third year, I entered the day school, working one day in every week and every other Saturday. And going to the school the remainder of the time. While the school made compulsory the earning of some money on the part of all students, it set no maximum limit on the amounts to be earned. Gang, I don't know if you heard what he just said. it was required for the students to make money. And that's why I think that 1250 came from. So they're literally earning and learning at the same goddamn time. This is amazing. I would have loved to go into Tuskegee Institute. I don't know what they're doing at Tuskegee University these days. Hopefully they still keeping the tradition alive. But the Tuskegee Institute, with Big Book still in the building, insane. I would have definitely been there. So you had to make money, but there was no limit on how much money you could earn. I elected to earn as much as I could under the circumstances. Earning by reason of the many odd jobs, which I did, often as much as $20 per month, going to school every day in the meantime. The average amount usually earned is $5 and the average amount usually earned is $5 and $6 per month. Come on. This nigga is cooking 4 times the amount of the average student. You fucking right. I'm about to have the journalist talk to my young nigga Isaac. This is my youngin'. This young Ike right here. James, talk to Ike. This is one of my star students. This nigga Booker T. Washington has been paying attention to this little nigga the whole time. Booker T. Washington saw him sick. Saw this little nigga being like, damn, this nigga still won't give up. His 3rd year, this nigga's making $20 a month. When did he leave? When did he leave, Sam? Hold on. When did he leave to go to Tuskegee? His mom's had died, and then he went to Vicksburg. His mom's died in 1886. So let's just say, yeah, he went to Tuskegee in let's just say 87. And by 1890, he was making $20 a month. Sammy, where we at? $20 a month. 1890. 1890. What's $20 in 1890? This nigga is working and going to school at the same time. Working during the day, schools at night, school and work during the day, however it worked. This nigga is going crazy in there. He's going crazy in there. Let's go. This is him telling his own story. At one time, I worked 8 days per month on the farm, sent notes of the school to 127 Negro newspapers, cleaned 1 laboratory every day, played in both the brass band and the orchestra, blew the bugle for the battalion, and taught 2 classes in the night school, for each of which duties I received pay. He's going crazy in there. He's taking all advantage of the opportunities inside Tuskegee. Model student. Not wasting a single second of his time at Tuskegee and gaining not only an education, but mugger. But bread. Here we go. Sam says $20 in 1890 is worth $712 today, adjusted for inflation. $700 a month, while most kids is only making, divide that by 4. You feel me? They're making a quarter of that. You dig? This is the type of work ethic that Ike is working with, son. This shit is fucking crazy. Let's go. Look at all of the fucking jobs he did. He worked 8 days out of the month on the farm. He sent notes of the school to 127 Negro papers. So he's writing, sending shit out to the newspapers, good old press. He cleaned a laboratory at least once every day. He played in the band and the orchestra. He blew the bugle for the battalion. He taught 2 classes in night school. Look at all of the shit that he's doing. Come on, man. And he got paid for all of that shit. And even though I broke down under the accumulated strain soon after my graduation, I carried my point and completed the course of study as I had planned. Yeah, he was fucking exhausted. I'll give you that. 3 years? Or the 3rd year doing all that? I mean, shit, some year 1, he been cooking. But damn, son, I ain't gonna mad if after graduation you want to just take a fucking nap for a day or two. Not mad at you, gang. You earned it. This nigga, look how much sleep he didn't get. You could just tell by his duties that this nigga ain't sleep much. So let's see. In my 4th year, I won the Trinity Church Boston Prize for $25 for oratory, and in my senior year, won the Lowridge book prize for scholarship, and also the valedictory of my class graduating in 1898. So this was 1898. So he started school in 1894. I was close. It was $20. $20 a month. $20 per month, Cliff. $20 per month. Man, I'm trying to tell you, Mike. Mike says $700 a month in college. Even if I had to work in the field, I would have had a ball. You hear me? Talk to him, Mike. Here we go. Let's finish up the story. I was immediately sent to the Schofield School, a Quaker institution for Negroes in Aiken, South Carolina, to organize farmers' conferences on the order of those conducted by the Tuskegee Institute and to serve as a teacher in the school. After 1 year's service in that position, Mr. Washington asked me to accept the position of Assistant Northern Financial Agent for Tuskegee. Imagine the headmaster of your school being like, yo, listen, I kind of want to keep you close. You worked for the Crackers for a little bit. You feel me? You worked for the Quakers. Cool. But I need you to come on back. You was in South Carolina. I need you to come on back to Alabama. Your OG just called you to come back home. Your OG just told you to come back home. I got you. I'm about to hire you as what did he say? The Northern Financial Agent. So you about to keep tabs on whatever. I don't even know what that fucking job means, to be totally honest. So, no, before I even read ahead, I'm going to guess. Let's use our brains. I'm going to guess that when it comes down to his graduates who go up north, he's keeping tabs on them or donations. You know what I'm saying? Money coming from up north to Alabama. He got to be in charge of that bread. Okay? I accepted and remained 2 years in New England, helping to interest friends in my alma mater. At my own request, I was transferred from the northern work to the south, being assigned this time to the Negro Conference work in Alabama. Before beginning this work, I was married to a Tuskegee girl, Miss Sally McCann. Shout out to that. You see how his life is all being configured and figured the fuck out at this goddamn school? He's not about to spend the next 20 goddamn years looking for love and being a bachelor. Married the girl he graduated with. Also, what I think now that we've gotten the understanding of what he was talking about, this nigga was going up north to get more money for Tuskegee. That's what it was. That's what it says. I accepted and remained 2 years in New England, helping to interest friends in my alma mater. Either going to the school, it seems like, or donating to the school. And then he was like, all right, I don't want to be up north no more. Fuck all of this Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Vermont, and all that. Nah, I want to go back down south. And I want to work with Negroes. Because I already know that, yes, he's going to be talking to northern blacks, but I know that culture is so different. We already know about that. We're going to get into that shit when it comes to the Gilded Age and all of that other shit. We know that southern culture and northern culture, they are similar but not. You dig? So anyway, here we go. Within a few months, a principal was needed for the Swain Public School of Montgomery, Alabama, and this in the middle of the school year. Mr. Washington recommended me for the work, and I was elected to the position. At the close of the term, I went to New York to study the public school system of that city as far as possible. While there, I was re-elected principal of the Swain School, and a notice of the election reached me one morning. 3 hours later, I received a letter from the secretary of the University of Arkansas, white. I love when they do that. I love when they put white in parentheses. That's my favorite. informing me that my name had been presented to the board of trustees of that institution and I had been elected to the presidency of the state branch normal college at Pine Bluff, Arkansas. I was not a candidate for the position, but seeing in it an opportunity for greater usefulness, I accepted the position in my 25th year. So he was 25 years old. So he was already married and had skills and all that shit by 25, y'all. Okay? And have just been reelected to serve a third term as president of the school. Yo, a bunch of crackers sat around and was like, yo, we need that nigga. He's not even on the ballot. Fuck the ballot. Fuck the election. Get him. He's good. We need him. And y'all be thinking that this is some bullshit, but that's the whole point. That was the whole fucking point of what Booker T. Washington was telling you niggas. That's what he was telling you niggas. Be so fucking great that these niggas could never deny it. This black man wasn't on the ballot. He was not on the ballot. He was not to be voted. I was not a candidate for the position. They called me. I didn't even know these people existed until they hit my line. I've been a president at this other school doing just fine. They hit my line. You feel me? It was like, yo, we heard about you. You're great. You don't have to worry about a vote. We want you. You're in if you're accepting it. If you want it, you got it. That's what it was. And he says, I accepted the position in my 25th year and had just been reelected to serve a third term as president of the school. The Branch Normal College was established in 1875 as one of the land grant colleges and has property valuation of $100,000. Sammy, if you want. I mean, it's just a school. Over my desk hangs a picture of the principal of Tuskegee, and in my desk are views of the institution which he has built. But these may be removed. In the book of my memory and in the secret chambers of my heart, I have enshrined the two names which, with God and the parents now on the other side of the great divide, I have shaped and given direction to my whole life, Tuskegee and Booker T. Washington. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Isaac Fisher, great student, alumni of Tuskegee Institute. And I'm trying to tell you niggas, this is the reason why Booker T had Isaac talk to the journalists. Because look how the fuck he reveres Book. And you can see this is just him sitting down writing. Imagine him passionately talking to the journalists about all of the shit that he's been able to live. All of the opportunities afforded him because of Booker T. Washington and Tuskegee. Fuck them hating ass students. They didn't have it. They didn't have what it took to be great in this motherfucker. Talk to me. Talk to the nigga that worked every goddamn day. Talk to me who worked 16 hours a day on campus, passed out after my fucking graduation because I was fucking working that hard. Ask me, the nigga who earned it. Fuck out of here. All right. Who we got up next? Who we got up next, man? We got James Benson Dudley. James Benson Dudley. This is a shorter read. Let's see if we get a picture of him. We do have a picture of him. We do have visuals. Here we go. This is what we got. Cliff says, shout out to University of Pine Bluff, HBCU. Shout out. Black man, James Dudley, educator and administrator born. Okay? Let's learn about James, y'all. Here we go. 1896 to 1925. James Benson Dudley was born a slave on November 2nd, 1859 in Wilmington, North Carolina. Shout out to Wilmington. Good granny. All right. He attended his hometown missionary school and later experimental school for Black American youth in Philadelphia. Dudley graduated from Shaw University in Raleigh Okay. He was also awarded a first grade teacher's certificate from Sampson County, North Carolina. In addition to being a teacher, he was principal of the Peabody School in Wilmington for approximately 15 years, served as editor of the Wilmington Chronicle, and was active in politics. Dr. Dudley was first appointed a member of the A&M College Board of Trustees by the legislature in 1895. He was then elected the board secretary in May of the same year, and on May 1896 was named president of the college. The college's prestige, however, was declining as a result of internal and external conflicts. Therefore, Dudley's first task as president was to bring cohesiveness to the college family and to champion its cause throughout the state. As a result of hard work and much vigor by Dudley, the college grew and developed from 58 students who lived in one brick dormitory to 476 students in regular session and 500 students in summer session. By 1925, there was an increase in the physical plant from the one classroom building where 8 teachers taught to 13 buildings. 3 of the buildings, Noble, Morrison, and Murphy Halls, are used today. The value of the college went from $50,000 in 1896 to over $1 million, and 74 more acres were purchased to add to the college's 26 acres. Sammy! $1 million. Where we at? Let's just say $1 million in 1900. Okay, by 1904, let's just say 1904, $1 million in 1904. By 1904, the college owned a 100-acre farm that was equipped with labor-saving farm machinery and devices. Susie Wright Sampson Dudley, wife of Dr. Dudley, is credited with writing the words to the A&T alma mater. On Saturday, April 4th, 1925, after serving the college for 29 years, James B. Dudley passed quietly at his home, the Magnolias, located on Dudley Street. The street was named in honor of him by the city of Greensboro. Shout out to Greensboro. Had a bunch of memories in Greensboro. And in the holiday, Dudley Day began around 1927. A faculty member to describe Dr. Dudley said that he was a lover of students, a great leader, and a grand teacher. Sam says $1 million in 1904 was $36,401,797.75. My youngin' Mike says OG Book, OG George W. Carver, and OG Malcolm, top 3 Black American exists to ever exist so far. Facts, man. Facts, man. They went crazy. Let's see what more we can learn about James. I feel like that wasn't enough. See, they're gonna focus more on because he was the president of North Carolina A&T, so I think they're gonna focus more on that. See if we can find some. We can get some pictures of him at least, and then we'll move on to the next person because it's 11:40. Jeez Louise, I be yapping, man. I really start. I was like, I'm gonna start at 6:30 because by the time I get to the end, I'm gonna be like, tired. I can go for another 6. Fuck it. All right, so that was James. We don't gotta keep going into it. We got more people to cover. I will be putting all of these links. So I shouldn't have did that. Let me reopen it. I will be putting all of these links into the description. You know what I'm saying? All right, it's fine. All right, so what we got next, man? Who we got? We got George Ruffin Bridgeforth. Do we have a picture of George Ruffin? Yep, there we go. We got a picture of him. We got him. Let's get a picture of George up before we read about him. So this is George. Come on. Where we at? Here we go. This is George right here. You could definitely tell that he gave a fuck about his appearance for sure. Okay? All right, let's get into his story. Let's see if we get a little bit more agricultural. Okay? Here we go. I guess he was in this picture as well. Is that him? Can we zoom in? That was definitely him. That was definitely him. Can we zoom in? Yeah. Here you go. There you go right here. Yeah, he might be light-skinned, but he stick out like a sore thumb. A sore thumb. That's him. There you go. So he was on the football team? Okay. Got it. Those other faces was fucking ridiculous. Some of them faces was wicked. I ain't gonna hold you. Let's zoom back out. Okay, we can keep it at 110. The first black American students who enrolled at the Massachusetts Agricultural College was probably George Ruffin Bridgeforth, sometimes listed as George Ruffum Bridgeforth, who arrived in Amherst in the fall of 1897. This is a good year. 1897 was a good year. That was the year that they started the 10-acre experiment at Tuskegee. Born in Athens, Alabama, on October 5th, 1873, Bridgeforth was nearly 24 when he entered as a freshman, and in some ways he set a pattern for the pioneering cohort of black American students at MAC. Older than the average student and Southern in origin, he had studied at an historically black college, Talladega, prior to his arrival. Just as important, once he arrived, he became an active participant in the athletic and academic life of his new college. Let's see. From his freshman year, Bridgeforth dove into the full range of student activities, and he appears to have been popular with his classmates. Selected as sergeant at arms for the sophomore class, he was a valued part of the rope pool team in the college Shakespearean Club. The college Shakespearean Club addressed the Amherst Grange on the agriculture of the South, and he was a corporal in the company Company A of the Cadet Battalion and president of the YMCA. You see how they always they always got to decorate. It's not enough just to be lit. You got to decorate your shit. You got to you really got to be him. You feel me? So yeah. There we go. Here we go. Academically, he was awarded second prize in the Flint oratorical competition as a junior in 1900. The Orator of the South, as the Index, the student yearbook, reported, met his crowning success in the oratorical line when defending, quote, against the slanderous accusation of being false to his class. Okay, this great orator not only defended his honor on the chapel stage and gained the unanimous decision of the judges, but at the same time accomplished the difficult feat of breaking up a YMCA meeting. So they was talking crazy about him? That's what it sounded like. It seems like they was talking crazy about him and he wasn't going for it. Motherfuckers said against the slanderous accusations of being false to his class. The fuck does that mean? You think I'm faking it? Motherfucker, what you talking about? Like, I'm getting offended for him. Fuck that. Anyway, like many of the early black American students at MAC, Bridgeforth also joined the football team, playing center and the right guard, and earning the then coveted right to wear a college sweater, cap, and letter. I ain't gonna front. Them early 20th century football sweaters, fire. Niggas need to bring them back. I seen Ralph Lauren did that shit with Oak Bluffs, but you know. No, not Oak Bluffs. What school was it? It was one of them schools. But anyway, success in so many endeavors aside, Bridgeforth faced challenges in his schooling. After his first term at MAC on January 4th, 1898, he was forced to join an Armenian student, Dikran B. Tajian, in petitioning the college board of trustees for relief from tuition and fees because of inability to pay them. Bad joint. The petition was granted. Okay. Although it is uncertain how Bridgeforth coped thereafter, there are clues. In the U.S. Census for 1900, he was one of the 4 lodgers, the others white, listed as living at the home of Louisa S. Baker, just off the south end of campus at 101 East Pleasant Street. Baker was no ordinary town resident. Known for many years as a good friend of the college, Mrs. Baker came from a family that owned part of the land on which MAC was established, and she lived virtually at the gate of the college until her death in 1908. The writers of Baker's obituary lauded her philanthropy to the poor of New York City and the colored people of the South, but took equal pains to point out her quiet work with MAC students. She delighted in acting and a mother's part towards boys who came to college determined to pay their own bills so far as possible. She opened her house to such and always had one or more occupying rooms under her roof. She gave them employment and looked sharply after their conduct and habits. The number of Aggie boys who she helped in employment in who she helped in one way or another, us unknown to any unknown to any except those who knew her well. Anyway, many of them she helped financially to secure their education at MAC. She advanced them money to complete their professional studies in universities, and in some cases welcomed their sons when they too came to their father's college. That's fire. In her will, Baker left $6,000 to support poor, industrious, and deserving students. Okay. What else we got? At points during his tenure at the college, Bridforth's health also became a concern. He survived measles one winter, but more seriously, he nearly blew himself up. What? While working in a field near Hatch barn during his sophomore year, Bridgeforth accidentally ignited a stick of dynamite in his face, causing him to lose 5 teeth, sustaining cuts across his face and injuring both eyes. Jeez, bro, what the hell are you doing? Bridgeforth, come on, man. How do you fucking accidentally ignite a stick of dynamite in your face? Excuse me? How is that possible, sir? Young sir, please tell me how you ignited accidentally a stick of dynamite. You lucky you didn't die, fam. What the fuck? Anyway, thankfully, quick medical care enabled him to recover his eyesight within weeks. Black power. That's black excellence right there. That good old Wolverine gene niggas got. Nigga blew dynamite in his face like a fucking Looney Tune. Like, this nigga fucking blew dynamite in his face like this nigga was Wile E. Coyote and shit. And he recovered his eyesight within weeks. Motherfucking Yosemite Sam ass nigga, this shit is crazy. A stick of dynamite. That is some Acme bullshit if I have ever seen it. This nigga was a goddamn cartoon character. I could just imagine that shit blowing up in his face and he just got that black shit. Like, man, let's finish this shit, man. Like most of the first generation of black American students at Mass Aggie, Bridgeforth pursued a career in education at historically black colleges. His first stop on the... Sorry, I gotta pause again. Rashad, I don't know if you're still here, bro, but this is what the fuck I was talking about. Yo, get all the white education that you want. Bring it back to the crib. That's it. Bring it back to the crib. What the fuck they was teaching you in there? Teach it to us. Straight up. His first stop on the way was at the State Normal School in Atlanta, Georgia, but by 1902, he landed a position with the agricultural department at Tuskegee. Come on, right back to Tuskegee. I want y'all to know that I do not be planning these tabs. I look up like, yo, give me some primary sources on XYZ topic. And they give me a bunch of names and I look up the names. I find a good website that talks about the names and I go on to the next and then I get a full tabbing of what the fuck we gonna be talking about, and then I hit record or I hit stream. I did not read this article beforehand at all. But anyway, big old Tuskegee, home to two of the most prominent leaders in black American education of the day, Booker T. Washington and who? George Washington Carver. You see how all of this shit be coming full circle? I do not plan this. I wish I was that good to plan that. But The fact that it's not planned be making me feel even more lit, because it's like I couldn't have scripted this any better. How is the last tab that we're going to talk about tonight brought it back to George Washington Carver, who's what we started with? Come on, full circle. Described by historian Linda McMurray as a, quote, big, energetic, blustery man with a flair and a taste for administrative power, and the, quote, temperamental opposite of Carver. Bridgeforth was ambitious in his attempts to climb the ladder at Tuskegee. He was successful too, but unfortunately this success exacerbated the personality clash with Carver, to result in a famously bitter, protracted feud. Come on. In the beginning, Carver had reportedly advised against hiring Bridgeforth as a barn manager, and Bridgeforth responded by resisting Carver's authority wherever he could. Oh shit, it's smoke in the building. George Washington Carver has smoke. He don't. Oh my God, son. I love my job so much. So listen, y'all know I'm going to set the scene. George Washington Carver and Booker T. Washington are having a conversation. These niggas is locked in. They locked in. My man, pots and pans. My man, 100 grand, pots and pans. You feel me? So whatever Carver say, Washington gonna listen to, and whatever Washington say, Carver's gonna listen to. These niggas is bros. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? These niggas is Ace and Mitch. You feel me? They back to back and it like this. So Carver like, yo, son, do not hire this little nigga. And Washington like, Book, like, why? Like, son, I'm telling you, this little nigga arrogant. He hard-headed. This nigga, like, he more worried about being successful and shit like that without like and less about being a team player and all this other shit. And honestly, Book, I don't fucking like him. How about that? That's the good reason. I don't fucking like him, Book. Do not hire this nigga. You know I run the entire agricultural department of Tuskegee. That nigga gonna be under my tutelage the entire time. And if that nigga fail, or if that nigga fuck up the soil, if that nigga fuck up the crops or some shit like that, I don't want to be responsible for this little nigga. I don't like him. And Washington, Big Book was like, yo, son, chill. Why are you acting like this? This ain't the first hard-headed student that you've had. Listen, tell him what to do. Stay in charge. You the man. You run the entire department. Relax. It's still your shit. And Carver was like, all right, whatever. So it was like, as soon as this little nigga Bridgeforth come through, he don't want to heed to what Carver is telling him. He doing the opposite. You know what I'm saying? Carver tell him to go left. George tell him to go left. He want to go right. George tell him to go right. He want to go left. He just being rebellious for no fucking reason. It's like, nigga, I am George Washington motherfucking Carver. You don't want to feel what the last name's like. Nigga, I really carved shit up. After Bridgeforth was put in charge of the Jessup Agricultural Wagon for Better Farming in 1906, an adventurous experiment in agricultural extension, and particularly, agricultural extension, and particularly after he was promoted to Director of Agricultural Operations at the college in about 1907, friction with the milder-mannered Carver peaked. So now this nigga is moving up in ranks. So now, I ain't gonna hold you, Big Carver. I gotta act like he hard-headed. But Book is not gonna keep promoting this little nigga if he's not being great. So we gotta add a little bit of saltiness on the Carver side. OG George looking a little bit salty. This little nigga may be coming up the ranks, and he's not liking that. I'm big motherfucking cheese over here, nigga. And now you moving up. Now you what? Director of Agricultural Operations? That sounds like some shit that I used to do. Hold on. Let's see. Things eventually became so bad that their work responsibilities had to be completely separated. While Bridgeforth continued as Director of Agriculture, Carver was assigned oversight of the research and experiment. Oh my God. Gang, So, oh my God. Oh, the first fucking book we read was about the experiment station. The 10 acres of land. That was the whole fucking book. That was what the whole book was about. That book was published in 1905. And by 1907, okay, this nigga, hold on, 1907, this little nigga becomes director of agriculture at Tuskegee. Carver was assigned oversight of the research and experiment station. The same station where he told niggas how to told sharecroppers how to turn bad soil into good soil. So you know how that meeting went. Yo, listen, this little nigga is a thorn in my ass, Book. I don't like this little nigga. And Book is looking at him like, yo, son, listen, son, you got to get over that. The nigga Bridgeforth came here, he hit the ground running. He's been smoking shit in your department. Outside of y'all not getting along, does he do bad work, George? No, I can't say that he does bad work. I won't say that about him, but I don't fucking like him, Book. I don't like the little nigga, man. The nigga is hard-headed, like he so arrogant and shit like that, and because he's so good, I don't fucking like him, Book. I seen George. And it's like, yo, nigga, imagine you're George Washington fucking Carver. You're that man. You got the respect of all of the men that you need to get respect from. Thomas Edison, you turned down 1.5 million fucking dollars from a cracker to teach these little niggas. Okay? I never had to work a fucking again. All I had to do was hit this cracker with a bunch of bullshit experiments. He was going to steal it from me, and I was going to get paid 50 fucking grand a year. I wouldn't have had to did shit. And I told that white man, I'm staying my ass at Tuskegee. And in the same year, this little arrogant bastard from Massachusetts is in my fucking department killing shit, but then defying me every fucking chance that he gets. I don't like this little arrogant nigga, Book. You knew what I turned down to stay here. And Book was like, yo, and I appreciate that. You know I've thanked you for that shit all of the time. But just like Crystal said in the future, nigga, you don't even know if that Tommy nigga was gonna pay you. So we can't do that. Listen, bro. I know the little nigga, you don't like the little nigga. So here's what we gonna do. You remember a couple years ago when you was doing the experiment on the 10 acres and how to turn the bad soil into good soil and all that other shit? Here's what I'm thinking. How about I put you on oversight of that department, and I'm going to have Bridgeforth just be head of or director of agriculture. Wait. You demoting me? No, don't look at it as me demoting you. Don't do that. You my nigga. You already know you my man. I'm not demoting you, my nigga. But what I'm saying is, you getting up there in age. You know what you know. There's no reason for you to be stressed out over this one student like that. So listen, I'm going to make him director of agriculture. And you can go and just continue to keep experimenting on the soil. That's what you do. That's what you like doing anyway. You love teaching, but you love learning more than anything else. I know you love the students, man, but you love learning more than anything else. Go back into the field. Just oversee it. You ain't got to be out there but just oversee the experiments and the research that they doing. So that's what I'm thinking happened. Let's get into the story. Even this arrangement failed. Even this arrangement failed to quell the conflict. Damn. Bridgeforth ultimately left Tuskegee after Washington's death, probably not coincidentally, and in May 1918 accepted a position as president of the Kansas Industrial and Education Institute in Topeka. During his 7 years at the Western Tuskegee, well, I'm not going to say it's nasty because it's better than saying the Black Harvard or whatever the fuck. So yeah, compare black schools to black schools. I like that actually. I actually like it now. He established a hospital and a nursing school, But by the mid-1920s, he returned home to Athens. Oh, he's from Athens, Georgia. I'm sorry. But he went to school in Massachusetts. Either way, the story still checks out. He returned home to Athens to work in various capacities, including teaching school, dairying, selling real estate, and teaching at Tennessee Agricultural and Industrial College in Nashville. In some ways, Bridgeforth's return home signaled a renewed commitment to pursuing racial uplift, as they all do. During his time at Tuskegee, if not before, Bridgeforth had developed a keen philosophy of community rooted in independent black land ownership. Of course. Sammy said Shaw might have been right. About what? Shaw ain't never right. Fuck out of here. So before we finish up, I ain't gonna lie, gang. That was fucking hilarious. Like, that was fucking hilarious. Because I could just dead ass see that shit like. So these niggas is still beefing. Bridgeforth is moving up the ladder. My nigga George is moving laterally. He chilling. And he's ahead of the experiment station. And they still got beef. They not fucking with each other. They passing each other the whole way. Niggas is not making eye contact. If they do, it's smoke. You feel me? And then in 1915, the only person on earth that was keeping me off your little ass, nigga, is dead now. The one man on campus that kept vouching for your bitch ass is dead now. We all went to his funeral. We all sad. But that man is dead now. And I'm going to kill you, little nigga. Like, I'm going to... Like, what? For the past however many years, you have been terrorizing. You have been fucking with me. You've been doing shit. I know you was the nigga that fucking switched out the fucking lettuce on my sandwich. I know you was doing all of that prank bullshit. I know it was you, Bridgeforth. Because when it's smoke like that on the campus, you know it's no first names. It's Bridgeforth. Carver yelling Bridgeforth name all in the hallways and all types of shit. It's smoke between Carver and Bridgeforth. It's a name that you can hate. Because there's nobody else in that fucking school named Bridgeforth. It's only one nigga in this goddamn school named Bridgeforth. And I hate that little nigga. And the one person that was going to keep me off your ass. Because you know George Washington Carver, he had that old man strength. This nigga worked in the fields his whole life. He got that old man strength. You feel me? And I ain't gonna lie. 3 years later, he left. I don't think that Carver didn't put his hands on him in those 3 years. You can't convince me. Carver had to touch that nigga up at least a couple times. Bing, boop, 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 boop. Like, had to fix this little nigga up. And, all right, let's just say once a year, Carver beat his ass. So just like gave him a pow real quick. Just give him a quick, brrr, you know what I'm saying? Gave him that. And it's like, all right, I'm out. I'm out. I'm about to go to motherfucking Kansas. I'm moving to Kansas. Fuck this shit. You feel me? But yeah, I already knew. As soon as fucking Booker T. Washington died, I know George Washington Carver was on that nigga's ass. You hear me? White on rice, that nigga. I knew it. Anyway. Let's check the chat. Cliff says, Dubes, the way you breaking down these interactions is fire. I appreciate it. He tried to quarantine Carver to tinker and experiment, and Carver was not having it. He wasn't, son. Y'all imagine. You, the nigga in the agricultural department. This is my domain. This is my kingdom. Yeah, this whole shit is yours, but this is my court, nigga. This is my home court. And you letting this nigga from fucking Athens, Georgia, by the way of motherfucking Massachusetts. That's where he was at, right? I'm not tripping. Yeah, this is the same nigga. This jock ass nigga. You got a fucking athlete. And because, you know, if you ambitious, you ambitious. It's like, you let this little nigga take my spot. And as men, I know you not doing it to harm me. I know you not doing it to say fuck you to me, nigga, because you know me and you locked in. But Washington looking at this shit like, yo, I got a whole school to run, G. He called them G. It's Book and G. So it's like, yo, G, like, what do you want me to do, son? Like, I'm not about to expel him for what? There's no reason to expel him. The little nigga is doing phenomenally in your department. What do you want me to do? It's like, son, you got to put a muzzle on this little nigga or something because he talking to me crazy. He think that he know more than me, and I'm fucking George Washington Carver. And Book was trying to tell him, like, yo, son, sometimes you got to go with the winds of change. And I know George wasn't trying to hear that. You seen George Washington Carver? That nigga's he looked like one of them uncles or grandpas that stuck in his ways. Because his ways were so successful throughout his whole years of being in this field. What the fuck can this little nigga from Massachusetts tell me? I'm George Washington Carver. I don't give a fuck about none of this little shit this little nigga saying. Did you have Thomas Edison offer you $50,000 a year? No? All right, so shut the fuck up. That's just how it goes. But let's finish this story. To achieve this goal, he, along with several other relatives and associates from Tuskegee, formed the Southern Small Farm Land Company in 1910. And by working cooperatively, they soon established themselves as the only black landowners in Limestone County. As the company grew, it expanded scope to assist landless tenant farmers in acquiring their own adjacent property, which in turn led to the establishment of an all-black community of landholders they called Beulah Land. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me finish it. Well, fuck that. I don't give a fuck. Who am I finishing it for? Y'all gonna watch. Watch. We gonna find this. Hold on. What was it? Southern Small Farmland Company. Because this sounds like what Reverend Jackson did. Sounds very, very similar to what Reverend Jackson did. Oh, wait. That shit still exists? Hold on. Oh, we got Real Legacy, huh? Oh. Okay. Oh, we got Lineage. Oh, hundreds of years. Well, at least, yeah. At least 100 and some change. Oh. Black owner operated farm since 1877. Oh. Man, where else, man? Where else was you niggas gonna find this shit other than Hotep history, man? Come on, man. Stop fucking playing with me, man. And get boring not one time in this motherfucking stream. We've been rocking, 5 hours and 39 minutes, man. Give it up for him. Okay? By 1910, George Ruffin Bridgeworth had become the largest black landowner in Limestone County. That year, he founded the Southern Small Farm Land Company, which established the North Alabama farming community known as Beulah Land. Can we learn something else about Beulah Land? Is that it? What the fuck? Okay, what is this? I don't think this is the same thing. No, this is some Hebrew. Yeah, no, this ain't the same. All right, well, shout out to Bridgeforth for that. I didn't even know that. Okay. And by working cooperatively, they soon established themselves as the only. And so, yeah, Beulah Land. Although a few community members were uprooted by the Tennessee Valley Authority in the 1930s to make way for the Wheeler Dam Reservoir, Beulah Land was a success, and many of the descendants of the original residents still remain on land acquired by their families in the 1920s. Always energetic, Bridgeforth lived out his conviction that land ownership alone would not bring about full equality. He was one of the first black Americans in the county to register to vote. Bridgeforth and his wife, Dady Bridgeforth, raised a family of 1 son and 3 daughters. He died in Limestone County, Alabama, June 30th, 1955. These are all of the sources. That's what's up, man. Shout out to Bridgeforth. Young, ambitious nigga that had George Washington Carver hot under the motherfucking collar. He was mad at him. Mad at him. Let's see. Sammy says he tried the quarantine Carver. Oh, yeah. We already looked at that. Cool. So now, finally, last subject for the night. We got Thomas Monroe Campbell. Hopefully this article is not too long, because I know it's getting late and I know y'all tired. I know Sammy tired, bro. Sammy, if you done, I don't think we're gonna do no more. Let me see if they got a dollar sign in here. No dollar signs. No dollar signs. So if you tired, bro, go ahead. We get it. You know, you're a working man. All right, here we go. Thomas Monroe Campbell. We got a picture of him on site, so then we got to go to another page to check him out. Thomas Monroe Campbell was a pioneer in the fields of agricultural education and extension work. A protege of famed scientist George Washington Carver. Come on. Campbell trained at Tuskegee. Come on. And then worked to bring modern agricultural methods to the rural black farmers of Alabama as the nation's first black American agricultural extension agent. In addition to promoting modern farming methods, Campbell also galvanized rural support for World War II and served as an international consultant on farming methods in rural life in Africa. What? The son of an itinerant Methodist preacher and tenant farmer, sharecropper, Thomas Monroe Campbell was born in Elbert County, Georgia on February 11th, 1883. He worked with his tenant farmer father and several white farmers until he was 15. Campbell briefly attended a local school in 1898, and in January of the following year, he set out for Tuskegee, where his brother was attending school. So his brother was already already there. Campbell did not do well on the entrance exam, however, and instead took non-matriculated courses at night. Ooh, okay, rough start. He worked hard to improve his grades, took a number of courses in agriculture, and graduated in spring of 1906. In recognition of Campbell's skills and expertise, Tuskegee president, Big Book, and science professor George Washington Carver, petitioned the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the USDA, to appoint Campbell as his first black extension agent, a position that would allow him to educate rural farmers in advanced farming and land management methods. They hoped that Campbell's skills and familiarity with the local communities would help to improve the economic conditions of black farmers in the South by demonstrating science-based agricultural practices to them. USDA leaders agreed and appointed him the farm demonstration agent for Macon County. I also want to point the fuck out that just two black men, was able to call up the government and like, yo, hire my youngin'. Hung up the phone. You see what I be talking about? If we're going to do the government game, if we're going to do the politic game, actually have some skin in the motherfucker and he's in the ear and the respect of the motherfuckers that you're calling. Because it makes no sense for you to know these people and they don't know you. Booker T. Washington called whoever the fuck who was at the USDA and was like, yo, me and my partner Carver, you know G. Hey, yo, me and my partner G, we think that you should hire our youngin' Campbell. He's doing this thing. He just graduated out of our shit. You already know about Tuskegee. You should hire him and appoint him as the extension agent to be able to teach what we teach. You feel me? And they were like, okay. Booker T, no problem. So Campbell's first assignment was to manage Tuskegee's movable school of agriculture. I don't want to mess up where we at. So if they about to, see. I just wanted to look at the picture. This is the picture. Development of Alabama movable. Well, that's him. That's him in front of it. The development of Alabama movable school. They had a school on wheels. Okay. Also known as the Jessup Agricultural Wagon, which was equipped with seeds, fertilizers, different kinds of plows and planters, and other farm appliances. Campbell took the wagon over the rough, dusty roads to rural communities in Macon County, where he demonstrated improved methods of farming and instilled in the minds of poor black farm families a vision of a better life. Campbell's work was praised by Washington and his superiors at the USDA, and in 1908, 2 years later, he was promoted to district agent for Alabama and bordering states and began conducting farmers' conferences and agricultural fairs. So now he's throwing events, okay? By 1914, Campbell had assisted 11 southern states in appointing black farm agents and home demonstration agents. World War I provided Campbell and these other agents an opportunity to support the war effort by encouraging food production, assisting local recruiting offices, raising funds for the Red Cross, locating horses and mules for the Army, and securing farm labor. Campbell served as a speaker to black audiences for the 4 Minutemen, a group of volunteer inspirational speakers whose goal was to foster patriotism for the war effort. Motivational speakers in 1906 or 1914 rather. Let's see. He also organized Uncle Sam's Saturday Service League, which encouraged black farmers and laborers to work an extra half or whole day on Saturday during the war. By the time the war ended, the number of black extension agents in the South had increased to 459. He was the first and only. And the USDA promoted Campbell to field agent, supervising black extension agents in the lower South. Campbell's leadership qualities led several black colleges to offer him administrative positions during the 1920s, but he chose to continue his work with the extension service. The economic depression of the 1930s brought disaster to black farmers and spending cuts to the black extension service, and Campbell sought help from New Deal legislation. He involved himself with relief work, serving on the Alabama Rehabilitation Committee and the Black Belt Improvement League. His influence increased during the 1930s when he began broadcasting a radio program aimed at black farmers that featured extension news and ideas, I guess they meant. He also spoke several times over nationwide radio from D.C. on topics such as extension work in black American communities, the movable school, low-cost housing, and 4-H work. Now, you guys know what I'm about to say. You had the opportunity, okay, to work privately with private institutions, and you chose the government, and you seen what happened. The Great Depression happened, and now you looking for more government help. And it makes sense because you was working. You were a part of the government help. You work for the USDA in helping poor black farmers in the rural areas of the South. So, of course, I wouldn't expect anything different. If you have been government help, obviously you would expect some government help when you needed it. So I ain't too mad at him. But, this is why we're talking about trusting the fucking government. But anyway, also during the 1930s, Campbell received a great deal of recognition for his contributions to the Extension Service, including the first Harmon Award, named for philanthropist William Harmon, ever presented for the newly created category of distinguished service in the field of farming and rural life. The General Education Board, endowed by New York industrialist John D. Rockefeller, awarded Campbell a fellowship for graduate study at Cornell University in 1932, but he refused the offer. Damn. Tuskegee Institute honored him in 1936 with an honorary Master of Science degree, and in 1938, he was elected to the Eugene Field Society, a national association of authors and journalists, in recognition of his numerous journal and newspaper articles and the publication of his book, The Movable School Goes to the Negro Farmer. Can I get a copy of that? And if I can get a copy of it, that means y'all can too. Hold on. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please tell me I can download it. Please tell me I can download it. Please tell me I can download it. Please, please. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, downloadable. New book alert. Look, this is what I be trying to tell y'all. This is how I find new books all of the time. Thomas Monroe Campbell, shout out to him. Dedicated it to his wife. What we got? I want to know the table of contents. What we got? Semi-autobiography. Got to let you know about your childhood and early struggles. The trip to Tuskegee at last. The School on Wheels, Booker T. Washington, Champion of the Negro Farmer, Chapter 2, Growth and Expansion, Chapter 3, Exemplary Achievements, Chapter 4, Prospects of Rural Life Among Negroes. Yeah. Another great book. I found another book. Look, it's only Wednesday and I found a new book to add to the library. 208 pages. This is how we find new books. I try to tell y'all. Look at that. Boom. During the 1940s, Campbell's growing prominence brought him more opportunities to promote his extension work outside of the South. During World War II, Campbell continued his official duties and also devoted time to war bonds drives and served on the USDA's National Advisory Committee for Community Service Projects. In 1944, he was appointed to a 3-member commission to West Africa that was charged with studying rural life in Liberia, Belgian Congo, now the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Nigeria, Gold Coast, now Ghana, Sierra Leone, and French Cameroons, now just Cameroon. When the commissioners returned to the United States in March of 1945, after a 6-month stay, they wrote and published a description of their trip titled Africa Advancing, a study of rural education and agriculture in West Africa in the Belgian Congo. Sorry, I was trying not to, but I ain't gonna hold you, man. I gotta see if we got that one too. If we can get that one too, man. Let's see what the Googles let us get. Despite his many wartime duties and activities, Campbell continued to raise more money for extension services. He really fucked with this job, and it increased the number of black extension agents in the South. When Campbell retired on February 28th, 1953, after 47 years of service, the number of black extension workers have reached 850. Jeez. Campbell remained an active participant in conferences, meetings, workshops, Boy Scouts, and activities on the Boy Scouts? Did they mean boycotts? What website is this again? Encyclopedia of Alabama.org. Like, come on, y'all. Boy Scouts, that has to be boycotts. It just seems an active participant in conferences, meetings, workshops, Boy Scouts, I guess, and activities on the Tuskegee Institute campus. In 1954, he served as narrator for and appeared in the film The Negro Farmer, produced by Liggett and Myers Tobacco Company. The Ford Foundation awarded Campbell a grant in 1953 to write a book about the problems and progress of black farmers in the United States, but he died before the work was completed. Campbell became publicly more critical of racial discrimination in the South in his retirement. In 1954, he wrote in his personal journal, "The Negro in the U.S. is more conscious than ever of the fact that he is not wholly and equably sharing in the American way of life. In other words, the Negro knows deep down in his heart he still does not belong." Okay, it was 1954. I get it. What we got? Campbell married nurse Anna Marie Ayers Campbell in 1912, and the couple had 6 children, five of whom went on to successful careers. Damn, at that point you might just say all of them. Why you gonna leave out the one? Come on, if I'm the sixth child, why you gonna leave me out? If 5 out of the 6 went on to have successful careers, don't leave me hanging. Goddamn. His son Bill was a colonel in the Air Force and served with the Tuskegee Airmen in World War II. His daughter Abby Noel also served in World War II as a captain in the Women's Army Auxiliary Corps, and was the executive officer of the 6,888th Central Postal Directory Battalion. A 6th child, son Carver, named for George Washington Carver, died in 1936 while pursuing graduate work in agriculture at Cornell University in New York State. Oh, so that's why. The one named after George Washington Carver died. Damn, man. Imagine if you George Washington Carver. Was he alive? When did George Washington Carver die? I don't know. Campbell was a man of his times, and he worked within the existing structures of Southern society for changes that he believed were best for all rural farm families in the South. He devoted his life to helping rural black people in the South achieve economic independence, more efficient and effective agricultural production, and a higher standard of living. He was an active and energetic man whose work did not end until his death on February 8th, 1956. So these are all his works that he did. Shout out to him. I'm definitely going to be getting into these works of his. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 books that we about to add to the library because I'm pretty sure all of these are available online for free. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. That's it. I think we did it. I think we did it. I think we properly did it tonight, man. I think we properly did it tonight. We reached an all new record of 330 people watching me, man. Thank you guys, man. I'm honored. I'm honored to see that. I'm honored to see that. This is fire, man. So, I appreciate you guys, man. No more calls. Please do not call me. It's too late. I don't want to talk anymore. I've been talking for 6 hours. And I ain't even gonna hold you, son. I'm not gonna hold you. It don't even feel like I was talking for 6 hours. It really don't. This shit is so fucking crazy. I do feel like I've been talking for some time, but 6 hours, it does not feel like that. It does not feel like that. So I appreciate it. I really do. And I really can't thank you guys enough for tapping in. For real. This is what I do. And I ain't gonna lie. First day going at 6:30, and this is the results that we got. A fire lit chat, super chats going crazy. Everybody rocking with it. More people than ever. Make sure you guys are subscribing to the Patreon. I'm telling you guys, while I appreciate the YouTube community and all of the things that you guys have been able to do for me and all of that shit, I'm trying to tell you on YouTube, all of the music, including For the Love of Money, the intro music, will be erased by the morning. Okay? YouTube does not play about them copyrights. I'm trying to tell you. So if you want to enjoy the show, if you want to enjoy this entire 6-hour stream, okay, uninterrupted with no issues, you definitely want to subscribe to the Patreon. That's exactly where the unedited version of these episodes are. Okay? So like this song, like I'm about to play and shit like that, they not about to let you like listen to this after this shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? They're not about to let you listen to this. They're not about to let you listen to this. Hold on. They're not about to let you listen to this. They're not about to let you listen to this, y'all. We did it. We got another one, ladies and gentlemen. Another one in the books. Another episode of Hotep History Live with your guy. Let's go. Nigga, for what? Get down with them suckers one up. And they get the crook in your neck from trying to watch this is Tokyo spin getting on them. You looking for your take one. She caught up in them. Waking and baking. I need a blasting, pedal mashing, paper twisting, scraper engine. No 3D glasses, just a high ash grab or spit up, nigga. Nah, I'm on the roof chilling, the pool up here. A couple chicks I grew up with, bottles in the cooling. You don't know how to do it, homie, y'all. Yeah, we got another one in the bag. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. It's all good. Ain't nothing changed but the address. Fool. Uh-huh. We still playing the same role. Come on. Come on, y'all, man. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Uh-huh. Nike shorts, hard down socks, Jordan 3, lounge, long. You can tell I ain't from around here. Obvious for vacation plan from the natives. Tell her my mama make it. feels good, but it's hard to crack a smile when the ones you came up with not around. Roll a joint after picking through the pound. Hope recession done change. Can make your life change. Listen, man. We out of here, man. Thank y'all. Back in the States. Come on, man. Thank y'all for coming out again. I just keep thanking y'all. This was lit. I planned, it's been done. Well, we kept it going. It was too much scholarship tonight. So, as always, you can't have the future without the present, and you can't have the present without the past. And we don't study history to live in the past, but to order our steps in the present so we can positively affect our future. That's a fact. Thank you guys again for coming on out to Hotep History Live. I was your host with the most, President Hotep Dudes, man. You guys go to bed. Have a good night. Hotep and build, man. Just go Hotep and build somewhere. Hotep and build. That's my new fuck off. Go Hotep and build. Oh, man. Let me get out of here, man. Y'all have a good night, man. We out.